Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Stormkeep. My name is Mergonk, and today I am joined by.
Hey guys, it's Paul.
Hey guys, it's John.
And I'm Dylan.
And today we're going to be talking about the Stormcast tier list. We just had the Battlescroll updated recently. It came out with a few point changes for Stormcast, some point changes for some other factions as well, and so the balance of AOS has shifted. And with that, we thought we'd release a new tier list update to let you know what's the standing of our insane amount of Warscrolls. What is it now? 76? Something like that?
I think it's 76, yeah.
We've ranked 76, but there are more because there's endless spells and there's war bands are technically 2. So it's a lot.
Right. Right.
Before we start today's video, I'd like to give a shout out to the sponsor of our podcast, Layton Gaming. Formerly known as Kaiju Gaming Lounge, Layton Gaming is located in Orlando, Florida. They supply all the prizes for the Stormkeep painting contest, and they carry our brand of dice and 7-inch measuring sticks. Use code Stormkeep to get 15% off Age of Sigmar. While they finish transitioning to the new store, the fastest way to get what you need will be to message Carl Rohr at Layton Gaming on our Discord server. New products are being added to the inventory daily, so be on the lookout for more, such as new measuring tools coming soon. Thank you again to Layton Gaming for sponsoring our podcast, and on to the show. We're going, like you said, there's been a Battlescroll update, mostly just cleaning up the game. They've been doing a lot of work to balance the game since the power creep came in 2023 with books like Gits and Caratron Overlords and Soul Blight and Blades of Corn and Seraphon and all these other books that were just like too strong, right? And they've been doing their best to rein them in. So it's mostly changes that affect those armies. And they've been doing this process over the last year now. This is kind of an extension of that. There's nothing completely game-changing. The game is still going to play more or less the same way you were playing it a couple weeks ago. There's just a few tweaks in here to make a few things less reliable, a few things less busted, right? Like Cities of Sigmar got really shifted. I think that was probably the most significant changes. But in terms of Stormcast, there's not really much changing for us. It's more like everybody else is just falling down while we're standing perfectly still doing nothing. We're just doing our same thing, and everybody else is falling down around us. For more information on what exactly changed in the Battlescroll, you can check out our live stream, and if I'm clever enough, I will have a link pop up in the top right corner of the screen that you can click on. Check out that live stream. We go into great detail about all the changes for every single army, so if you want to learn more about that, you can check that out. For Stormcast in particular, we are mostly concerned with the fact that Wizard Finders now gives a 5-up spell ignore, and there's a new battle tactic for armies that don't take wizards. So when you bring a Nullstone Adornment, you can basically score this battle tactic at some point in the game. It's very, very easy to do. In terms of errata, Vanquishers now have a 2-inch range. We have the previous errata to Ionis, Karazai, and Krondus' abilities that give enemies -1 attack. They now technically function. They were broken before, now they work. And most other armies have been nerfed, so a new meta is emerging. The top armies are being shifted here a little bit, and we have to adapt to that. So it's also been about 8 months since our last video updating the tier list, and we've actually shifted our views on a lot of units. Some of them went up and down, and some of them went down and up, and we can just jump right into that. So Section 1, Warscrolls. If you're new to the channel, the way we rank units on here is that an S-tier unit is something that has a high impact ability or a unique aspect that defines a list. This is something that is both efficient, impactful. It is list defining. It's something you will probably want to use in every single list if you can. You need a good reason not to use those units. A-tier are strong and versatile. They are just short of being an S-tier. B-tier, similarly, just short of being an A-tier. It's starting to get a little bit more specific, a little bit still good, but it's just more niche. C-tiers are cut off for competitive play. C-tier units are typically, they have a very, very specific niche that only they can do, and nothing else can do that. But it's not the most useful thing, so it's like sometimes it's a tech option you bring into your list. Sometimes it's just an inefficient unit that is still good enough to see play sometimes. And then D tier and F tier, what we call not viable for competitive play. We think it's either just way too overcosted, or it's just not good enough to see play in general. Like F tier units are pretty rare, honestly. As we review more and more battle tomes, we find very few F tier units. Unfortunately, the Stormcast book does have a few of them, and we'll talk about them as we get to them. First up, let's talk about our basic melee units. So these are what we usually use as screening units, right? These are the units that take the charges, that hold objectives, that drop into play to hold back a unit for a turn. These are meant to die, more or less. And we kind of group the units together like this, partly because they have the Redeemer keyword, so they can be revived once per game with a Holy Command, but also just it's simple. They're around the same points. They serve basically the same role, and there's not that much difference from them in terms of stats. They're mostly, 4-up save, 10 wounds, 2 attacks apiece, 3s and 3s, rend 1. It's more or less the same unit. There's slight variations on it. So we'll start off with Vanquishers, which in July, at the time, if you guys recall, these were the cheapest battle line option. They were the only battle line option that was 100 points, and that's why we gave them the S tier. Nothing else mattered in that consideration. They were the cheapest, therefore they were the best. I know Liberators at that time were 120 points, which was absurd. Maybe there were one... Yeah, which was very, very strange. Now, Vanquishers, since Liberators went down to 100 points, I think Liberators now are the best, because if you compare these two units, they cost exactly the same. Liberators have a 3-up save, while Vanquishers don't. That doesn't mean Vanquishers are useless. They still do okay damage if they're fighting into another enemy screen, like if you're fighting 10 Skinks or 10 Chaos Warriors, they probably, Rend 1 won't do much there. But they can get a lot of attacks out. They have Thunderstruck keyword, which is important if you're using Blaze of Glory and Lord Imperatant. With Blaze of Glory, sometimes you just need a screen to die. They're not ever going to attack, and the extra dice you roll with Vanquishers is worth something sometimes compared to a Liberator. Like if the unit just dies and nothing else, rolling 15 dice for Blaze of Glory versus rolling 10 dice for Blaze of Glory with Liberators, yeah, those extra 6s, it can spike and do some mortal wounds. And then with the Lord Imperatant, you can drop these guys 7 inches away and get a fairly reliable charge. Although, I don't know, I failed a lot of 7-inch charges this season, so...
Yeah, so did I, right when it counted.
Yeah, it's just for me. That one's just for me. Don't worry.
Yeah, so they're still a useful unit. The fact that they have 2-inch range now means they can fight while reinforced, so you can pay 200 points and get 10 of these, or 300 points and get 15. Is that any good? Probably not. Like, I'm trying to think of when I would want to use that, and it's like for 200 points, you could bring Grand Hammers instead, who will definitely do more damage. Vanquishers need to hit the right targets. Like, if they're not fighting something with 10 or more models, they just don't do very good damage at all. And sometimes you face armies that just don't have that, right? Sometimes you face very elite armies or Gargants, or sometimes, if you're spending 200 points, you get a battle line slot, that's okay. I don't know. I'm torn on this. Do you guys see any merit to the 2-inch range thing?
Vanquishers are so weird to me because, they don't really do anything better than any of the other options, but they're cheaper, so it's like for example, 5 Vanquishers versus 5 Sequitors. Assuming the Sequitors channel maces, which, they might as well, because Vanquishers don't have a ward either, right? Sequitors outdamage Vanquishers, even if Vanquishers get their most attacks. And Vanquishers have a 4-up save versus Liberators and Vindictors 3-up. So it's just I don't really know what this unit does, and they're just kind of unwieldy. 2-inch range is fine, but I don't think it actually fixes any of the problems they have.
Vanquishers, the value for me was always in Hallowed Knights. I found that the fight on death, whenever it was a 5+ model unit, which is pretty likely, or even a 20-man unit fighting you, that extra bit was actually really helpful. That did make that ability worth taking them over, say, Liberators. But outside of Hallowed Knights, I don't use them, and I'm not really sure what the 2-inch range was really supposed to accomplish.
Yeah, it makes the unit usable with its 10-man command squad stuff, with the 5-up rally or whatever, but I don't think it's actually good.
Oh yeah, the 5-up rally, that's important. I think a lot of people forget about that. They must be trying to push us into using it for the 5-up rally, but yeah,
it's at least an option now. When before it was strictly worse to run, or strictly better to run.
Yeah, you couldn't even use it.
It was no, don't do it.
What does the other guy in the unit do? Is it just bravery? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's interesting. The rally thing is interesting in a Stormkeep army. Yeah, having 10 or 15 of them, maybe, I don't know.
Vindictors, the +1 save just makes, even with their rally, I think they're so much more survivable. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, now that they've nerfed rally almost into obsolescence, like the 4-up rally is no longer scary for armies. And now that command core are a thing that are denying commands anywhere on the table, okay, yeah, Stormcast can have a 5-up rally now on one unit, the worst unit.
Yeah.
This is our consolation
Basically.
prize.
Yeah, I like how
What's it-
rally used to be this insanely power creep thing. Like, oh my god, we have a 5-up rally and 4-up rally, and now like if you saw a 4-up rally, you'd hardly think about it.
I don't know. 4-up rally's still pretty good.
I mean, it's 10 wounds, right? So like, if it's something that's
the
really
thing, it doesn't
valuable,
matter.
yeah, it's like it doesn't matter. Like it means like if I
Mhm.
have a one wound unit, 1 wound model unit, then I'm on average getting 5 back. Like cool, okay, you made 5, which I'll stand back up. Who cares?
I think there's certain things it doesn't matter for, but I think there's some things that it absolutely does. Like I think Blood Sisters or whatever the melee snakes are, I think they still are pretty disgusting with it, and I think Thunderers are still pretty disgusting with it. Not as bad as it was, of course, but I think
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah.
So that's pretty much where Vanquishers lie. I don't think they have any niche besides just being a cheap screen like the rest of these units here. Everything here is just a cheap screen. You don't want to reinforce it. In fact, once you reinforce it, you can no longer revive it with Call for Aid, which is one of the reasons you want to bring a Redeemer unit. So
Totally.
you might be making your list worse. There is a battle tactic to kill a hero with Vanquishers, with a Redeemer unit, but I don't think Vanquishers are going to do it. Like, if you're doing that, it should be maybe Sequitors. Like, if you have a block of
Vindictors
15...
can do it fairly reliably.
15 Vindictors can kill a foot hero. Yeah, that's pretty reliable. But that otherwise, no. Like, Vanquishers ain't it. You're bringing them because they're the same cost as Liberators, and you're bringing a Lord Imperatant, and you want something you can put on the table 7 inches away, turn 1, clear a screen, die, take up space, block your opponent's movement, and then you recycle it with Call for Aid and do it all over again. Like, it's a very specific niche, but it's a good niche, and Lord Imperatant play is quite good right now. It's one of our 3 best options, I would say, for Stormcast, so they get a B tier. Sequitors, we thought we're D tier, and I stand by that actually in the summer when we ranked them last year. I think they were D tier, but with the amount of recursion mechanics that have come back into the game, the what do you call it? The little lantern that they have. What is that called?
The Redemption Cache.
Yes.
Redemption Cache.
I am a Redemption Cache hater. I think that ability is never worth it.
How do you use it, anyways? Like,
So
it has to be within 3 inches. Is that right?
The prime of the unit has to be within 3 of the enemy. Yeah, and usually
pile out of it if they really care. Like
they can pull models out of it. They can pile out of it. There's all sorts.
Yeah, they just pull them out for sure.
Yeah, but the thing is, some armies really have a lot of recursion, like Flesh Eater Courts, and I think Flesh Eater is good enough right now that sometimes if you're going into an event and you'll be like, okay, what am I worried about? I want to add a couple percentage points onto my Flesh Eater matchup. You might find 10 points to swap your Liberators for Sequitors. I think that could happen. It's not a great niche. C tier is not for great niches, it's like really niche units. So I think that's where Sequitors end up landing. Their damage isn't great. You don't want to reinforce them. Yeah, they're just okay.
I will say, they do have the best damage of all the Redeemers, which I think is notable for sure. Like when you were talking the Hollowed Knight stuff, like you channel maces, so you get the exploding 6s, fight on death. Sequitors can kind of do something. I think Sequitors not having 2-inch reach is actually like a crime. If they did have 2-inch reach, I would like them a lot more, because then they have a better chance of not just like instantly getting blown up by anything they try and touch. And they can actually function as like this battle line hammer, but right now they don't.
Liberators, they are cheap. They're 100 points. They have a 3-up save. You want a Redeemer unit in every list, I think, right now. That's the way I'm playing, is every list has Call for Aid. Every list has a Redeemer unit. The value of dropping a Redeemer in front of your opponent's army, if they make you go first, then they waste their time killing it, and they're stuck in their deployment. At least a couple units are. And then you recycle it with Call for Aid. The tactical value of that is tremendous. It can swing games. It can turn enemy potential double turns into single turns, where they'll win priority and they'll just give you the turn because you've deployed so far away and they weren't able to get to you because you had that Redeemer block in their face. So because you want a Redeemer in every list, Liberators are the cheapest. 3-up save can make them survive against light damage. People have to put heavy damage in to kill the Liberators. It's not something like, 1 or 2 Ideneth Sharks shooting them. They have to put in quite a few. Like, it takes quite a lot of shots to get rid of these guys. And that dedication to damage gives you the time you need for your long strikes, your Dracolines, your Tempestors, everything to get into position and do what it needs to do. So we want cheap screens. Liberators are the best one. So S tier for Liberators. Finally, feels right to have Liberators back in S tier.
Oh yeah, like they're the cheapest. They have a 3-up save. They do decent damage. They have a 2 damage weapon on the prime. You know, they do mortal wounds if they survive. Like they're everything we could possibly want from a battle. So yeah, easy yes.
Right. So why are Vindictors so much worse? If they're a 3-up save characteristic, which is better than Liberators, who have a 4-up with a +1, Vindictors are a 3-up all the time, and they can modify that down to a 2+, and they do mortal wounds on hit rolls of 6. So why are we ranking them so low?
So I'm a Vindictor believer personally. I think C's maybe a little low for them, but like I understand why they're C. They don't do anything better than Liberators, like unless you're specifically teching into it. And so it's just take your free 10 points and go get a snack. Like they're basically the same.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, almost every unit in the game has Rend. So the +1 save characteristic, the 3-up save characteristic versus adding 1 to save rolls, it's functionally the same thing, right? Unless you're stacking this unit such that you beat their Rend, right? Like the only time having a better save characteristic matters is if you can get them to 2+ after Rend.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's not really worth doing in only a squad of 5 for the most part, right? Like you're not bringing your Lord Castellan to buff 5 or even 10 of these guys. Maybe 15, but like the problem with 15 is there's no delivery mechanism. They're not the best pinning unit. Like if you bring them in with a Lord Imperatant, that means you can't buff them with Mystic Shield and the Castellan Lantern. The only way I can see these guys seeing play right now is in Stormkeep, Hollowed Knights, so that you just ping mortal wounds as you die, pretty much. It's about volume in that case, and I don't think that's a terribly good niche right now. I think it's definitely worse than the Vanquisher niche. I think both units are pretty specific to what lists you're going to be playing them in, and I think the list that the Vanquishers would go in are just a little bit better right now.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely a fair take, because yeah, I think that's really the only place that you are like, Vindictor is the better choice over Liberators, is those just like mortal wound ping you down lists, which are also kind of rough right now because they're really bad into Soul Blight and Flesh Eaters and stuff.
I think the last problem with Vindictors is that Questers are 210 points now, so Reinforced Vindictors are just straight up, they cost more than a unit that is almost the same amount of wounds, but has the same save, has a built-in teleport, has way more damage output, higher bravery. Like, Questers are just so much better than Vindictors right now.
Yeah.
The last of our basic screening type units here are the Vanguard Hunters, who we predicted at the start of the season they would get better and more useful because the battle tactics require us to be all over the board. And I think we underestimated just how much more useful they really were. Like we said, they were going to be B tier. Given that they're the same cost as the Liberators, you can just swap them 1 for 1. And people have made arguments that they should be S tier now.
Yeah, they score me pretty much 3 out of my 5 battle tactics every game. Surround, Destroy, our new Stormcast one, and Intimidate. They make it really easy. So then we pretty much left with have to score between Magical Domination. Usually most of us are running at least 4 Tempestors, so the Draconic Destruction is always on the board. Or Matter of Honor. So I don't know. I think we're in a pretty good spot right now for tactic wise, and I think Vanguard Hunters are like a prime reason for that.
Oh, for sure. And they're so efficient, and it's good to have like a screening unit do this in particular, because like we have heroes that can teleport, and that's great. But specifically having a screen do it gives them dual utility, right? Like the Knight Zephyros can fill the same role. She's the same cost at 100 points. But that's all she does is teleport. She doesn't do anything else. She doesn't do any significant damage. She doesn't take up a lot of space. She only counts as 2 models on an objective. Vanguard Hunters are just, they're a screen plus, and that's a good thing to be in this army. So why are they not S tier? I think it's because, okay, so Astral Templars is good. It's definitely good this season, right? There's no doubt about that.
For sure.
But the problem with that is the same problem with Hallowed Knights, is you have to spend 300 points on battle line of units that are just screens, right? Like screens plus, that's still useful, but like bringing 3 units of Vanguard Hunters feels really bad. Every time I play Astral Templars and I have this 3rd screen that's sitting around and not really doing anything, I always think this should just be Liberators so that I can call for aid them, right? And then sometimes I want the utility of having 2 different Liberator units so that if I want to call for aid at the right time, I'm not forced into doing it at that specific time when that one unit dies. So then I have 2 units of Liberators and a unit of Vanguard Hunters. And at that point, I'm like, okay, well, why am I not just playing Hammers of Sigmar? Because I've got Tempestors in this list. I have 2 Liberators. I can just fill my battle line this way. So that's one of the problems with Vanguard Hunters, is that there's other units that teleport, and you don't want to spend 300 points on just screens. The other problem with them is they're not a Redeemer, right? So if you only bring Vanguard Hunters, it's not as efficient as bringing a mix of Liberators and Vanguard Hunters. Whereas you could just bring Liberators, and that's fine, because there's other units that teleport.
I think also, like, the thing about the dual purpose, like, screen, and then also they get these 3 battle tactics, like, I think most of us have been playing with them competitively over the last 6 months, and they're phenomenal, but it doesn't quite work out. Like, you can't rely on them actually being a screen for you and getting the battle tactics. Like, there is a point in every game where you kind of have to, like, rely on getting the battle tact, one of those 3, and pull them away from being a screen, or one of them's gotten blown up and now you need the other one to stay alive, so you're sending it away. So you end up in this situation where now you only have your 3rd, battle line as a screen, and so you're kind of like, you don't have the screens you thought you had. At least that's my experience with it. So there's a little bit of trickery there and timing, and this game ends so quickly these days. Like, by turn 3, it's over. Like, you can't often get 100% screen out of them and still have them for the battle tactics. It just doesn't quite work. But the utility is great.
Right, and that's, again, why you want at least one Redeemer, so you can throw it away. Like, if you just ran Vanguard Hunters, you teleport one away, discourse surround and destroy, you teleport another, discourse surround and destroy, you're left with not a lot of stuff in front of your actual units that are going to win the game for you. Right? Like, we can score 5 tactics, but you still have to play a standard game with Stormcast. You can't just, control your way to a win like you could with Tzeentch, where your grand strategy is basically guaranteed. So you have to play tactically, and Vanguard Hunters are great, but I think they're just slightly less useful overall than Liberators. But honestly, you should run both. You can't just run both.
Yeah. I think it's really good that, like, we only Astral Templars opens up that point that we only really need one Redeemer for Call for Aid, and, like, that's it. That's all we really need Liberators for at this point, just for a recycle.
Yeah,
because the screen's meant to die anyway. It doesn't matter, like, what it really does. It's meant to just eat it, so my hammer unit doesn't take 90 wounds.
Yep.
So.
Okay, moving on to our elite melee. Retributors are still not good, unfortunately. They haven't, with only 1-inch range, you can't use them as a reinforced hammer unit. They're far too slow. The battle mage is gone. He's dead. He's not coming back. There's no way to put these guys into combat. Being aggressive with them is almost impossible, especially these days when battle plans require you to split your army into 2 forces, usually. Like, you have a central army, and then you have left and right flanks. Retributors don't fit into that style. They don't fit into a Stormkeep style. They just don't fit in. And I think it's just because of the 1-inch range. If they had 2-inch range, you could run them reinforced and teleport them up and give them fight first with the Storm Coven. Like, you could do things with them. But you can't do that when you only have 5 models. So, yeah, D tier. Too expensive for what they do.
Someone described all these, and because this is like a common theme for our paladins, the elite melee. It's like, imagine if Orc Brutes did not have Mighty Destroyers, or any counter charge mechanics, any 3d6 charge mechanics with that War Chant or Shout. They had nothing. They were just their Warscroll on a 3-up save. It's that. It's essentially that.
Even OBR can add 3 with a command. Like, it's just little things like that. They don't need much. But we'll see. I guess we can just roll that discussion to Protectors. I think they are also D tier now, although I think they're the best of these 3 paladin types. I think they're still D tier. They stayed at 220 points, which is a shame. You can bring a Lord Castellan, you can bring Gardas, you can make them really, really tough, but it's really hard to leverage that toughness right now. And points spent on these guys are not points spent on just disposable screens. They're not spent on teleporting units. They're not spent on actual hammers, because only doing 5 damage per model max is not ideal. Protectors dropped a lot when they lost the Battle Mage. I think they were the last of our units here that was, like, hanging on by a thread because of the battle mage, and now that he's gone and wild form doesn't exist, protectors are down in the dumpster with the other ones. It's sad.
Yeah.
I really like them.
So I think a big thing that hit on protectors too is that magic is so dominant this season, obviously, and there's so much magic damage coming out, and protectors really need to like melee grind for like 3 or 4 turns to really get their value, and they just get blown up by a blizzard. They don't do enough damage to hang with the recursion of like skeletons and ghouls, and they are too slow to play tactically. So they just get blown up by like everything that's good right now. And Quester Soulsworn is 3 more wounds, more damage, and gets a teleport and fewer points. So.
Yeah, you don't see protectors
Yeah,
for the same
cheaper
reason
now.
the Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon falls out of favor. Blizzard is just way too good in taking
Yeah.
out these units. You need fast and you need heavy hitters. You can't have grindy units in the game anymore. Like 2030 Chaos Warriors was a strategy we were legitimately discussing when we were discussing the Slaves to Darkness book. That is no longer viable because of Blizzard.
Mhm.
I think too, like it sometimes feels like they were designed for an army that could translocate and move. Maybe like it. I feel like we can't deliver them properly. Like wild form was the last remaining way, and it's gone. So it is hard to use them.
Delivering protectors was always kind of interesting because like throwing them in your opponent's face like super early was obviously super strong, right? But I actually think they were better like as a hold back and like hold the line kind of unit. And so like I don't know if like the loss of wild form is really like what caused this unit to fall off so hard. I think it makes the eye test much worse on them, but I don't know how much it like actually affected how they played. At least how like I was used to playing them and how I saw people.
I think it like going back to like this kind of the Saves Darkness argument. Like I think what makes Chosen so good or Knights or it's just they have a built-in delivery system, right? You can either do Slanesh or you could do the dynamic speed. Like they have like the rules writers were aware that like, oh, these are super slow units. The game is so fast right now that like no one's going to use them unless they could be delivered. And I feel like we just got out power creeped by that. The game just got too fast. It was slower when we were released.
Yeah,
Definitely.
So protectors can still do that role of sitting back and being tough really well. Like, I don't think anything actually beats them at that role, right? Like, you get a block of 10 protectors with Gardas and a Castellan. That's the best defense in our book, right? Nothing beats that. But
in our book, sure, but
right.
I don't think it's enough to hang with the meta. Like,
No.
I've lost 10 protectors to 30 skeletons before, and I'm just like, what am I even doing here?
Right. It's really hard to leverage that type of unit, right? And when it doesn't have the option to go offensive with wild form and translocate, that's when it starts to fall apart, right? It's like if we were in a meta where you were just grinding it out over a couple central objectives, like last year, what we were doing, protectors looked a lot better, right? Even without the like hero fighting stuff and then pulling them into combat, they actually were still a decent unit just because there were central objectives and you could leverage that very well. But now it's like, okay, my opponent goes first, they move up onto the objectives, I fail my 9-inch charges with the protectors because I can't just put them on the table with a 4-inch move. Like, that's just insanity. They're out of the game at that point. So you fail the 9-inch charge and that's it, they're out. You've 440 points and probably Gardas and Castell and all this stuff sunk into this unit, and it just does nothing, and you lose the game. Like, it's really hard to do anything with this unit because your opponent really controls what they do. You don't, which is very unfortunate. Decimators aren't really worth talking about. They're strictly worse than Retributors. They're strictly worse than Questers, I think. I haven't run the numbers. I'm pretty sure they're actually just strictly worse than Questers, too. So no reason to use them. Unfortunate. I think the Axes are actually the coolest ones, too. Foot Evocators. So, what do Foot Evocators do that other units don't? Well, they're a wizard, right? Which means they can use Louch on, which is really, really cool. It's a delivery mechanism for this elite melee unit. The problem is you can't fight in 2 ranks with them because they're only 1-inch range. So anytime you'd want to use these guys, you could put 10 of them onto Louch on, move them forward, even use like Steadfast March to get an extra D6 run and charge, and they do tons of damage, and you can give them a Storm Coven buff to make them fight first. You can do stuff with this unit. The problem is you can only do that to really 5 models efficiently. Once you reinforce this unit at 440 points, there's so many better options you can do because they don't fight in 2 ranks. Like if they fought in 2 ranks, this would be probably an A tier unit. Like it would be really, really good. People would use them all the time, and people would hate Evocators again, like they did in second edition. But at this price point, yeah, just use Dracolines. It's not worth it. 20 points more, you get 12-inch move. It's so much better.
Yeah, so this is how I've always like people have asked me before, be like, what made Dracolines so good all of a sudden, right? And compare them to the Evocators on foot. So Dracolines, you get 3, Evocators, you get 5, obviously. So it's the same number of wounds, same save, and roughly the same amount of mortal wounds dice. And so just looking at their attack profiles, the 3 guys on top are the same as 3 of the Evocators, okay? So then you're comparing 2 foot Evocators to 3 of the Dracolines. And the Dracolines are significantly better than the Riders. And so you basically get an entire extra guy of damage out of this, plus all the 12-inch move. They can fight without bungling each other up. Like, it's just, like, comparing Evos on foot to Dracolines is, like, crazy for 20 points. Like, even if Evos had 2-inch range, I think Dracolines would still just be the play every time.
Probably. I think they need to be 2-inch range and 200 points. I think that would make it worthwhile.
Yeah, if they were significantly cheaper, I think it would.
Looking at the Thunderstrike Elite Melee, Shield Annihilators, we even called this back last year. We said the best way to use Shield Annihilators was to put them into Comet Fall type lists, right? You're not actually using them as an Annihilator. You're not really caring that much about the 7-inch charge and then the mortal wounds on the charge and then fighting and pinning stuff. Like everything this unit is trying to do, it's completely failing at. Right? It is a complete failure of a Warscroll. The only thing that is good for this unit is the landing mortal wounds, dealing D3 mortal wounds to everything within 10 inches, and then sometimes you make the charge roll and you do more mortal wounds. And if anything's left alive after you drop 5 or 6 of these units and then a bunch of Night Vexillor banners, then the fact that you're on a 2-up save, okay, that's now relevant because maybe you've killed everything that does mortal wounds, right? It's not a great niche. In fact, it's probably one of the worst play styles to play against. Like your opponent will not have fun playing against this. Games will be over in about an hour. Like you'll deploy, you'll have round 1, round 2, and then it's over. So it's good if you just want quick games. You want to make some friends. You're not trying too hard. It's not a great niche.
I mean,
it's useful.
I mean, the niche is very powerful. Is like I just wanted to say, like, yeah, they'll only see you play in like those Comet Fall lists, but those lists actually wreck like a fair number of armies. if you're actually no, I'll correct this. They wreck people because people don't know how to play against them.
Yeah.
They constantly misplay like how to play against this army, and they don't realize that the drops aren't simultaneous. Nothing in Age of Sigmar is simultaneous. So you can wait, you can drop an Annihilator, do the 3-up, see if it does the D3, and then choose to drop another one. Choose to drop another one. And finally, when you've blown up your opponent's screen,
every time.
Yep. Once you've blown up your opponent's screen with the 9-inch drop, that's when you deploy the 7-inch drop, and that's when you get in.
Exactly.
What I've never understood is why these lists don't just bring 3 long strikes to Thunderbolt Volley a screen off. Like it's so much easier to do that.
I think a lot.
Ask these kinds of questions,
dude.
Paul.
I played with that last week, Paul. You were there. I had 3 in my list.
I was on the other table with some zombie dragons.
Sure.
But I think it's because I might be wrong on this, but I think it's because the ratio is very gentle in this list. They don't have any teleports or anything. They go for like this critical mass of mortal wounds, and it's very hard to maintain the ratio of I need to have 6 Annihilators in the sky and also 6 heroes on the ground. And Raptors on the ground may as well be useless.
Yeah. The ratio is super important, and like the AoE like ability of it and just like the spike potential of like making the 9-inch charge and just blowing up something else is just like so huge. While like you're spending the CP for Thunderbolt Volley, you have to be in position. These lists usually don't have like a relic or anything, so you can't reposition your long
They can't because their hero slots are so precious. It's like Imperatant and 5 Vexillors. That's the most they can do.
Yeah, so the Annihilators are just more of a complete package for the list than Thunderbolt Volley.
I suppose. I just I hate that when a unit is designed in such a way that the only way it becomes useful is it becomes cheap enough that you spam it, and then once it's spammable, it does something completely degenerate that nobody likes playing against. Like we saw this with Beasts of Chaos, we're seeing it right now with Cruel Boys. There's been a lot of armies like this on a lot of units, and I hate that this has happened to this unit because I remember when this unit first came out back in Dominion, and people were losing their minds. They're like, how is this unit not 240 points? This is so crazy. And I'm like, guys, they're like barely better than Tempesters, like in terms of damage.
Yeah.
Hammer days when it was just the shields. Oh yeah.
Like they were never great. Like their Warscroll has never been good enough. But now that it's 150 points and you can bring 6 and you can splash mortals.
Well, to be fair, they came out when they released. We were still technically in 2nd edition. We didn't know about things like all-out attack, all-out defense. If you play these guys with like 2nd edition rules where nothing has all-out defense, all-out attack, these guys get pretty crazy. It's like -1 rend is actually pretty good in that scenario, since most things have a 3-up or a 4-up. And these guys have a 2-up.
3rd edition rules came out at the same time as Shield Annies. We didn't get
No, but what I'm saying like that. Yeah. Like I'm saying that when their Warscroll was split.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Is like the Warscroll came out at the same time as 3rd edition core.
Yeah. So it's like everyone was like, oh, -1 rend, but you know, as the edition went on, more and more things got wards and 3-up saves, and it's like, oh, -1 rend actually doesn't cut it anymore. These guys aren't really worth it. And you know, I played like a squad of them when they were 200. Which is insane to think about 2 years ago. I used them as like the first drop to clear the way for the Grand Hammers. But yeah, nowadays, I don't know if I'd play this outside of like Comet Fall lists. So yeah.
Yeah, no, Comet Fall only. There's maybe some argument to be made of like reinforcing them and getting like an 18 wound, 2-up save, 7-inch drop on something, but I don't think it's actually good.
This edition has focused so much on giving people rend. Even without Blizzard, I don't think that would be good. And then you factor in Blizzard, and it's like, no, you don't want to use anything, almost nothing reinforced in this game right now.
Nope.
You want things cheap and disposable. Yeah. So let's talk Grand Hammers, Annihilators with Grand Hammers. They were dropped twice since the summer. They're down to 200 points, which is amazing, and they did everything they used to do. You drop them in, they hopefully make their 7-inch charge, and they hopefully delete something. There's not a lot in the game.
In my case, they will make it. But yeah, whatever.
They're now efficient enough, I think, when they've dropped this whole package. If you guys remember, the Imperator used to be 170. Grand Hammers used to be 240.
No. 175.
175 even, yeah. So this whole package used to cost a lot, and now it's way cheaper. So it's efficient. You can use it. You can still have other stuff in your list. It's high impact. We did a whole video on how to play Annihilators. So yeah, they're great. You won't regret playing them. They're fun. Just remember, you will fail a 7-inch charge at some point, even with a reroll. So try not to get too upset about it. There's no guarantees.
It's really just like fail 1 7-inch, you're fine. Fail 2, and you probably lose the game. And that's what just makes this list kind of feels bad, but it is good.
Yeah, they're super fun to play. I'd encourage anyone who hasn't played with them to get some and play with them, because for Stormcast, they just sort of let us do this scalpel thing. And, you know, if you get good at where you're going to charge them in and do the, you know, where you're going to target those mortals and then piling in away onto something else kind of thing, like there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with it to take out heroes. It's super.
It teaches your opponent the value of screening. It's like if your opponent doesn't know what screening is, you bring this unit to teach them what a screen is.
Yeah, it's fun for sure. But you will miss 7 inches 2 out of every 10. At least that's my record.
It's always the turn that it matters most too, right?
Yeah, it totally is.
Because you never drop Grand Hammers when it's like, oh yeah, I don't need this to happen right now. This is a bonus. No, it looks like I need this to go off right now.
It's always like game 4. It's like never game 1. You're like, oh, god damn it.
Quester Soulsworn, they are 210 points now. They got dropped in the Battlescroll. They've dropped a lot since they came out at 250. And if you guys remember, I remember thinking like, this is a good unit. Like the Warscroll's good. It's efficient. It does a lot of stuff. 250 was not the right cost, and now it's 210, and that does feel like the right cost. Like being 10 points more than Grand Hammers feels like the right place for this unit. Because they're kind of in the same sphere, right? Since they're Thunderstrike, you can use them for a 7-inch Scions drop. They're instead of 9 wounds, they're 18 wounds. They have the same save, higher max damage than the Grand Hammers in melee, although they obviously don't do the mortal wounds on charging or on impact. So they're kind of this like softer hammer unit you can drop when it's like, I don't want to fully commit a unit of Grand Hammers to this. I want to teleport my questers in, take a softer turn, maybe clear out some screens pretty reliably. And then if they get stuck in combat, you just teleport them out because they can just translocate themselves, which is fantastic. But then there's also, you could just use them outside of those lists, right? There's no need to have a Lord Imperator to make these guys good. You can just have them on the table, or drop them into play on an objective and then teleport them onto another objective. And because they count as 18 models on objectives wholly outside your territory, there's some battle plans where this forces your opponent to keep multiple units on their home objectives, because otherwise you will double tap long strikes onto those units and then questers teleport onto it, and that's it. You've just like, that's a brutal play. It's really hard to push these guys off once they're on it because they count as so many models. So fantastic unit all around. We gave them A tier. I think I would have dropped them down to B tier in this update until they drop their points to 210, and I think they stay in A tier now.
I think at this point, cost 2, I think we're going to start seeing them as more of an ally to in other armies that like are slow and they just need like that extra unit to help them like get an objective or help score a battle tactic. Like at 210, you could almost make an argument for it in other order armies.
Quester they're a problem that your opponent has to answer, otherwise they just lose the objective. They count as so many models, and like you can't just like throw like Vanguard Hunters, for example. Like if they were to jump onto an objective, like you can just throw whatever at them and they'll die. Questers will actually like kill most things, and so you actually like it becomes a legitimate problem that your opponent has to deal with.
Especially in Wizard Finders. Wizard Finder Questers are super fun. 5-up spell ignore and +1 attack on each model. I've had a squad of Quester Soulsworn kill Lord Croak through a full unit of Source Guard. They are super fun. All right, let's talk Praetors. David.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, I've been trying to live the Praetor dream. So they should have dropped down to 110. Let's start there.
Agreed.
But I guess what makes them, I think, still hold on to C tier, but like the very thread, is that Hoarfrost exists in this game. And if you run Praetors with Karazai, which, I mean, 99% of the time it's either Karazai or you have like 3 for Krandi. But it's usually just Karazai. Having 6 Praetors, I've kind of noticed has been a little bit sneaky. So like I'll throw Hoarfrost on Praetors, and I don't know why. Like I'll have like most of my opponents would just assume it's just like me just throwing away a spell, like if I like have focus or something, if I'm going second. But then like I charge in my Praetors, and then they do like 20 plus damage at -3 rend. And then Karazai just cleans it up and then gets the bonus for cleaning up whatever he just killed. So yeah. I've been using Praetors as like a kind of way to like help Karazai make sure he gets the kill, because especially like our battle tactics 2 require 2 of them require a Dracoth to do the finishing blow. So
and
good for that.
Karazai, especially with the Praetors, is tough enough that he can survive whatever attacks come into him, and then he can finish things off.
Yeah. So that's good. And then also like if you're up ahead, what I've noticed too is it's taken me a while, but I'll sometimes if I'm going second, bottom 4, or even turn 5, like it's not horrible if you're ahead to start splitting off Praetors from Karazai to start covering more of the board. Because at that point, your opponent's hammers should probably be dead. So I think that's the other thing with 6 Praetors. Where like 3 Praetors, I couldn't really do that, but like 6 Praetors might actually take an objective from my opponent.
Yeah, my only problem with them is they're 260, and they do the same damage output as Questers at 210.
Yeah,
which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's why I feel like they should have dropped down to like at least 110, or like I think maybe I'm hoping in 4th edition. Like I know in Slaves they do this, and Fire Slayers. I'm not sure where else, but those books like have like a retinue ability. So like I think it'd be cool if like whoever the Praetor's bodyguard, they get a swing like one after the other. Like I think that'd be a really cool rule for Praetors to have.
That'd be good.
Yeah, I think fight in tandem would help Praetors a lot because right now, like they're a good unit, but they don't. I don't know. They don't really do anything. Their move is also pretty tricky. Like you're kind of dancing to keep up with like Karazai and Krondus, which are the two you really want to put them with. So it gets kind of awkward. But I don't know. The Praetors are very close to being it, but they're not there currently.
I think they're just I think at the end of the day, they're just blown out from because they're just an old book. Like I feel like if they came out a little bit later, they would have I feel like every other bodyguard ability book that has come out after us has like something extra besides just bodyguarding, where the only thing Praetors do is bodyguard.
I think it has to be either battle line or fighting tandem, not like either one of the two, both preferably, but at least one of the two. Like you can either have Hearthguard Berserkers do like the retinue thing, where they bodyguard just their Arc Runefather, or you can have like Spirit Hosts, where they're battle line. If Praetors were 120 in battle line, this would be like a B tier or A tier unit.
Oh yeah, they'd be real good
yeah.
if they were battle line.
Like if I could shave those 130, 120 points in a Karazai list by taking this as battle line, yeah, I would do that every time.
I would even sometimes bring it outside of Karazai list just to score Spellcasting Savant right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like deploy Knight Incanter aggressively with Praetors around them.
Exactly. You could be way more aggressive with your wizard, which is always nice in this year.
Yeah, I would take that.
And in games where you didn't need to be so defensive, like you're not worried about your hero getting sniped out, you just translocate them somewhere. They're a disposable unit at that point.
Yeah.
Exactly. I agree.
It'd be nice too if you could bring like 2 units of them and have them assigned to the same hero, but I know that's not allowed.
I wish that some people have asked me about that, like, oh, why don't you just run 2 units? I'm like, everyone wants to do that, and they knew ahead of time that everybody would do that.
Because then you could translocate one forward, or you could have one running ahead. Like it would help with the movement issues. But yeah,
I think it'd just be funny. Yeah, I think it'd just be funny because, like, if you could like take a good amount of damage, like you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna kill 1 Praetor from this squad, and then like maybe 1 or 2 of this squad, and then I could rally one of them. Like, so. Oh yeah, rallying 6 Praetors is funny when like your opponent like puts everything into Karazai and kills like 3 Praetors, 3 or 4 Praetors, and then you just get like 2 back. It's like it's backbreaking. I'm like, oh well, they're back now.
Yeah, have you tried rallying reinforced Dracolines? Like once you get addicted to that, there's no going back.
Oh no, that's
it's pretty good rolling those 2/6s.
I miss rolling boxcars on Stormdrake Guard. Those were the days.
I think I've had like an opponent quit after I rallied Raptors back. This is when I used to run 6 of them. I think they reduced them to 1 model, and I rallied like 3 back, and they quit.
I remember that. God, that was so disgusting.
Damn.
Xandir's Truth Seekers. They're bad. They haven't seen any point changes. They're still bad. Don't use them. Hopefully they're not in the next book.
So expensive.
They're cool substitution models, though.
Yeah, they're great. Cool. Like you want to start making some, replacements for your Liberator Prime there with the Grand Hammer. Boom, he's got you covered.
Easy.
Aether Wings. Aether Wings are only as good as Long Strikes because Hurricanes aren't worth using. Long Strikes are the best unit in Stormcast, arguably. S tier every single update. They're S tier, so Aether Wings stay good. I want to say they're actually looking worse for wear these days. Just because 70 points for such a terrible screen is really not as good as what we're used to now. Like for only 30 more points, you get Liberators or Vanguard Hunters. So although I think Aether Wings are still good, it's like the more time passes, the worse they look.
Our lists don't revolve around taking 2 squads of 3 Long Strikes anymore, but previously that was far more common. And so the value of Aether Wings just goes down. Like sure, they're good for if you're taking like a block of Tempestors and Raptors and you want to get the Raptors +1 to hit. 70 points for that is way too steep. Like 100 points buys you Fellbats these days, and what are they doing with Aether Wings? These guys should be like 40 points, or like a unit of Raptors should just get them for free. Considering they have no save. They have no save at all. Just when you set up a Raptor, you set up an Aether Wing unit next to it or something.
Yeah, I've been pitching that for a while, and I think it would make sense. They come in the same kit, right?
Yeah. They're always pictured together. What the hell?
I think a big thing about Aether Wings that makes them feel worse this current meta is that, like, before you were always kind of like, oh, okay, they're getting me a battle tactic too, but we're already doing that with so many of our other units that it's like redundancy at some point. Like, Aether Wings, like, I always felt good taking them because I'm like, okay, this is an easy surround and destroy because I just, like, pop over the long strikes, the Aether Wings are in front of the long strikes on a corner or whatever, and I get that. But now it's like, if you're taking the Griff Charger, you get Spellcasting Savant, and he can do that. If you're taking Vanguard Hunters, they can do that, and it just doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of those type of units, the disposable or teleporting units that you need to bring, and Aether Wings start to feel like the worst of them, or of at least of the worst of them, because Vanguard Hunters just do it so reliably, and they're also a good screen, whereas I would not call Aether Wings a good screen. Right, they die to the lightest damage output. Right, like a Stegodon throwing spears can kill Aether Wings. It's really pathetic.
They're so small too. Like,
Yeah.
every time I feel like I've set up a screen for Aether Wings, they just go around them, and I'm like, well, I mean, you got me.
Yeah,
I guess.
this is a good point. Is they really should have 3-inch coherency. Like the 1-inch kind of like is weird.
People would
It
just
kinda
charge
hurts.
through them.
Sure, but they're so tight together. Like I don't know, they're just not great. I think if they had the wider coherency, people might try like spamming them and just filling up the board. It could be kind of funny.
I think what we should do is get one Aether Wing for 20 points. There's no primes, right? There's nothing in the kit that suggests you should build them as a squad of 3. So one Aether Wing for 20 points. Squads of 1.
Give your opponent
Or let
magical
me
mayhem
take an Aether,
every
like
game.
for every squad of Raptors, let me set up a squad
One
of 1
Aether
Aether
Wing.
Wing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Agreed.
All right, Griffhounds.
Yep.
Griffhounds do a lot better than what Aether Wings do at screening, right? Instead of being only 6 wounds, they are 12 wounds. They are 6 models wide on 40 mil bases. Like, they're a good screen. There's no save, and they run away very easily. But in terms of just taking up a lot of space, they actually do a better job at that than the Redeemers that we were talking about earlier. And they have this bonus utility of just telling your shooting units to shoot things that set up within 12 inches of them. This is a great ability, right? Warning Cry is a fantastic ability. Unfortunately, as the edition goes on, its value has fluctuated greatly because there's actually less and less reserves every single book. Like, they cut out a lot of reserves from a lot of other armies. This feels like we have this artifact in Stormcast where enemies can't reroll hit rolls against you. There's like no reroll effects left in the game, and this is starting to feel like that, right? Like there's almost no reserves left. Very, very few. So it's incredibly situational. When it happens, like, it wins the game. It's awesome. But opponents will just play around it, right? They just won't set up within 12 inches of the Griffhounds, or they'll kill the Griffhounds first and then set up their units. Sometimes they will kill the Griffhounds as a result of setting up the unit. Like, if they do landing mortal wounds or something, that could finish off the Griffhounds, and then they can't trigger this ability. Yeah, they're fine. Like, I like the fact that they also retreat instead of fighting, which is really useful for scoring bait and trap. You can actually, with only 1 unit in combat and a unit of Griffhounds, you can have 2 units retreat because they can charge in, and instead of after fighting, they retreat, right? So that's pretty cool. I thought it might be useful playing against Flesh Eater Courts because they do want to use reserves in some lists, especially the monster stuff. But they can just set up outside of 12 inches and then carry and call. Or if they're summoning a unit back to life, they can set up out of 12, then carry and call, then muster, and still get a 3-inch charge. Like, it's it's pretty silly what they can do. So Griffhounds are okay. They're a very situational pick. 90-point screen is about the right cost for them. And they explode when they die. Like, they're carrying around hand grenades, so that's cool.
Yeah, I like Griffs, but they're so hard to actually put in a list. Like, every time I go to put them in, I'm like, oh, but I could just do this instead.
Yeah, it feels like the kind of unit we should be able to summon for free, you know? Like, if you bring there should be a command trait if you have a Lord Aqualord General that he just summons a unit of these guys for free, like it's Verkos. That's the kind of unit this feels like it should be. That's the price point it should be at.
Every time I go to pay 70 or 90 points for these guys, I'm like, wait a second, why don't I just take Liberators for like 30 points more or 10 points more? Like, why am I wasting it on such a niche utility that's just going to get blown away by like a Maw Crusher shooting or something?
If they were battle line, I would like it a lot. But yeah, it's exactly that. It's like, oh, I can pay 10 points and get a battle line and have a real unit.
No, I think it's like they're companions, and so like they should be treated as companions. There's units or heroes that should just summon them and then keep them next to them within like a certain range or something.
Yeah,
Like they shouldn't be like units on their own, I feel like.
that's fair.
Speaking of units that shouldn't be anymore, Hammer prosecutors. Prosecutors in general have just stagnated. We found a very specific niche for them, which is coming out of reserves and then 3d6 charging fairly reliably and absorbing Unleash Hell. That was a big deal back when Unleash Hell was a lot stronger and there were a lot more armies using reinforced shooting in particular. Even these days, there are still some armies you want to shut down Unleash Hell, like, for example, triple Bliss Barbs and Slanesh, right? Like, you want to shut down the Unleash Hell. The problem is they don't have to issue it with all 3 units at the same time. One unit, and then resolve it, then another unit if it's needed. And odds are prosecutors aren't going to survive that first one. There are very specific matchups where I would still consider bringing prosecutors. Usually if I'm running like Grand Hammers or something, I would drop prosecutors in, absorb and Unleash Hell from like Feck Flares or Caradron shooting. I would try to do that. But man, that 110 points, it is not aging well. This unit probably should have gone down to like 80 by now.
If that unit goes down to 80 points, Tempester's Lord finally sees play.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Like literally, just you open up a sub-faction if you just make that unit 80 points.
Yeah. Not much more to say about these guys. They're fragile. They don't do much damage. Not a Redeemer, so you can't even revive them, unfortunately. Steelheart's Champions, I don't know why they're still in the book. Hopefully the next book fixes that. Just use Vanquishers. They're 10 points more, and they are battle line. The Farstriders. They're 10 points less than Vanguard Hunters. So in some lists, you only have 90 points left, not 100 points. So sometimes you may consider using the Farstriders, but that's a really terrible niche, and you'd much rather use 5 Vanguard Hunters than 3 Farstriders. That's it. That's all I can think of for this unit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ballistas. They are not good, and they get worse with every update because the points stay the same. I don't know if they're just being neglected or if they think they are balanced at this point cost, but they certainly are not. They got a lot of problems with reliability. D6 damage on the single shot, which can't hit heroes anymore because they're protected by Lookout Sir. 2d6 random shots on the rapid fire, which are also hitting on 4s. None of this is ideal. There's a lot of variance in what the Celestar Ballista does. Yeah, Ballista is not good, even though you can bring 4 and you can bring a Lord Ordinator and then you can bring like a bunch of Steam Tanks and Stormkeep, and that sounds like fun. None of that is terribly useful, especially not for its cost, especially not because it can't shoot heroes anymore. I'll always remember that one game I played where I shot Gardas with a Ballista and he took 6 wounds and died immediately. That was a great game, and that's never going to happen again as long as there are D6 damage like this. So not good enough for competitive play, I would say.
Absolutely. They're so bad. They're so point efficient.
Yep. Castigators. They got problems, right? They're not a good use of Empower, which requires bringing Draculines, which you should do. Draculines are really good. They're never battle line. They can't channel weapons outside of the shooting phase. So like if you're unleashing hell with them or if you're using Thunderbolt Volley with them, that's not a great use of that. 6 is not really impactful enough on its own, and 180 points, you start competing with Judicators and Tempesters, and you'd rather just bring those units. And squads of 3, however, are this interesting, cheap shooting objective holder. And there's a list every now and then that will go 4-1 or 5-0 if it gets lucky with just Castigator spam, right? Just tons and tons and tons of units. I think it's like 14 units of Castigators or something like that. And you just like create speed bump after speed bump for your opponent, shooting them the whole time. And you know, it can win games. I think it's going to really struggle tactically, right? But I also don't know how many people want to buy so many of this unit, given that it comes in an easy-to-build box. That's probably going to be discontinued soon. Like, as much as I love how Castigators look, I think they're really cool. They've got this, like, holy crossbow assassin vibe going on. I honestly don't know if they're going to be in the next book. They seem like the kind of thing that would get cut. So I don't know if anybody wants to invest a bunch of money in those kits right now. But if you have 10 units of Castigators, 15 units of Castigators, give it a try. It's not a terrible list.
It's fine until you hit like a 5-up ward like faction like Ogres or something that can like charge you and then Tokyo Drift over half your Castigators and kill a model on average. Also, yeah, like I fully expect this unit Warscroll to be cut. I don't know if the models will be cut. from what I saw in a lot of the lore that I read about Stormcast and like the books that I read, Sequitors and Castigators sort of work together in the same squad. Like you usually get about 3 Castigators to 5 Sequitors. Like it's sort of like that. So it's like they might just sort of like to make a 40k comparison, they have this thing called a Crusader squad where you have like 3 dudes with guns and like 5 initiates with like chainswords and pistols. You might see a situation like that where they combine the Sequitors and Castigators into like a sacrosanct squad, where it's 5 Sequitors and it's just one unit, 8 models, one unit.
That'll be interesting.
I would
That'd
like
be
to
great.
see something like that.
If
Yeah,
it's
like if it was like 106, let's say it was 100, and to make it a little more points efficient and just combining those two, it was like 170 points, 160 points. Would you take that unit? Maybe.
probably not, honestly. If it did the same thing as both units, but it cost more, I probably wouldn't.
No, it costs less than if you would take them individually. So right now, if you take Sequitors and Castigators, they're 200 points.
Sure, I get that,
Would you
but
take
no, I wouldn't. I understand what you're saying. I
Not
just
right
wouldn't.
now.
Because I'd rather just have more, like, multiple units, right? The problem with a unit like that is it doesn't do enough melee damage and it doesn't do enough shooting. It's like a bad Tempester. And we've seen what bad Tempesters look like. They're called Vigilors.
Yeah, sure. Cool.
So it's a hard thing to balance, because either it's like a Tempester where it becomes so efficient and so good that people want to bring, like, I'm going to try a list that has 12 next week. Like, that's what I'm cooking up right now. That's just how good Tempesters are. So it's a fine balancing point. That would be cool. Like, I would like for them to do that and then give them really good damage output. That would be cool. Domitan Stormcoven are somehow, I think they're the only unit left in the game with a point value that ends in a 5. That's super weird, right?
Yeah, it makes 0 sense.
They've been the same point value since they were released. Okay, so for people who don't know what Stormcoven does, I've mentioned them a few times already in this video. The Stormcoven have a spell that gives a unit strike first or an enemy unit strike last. And this is incredibly strong if you stick it on like 10 Retributors or 10 Protectors or 4 Storm Drakes or 6 Dracolines, like a reinforced hammer unit with strike first. Stormcast do so much damage in melee that we usually delete whatever we're fighting. And our biggest problem is getting hit first. Like, everything we talk about on this channel pretty much is just how do we stop our hammers from getting hit. This is why we have screens. This is why we have long-range shooting. This is why we have Knight and Cantor in every list. Like, we just try to prevent our hammers from taking damage so that we can do full damage and then trade properly. And Aethershock makes this a breeze. Like, when you have 6 Dracolines with fight first, they're not getting hit in melee. They're basically immune to melee combat. Like, especially if you have long strikes in the back, killing anything that could hurt them outside of combat or thinning down numbers, like, it's really, really strong. But the problem is that spell casts on an 8 or more, and Stormcoven are almost 300 points, which is like bringing Bastion to a list, and they don't do enough for that point cost, aside from cast Aethershock. Like, yeah, they get to cast Mystic Shield, but because every Stormcast list has an Arcane Tome, we have a dedicated wizard that's casting nothing but our Mystic Shield, so, like, how useful is it to cast Mystic Shield? Not terribly. If these guys were 230, 240, this would be a real valid strat. But at this cost, even though it is incredibly powerful when it goes off, it's just so inefficient. Yeah, it's hard to give it anything other than a C tier. I thought this season, with the Primal Dice in play, you could get Aethershock off pretty reliably. And you can, honestly. That's not the hardest part. It's just like there's still times when you don't get any Primal Dice, and then you're trying to cast an 8 or higher on 2 dice, and it's like, yeah, that sucks. Like, even if you run Acolytes, like, sometimes there's just no Primal Dice.
I think that's why the points are so disappointing, because this was the season to really make them shine, and that's when they came out, and it was really exciting. But, like, no one's really used them. Like, let's be honest.
There's a few.
I agree with Paul. I think it needed to be one of our hammer costs. I think it would start to see more play. Like 275 is way too high. Like 230, somewhere around that range is like, it's a good place where you could be like, I might put this on my list. I'm willing maybe to swap out a Raptor unit or a Dracoline unit or something just to fit them in to make another hammer unit really, really good. But at 275, you're just like, ugh. It's like such an awkward place to be.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Domitans is so weird because, like, from a Stormcast player's perspective, I really want them to be a hero. I really want them to be cheaper, because then you can do all these crazy neat things with them. And you can get, like, this, like, let's say they are a hero, and you can, like, put I don't know, some kind of actually useful spell on them other than Mystic Shield, and then the fight first, and then they just turn this evocators into this like blender that like can't be interacted with, and it sounds awesome. But then like you think about it, like if you're not a Stormcast player, like, and this gets to be where this is more than like a niche strategy, and this gets to be like a meta strategy, and suddenly it's real feels bad, I think, for both players, because it's like, does the spell go off? Cool, these evocators rule for the next 2 turns. Does the spell not go off? Okay, cool, I don't do anything.
Oh, you mean like how Flesh Eaters cast Carrying Call, and it's like a completely different game when they do?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think they're fine with big dice rolls like that, especially spells, because there's so much counterplay to spells right now.
Yeah, I don't know. They're a weird unit. They're so cool, though. I wish they were a hero. I wish they were at least a hero. That's like,
Yeah, if they could cast Celestial Blades, that would be great. Crossbow Judicators. We had them in S tier for a long time. Last summer, we dropped them down to A because the rise of Tempesters in this season has been meteoric. Like, Tempesters are far and away one of the best units in our book, and they're only 20 points more than Judicators, and they just have so much more value. Maybe not higher damage output. I think Crossbow Judicators, point for point, are still the best shooting damage output in our book. But Tempesters offer so much more utility in addition to shooting damage that's quite good and competitive with this unit. These guys just should have been dropped 20 points in the Battlescroll. It's so disappointing that they haven't been. They're still a good unit. Like, they fill battle line for the cost of 2 squads of Liberators, basically. It feels bad to bring them to fill battle line, but sometimes you just don't want to pay 300 points on Vanguard Hunters or 300 points on Liberators and Hallowed Knights, and you'd rather pay the 90 points and bring some Judicators. Like, what they do is good. They're just inefficient at this point. And yeah, we're sliding them down to B tier. I think, yeah, they got some work. They got to be 20 points cheaper.
filling battle line is kind of neat, but like Tempesters can also fill battle line, and so you have to like be in this weird situation where they're not competing for a battle line slot with Tempesters, but then you're taking other things because you get the battle line, so the battle line slot doesn't really benefit you as much. Like, I don't know, they're in a weird spot.
Yeah. Now, 18-inch range is cool. Like, that's the one thing they do better than Tempesters for sure, is they can stay further away from your opponent. Because you could do that to, like, you know, back in the day, you could shoot heroes from 18 inches away and still be at a relatively safe range. But now with Lookout Sir, you can't even do that with these guys, right? Like, these guys used to be able to snipe heroes out just with volume fire, and they can't do that anymore. If they do, they just die, and at that point, you might as well just be using Tempesters. They're more durable, more wounds. Yeah. Unfortunate. Skybolt Bow Judicators. They're still 200 points. They started and ended this edition at 200 points. I don't know how. They were worth 200 points when they could then reinforced units of these guys could shoot twice with Thunderbolt Volley in a different meta when everything else was more expensive. They were worth 200 points. All of that has dropped away. Nothing these guys do is worth their cost. You could just have 2 squads of Liberators and fill out your battle line that way. Yeah, 11 damage, roughly, max, on 3/3 rend 1 with hit 6 mortals is not good. There are units in this game that do that same damage output for 150, 160 points now.
Double that, actually, for 150.
Yeah.
Yeah, some units do literally double that for a quarter less cost. So, yep, Skybolt bows are not efficient enough. 10 points more gets you Tempesters, and that's what you should do.
I guess the question is, like, what would you do to, like, rewrite this? I think the scroll needs a rewrite. I don't think points are enough.
Oh, it's pretty easy, actually. You make them not as efficient as those 20-shot units. You give them 3 attacks each instead of 2. If you reduce their points by 10 and you give them 10 or 20 and you give them, like, these guys should be the same as Blood Snakes. I can't remember Blood Stalkers, who are 180.
Yeah.
And to make units like that viable without, like, a double shoot, because the only reason Bloodstalkers are viable is because Marathi exists. If Marathi did not have her double shoot, that unit would not be viable at all. So you have to give them 3 attacks to where you're offsetting their eliteness with the amount of damage they put out, And the same, honestly, could be said about Redeemers. You cannot have a Stormcast infantry that is 2 attacks a model with 5 models in it, because that just loses to every single infantry unit out there that's like 10 models and 2 attacks each. They have to have 3 attacks to sort of close the gap, or 2 damage weapons, like a Liberator Prime or a Sequitur with a Grand Mace or something.
I don't think it's a points issue here. I think it's a stats issue. And since they're not likely to change the stats, then we talk about changing their points. But really, it's fine to have a unit that just shoots. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Do you think this would be amenable if the Adjudicator Prime's main bow did 2 damage instead of 1?
Mortal wounds on 6s still?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Make it hit 6 in addition. Like, it's just a stats problem, right? The damage output per point is not good enough. There's tons of ways to fix that. You could make them Rend 2. You could make them, hit on 2s all the time. You could just make them more accurate, do more damage. So there's ways to fix it.
Yeah, but do more damage. Yeah.
But yeah,
I would say 2 damage would be the easiest way to fix this unit. But yeah.
I think if they the Prime did 2 mortal wounds on 6s and was like a 2 damage bow, and Lookout Sir didn't exist, then I would probably be kind of hot on him, because then they could actually just snipe heroes. But 2 damage into a non-hero unit isn't nearly as valuable, right? So I think it's kind of whatever. Yeah,
it's fine to have just basic dudes that shoot, right? That's not a bad niche. And then there's other units in this book that could be they have fun and tricky abilities, like Vanguard Raptors or Vigilors. There's other shooting units in this book. They can have the wacky fun abilities. Adjudicators can just be the shooting guys, and that's okay. But right now, they're not doing it well enough.
Agreed.
Prosecutors, go ahead.
I was going to say, I can't wait till the Sniper Battalion hopefully becomes a core thing in 4th edition. Just let us shoot heroes. Just that was never an issue. that balance things out.
Well, it's weird because they put it in right after adding a bunch of armies that really, really benefit from not having their heroes shot.
No, David. From my LVO experience and having spoken to some people, I'm not going to name them, but people really were asking for this. People really were asking for Lookout Sir. Because it's like a weird damned if you do, damned if you don't thing. Because you're right, they did release a bunch of heroes that really, really benefit from the new Lookout Sir. But the counter argument to that is if you could just shoot them, then those heroes wouldn't do anything in the game. Everyone's main problem was they released a really cool hero, you want to use it. Oh, guess what? KO, Stormcast, Lumineth, they just shoot it off the board round 1. And then you're just like, oh, great, I spent 120 points on nothing. So I think the Lookout Sir thing is good. I think there needs to be if every other rule in this game is going to have some form of bending or breaking to it, I think you need to have certain units that avoid that. It's okay if Long Strikes, being such an elite and low wounds unit, can avoid it. It's not okay if, let's say, an Iron Blaster avoids it, So they just haven't thought about it that way. And that's unfortunately the problem with the Stormcast book, where it's a lot of these units look like they were appointed for rules that were written originally, not rules that became 2 years later.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Prosecutors with javelins are like hammers, but worse. For those of you who played in 2nd edition, you know how good javelins actually were in 2nd edition. They were surprisingly good, 2 damage apiece. They actually did real damage, and if you threw them from 9 inches away, they did an extra damage. They were cool. And in this book, they just took that away, and the points are bad, and the 3-up save isn't worth it. Just use hammer prosecutors because the melee damage output is better. There's just no niche for these guys, right? If you're going to use a prosecutor unit, it should be the hammer ones. There's no reason to use the javelins, ever. Hurricane Raptors are inefficient. They, for the most part, just do less damage than crossbow adjudicators. Anytime you could use Hurricane Raptors, you could just use crossbow adjudicators instead. And anytime you're using crossbow adjudicators, you should just be using Tempesters. The only time you'd ever want to use them is if you already have Long Strikes in a list, so that you have Aether Wings in a list, and then these guys can just tag along and sometimes do some damage. But Rend 0 is really not good. There's a lot of units in this game that are 3+ save characteristic, and they'll just be on 2s against you. And that's all this unit does, is just shoot with Rend 0. And if you're going to do that, might as well just use crossbow adjudicators. They're more efficient because they're battle line. Whereas Long Strikes are a staple in every Stormcast list. We want Thunderbolt Volley in every list. Long strikes are the best at delivering it. They do it from a very far distance. Tactically, a very useful thing to do. Although they can't shoot heroes anymore, they are still very, very, very good. I'm glad that's the case because it just feels wrong to have a Stormcast list without them at this point. It's like a little cannon sitting in the back that you can teleport up or drop into play.
Nope, just like an insane... Over the course of an entire game, you roll so many dice with long strikes because they're so hard to interact with. So you just... Yeah. Bang. Take 6 damage a turn for every turn in the game. Pretty much.
It's not a ton of damage, it's just really efficient damage. It's like I know I'm gonna get like about 6 to 10 damage like through a turn. I think that's what's nice is like you're like okay, you could kind of plan for it. And if you get anything more, it's just like okay, cool.
Yep,
Yeah,
reliable.
their utility's amazing too with their range. Like nothing beats that range. You know, like every turn you can really decide and react to what your enemy did. You don't have to really worry about them being in perfect position. You know, they'll have multiple targets they can choose from.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think about Vigilors? Last year we gave them a C tier, and we're giving them a C tier this time.
They're gonna be great next book. You guys watch.
I hope so. I own some, but God, every time I've played them, I'm like, what is this unit doing? I would rather be playing Skybolt duties, and that's not the place you want to be.
I wouldn't. I'd actually rather use Vigilors.
Yeah, I probably would now.
I think the 150 points, I think people like, yeah, we're giving them a C and whatever, but like at 150, it's pretty good if you're using MSU, which is good this season.
They're good,
and you really want the
armies.
+1.
No, they're good in other armies. If I'm playing like Sharks, I'll take a unit of Vigilors. That's what I'm doing. I will not bring them in a Stormcast army. Like, what am I getting? 11
They
shots?
need to be battle line. You need to bring the Night Judicator, or else you can't.
Oh, great. So I have to take another shitty shooting unit for that.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, if they were in conditional battle line, yeah, I could see it. Like, I have 100 points.
Totally.
I had nothing to do with 50 points. I could upgrade my Liberators to Vigilors. Sure. I would legit do that, yes.
Yeah.
150 points and battle line is what Skybolt Judicator should be. Like, they could be.
Yeah.
That's what Bliss Barbs were. And Skybolts do half the damage of Bliss Barbs, so it would be okay for them to be at that cost.
Right, but Skybolts are getting deleted, so don't worry about it.
Sad.
Y'all remember when Bliss Barbs were just ruining the tournament scene?
Oh man, 77 Bliss Barbs. 77 Bliss Barbs. Great.
So what's keeping Vigilors at a D tier for us? Personally, for me, it's because Command Core is so prevalent in the game right now. Every city's list has at least one, sometimes two. Being able to upgrade one of your screens for 50 points and have a source of +1 hit that can't be denied by the Spy Master. And kind of like Castigators, they sit there on an objective shooting that stuff while controlling that objective until they do die. Like, they're not durable or punchy or anything. But it's like screen plus. That's how I view Vigilors.
Yeah, that's just it, right? They're our cheapest shooting unit that does anything. Like, Castigators beat them out, but Castigators have way fewer wounds, do way less damage, and, like, I don't know. I feel like most of the times, like, you can upgrade 60 points Castigators to Vigilors, and then you kind of get the +1 to hit bonus, and, like, you can kind of do stuff with them, right? So they're cheap shooting screens that, you know, can kind of do stuff.
And that's probably not what the model was designed to be, right? So another failed Warscroll, like Shield Annihilators, still, yeah, it doesn't even have that niche like Shield Annihilators do. Like, you can't spam this unit and get something gross out of it. It's just okay. Concussors and Desolators are both bad. They've been bad for a long time. We've talked about them a lot. We're not going to bother talking about them again. Nothing's changed. They're still bad. Fulminators and Tempestors are worth talking about. So we'll start with Tempestors, right? They're kind of the default Drankoth pick now because they're just so versatile. You can use them as a screen. You can use them as a melee hammer. You can use them as a shooting hammer. You can use them as both at the same time. They have a 10-inch move. They pretty much aren't impacted by lookouts or like everything Stormcast want to do. Tempestors do a little bit of it. They're not specialized in anything, but they are the jack of all trades, and not in a bad way. Like, it's a good thing to be a jack of all trades. So Tempestors are S. They definitely earned their S. So where do Fulminators fall then? They're 30 points more. They are also battle line at the same time Tempesters are battle line. But I think Fulminators are A tier. Now, there could be an argument that they're even B tier, but I think what keeps them in A is that they still just do ridiculous damage on the charge, right? Like, there's very few units you can bring to a game that fill battle line slot and do that much damage and have a 3-up save. So, like, you stick them in cover, now they're on a 2-up. You fight something with Rend 1, like, normally people will bring screen killers, and if, like, they won't expect you to use Fulminators as a screen. Nobody ever expects that, right? They'll bring a screen killer that has Rend 1 attacks, and you're on 2+. After all that defense and cover, you're still on 2s. So, I think Fulminators still serve a very important role in our army. I wouldn't bring a block of 4 like we used to. I wouldn't bring more than probably 1 unit of 2. But when you bring that unit of 2 in the right list, it feels really, really good. Their damage output is ridiculous. My favorite list right now uses a unit of Fulminators and Dracolines. Like, they're definitely competing for spots, and I think Dracolines are overall a little bit better. But there is still room for Fulminators in lists. They're very good.
I think that's what keeps them in A, is like the fact that 2 for 240 still feel really good. I think that's what keeps them in A.
I'd prefer if they were cheaper than 240.
Right? Yeah, no, like Morghast are 230, just so the world knows. Like, Morghast are literally 230 points. These guys could be minimum 230 points.
Yeah, it's like Fulms, like, being battle line and being able to get a tactic is like their niche, right? And that's also the same niche that's being filled by Tempesters, but Fulminators, I don't know, Fulminators are weird to me. Every time I think about Fulminators, I'm like, are they actually better than Tempesters? And I don't think so, because, like, if you want, like, the 4 super block go in, blow something up, I think Dracolines do that. But if you want the kind of maneuverable battle line high save thing, I think Tempesters do that. So I think they're just shy on both, like, different roles that they can do.
Yeah, they have a very, very, very specific niche carved out for themselves. Filling a battle line slot keeps them relevant, I think. That's pretty much the only reason. If you had to make, like, straight up 1-for-1 in a list, Dracolines or Fulminators, I would take Dracolines every time. Fulminators make the cut because they're basically upgrading Liberators for 140 points. And it's a very good upgrade. Like, +2 wounds, 3-up save, ridiculous damage output, double the move. Like, they're a good upgrade. Not efficient, right? Like, 240 is a lot, but still a very high impact unit.
I like them because, yeah, like you said, like, they do a lot of damage even in squads of 2s, and everyone who doesn't know anything about Stormcast knows how dangerous they are, so you can actually, like, bait your opponents into really bad moves by, like, I've done it so many times. Like, just, I'll put Fulminators in cover, and, like, my opponents just get tunnel vision to try and kill those guys fast as possible, and you can use that to your advantage every time.
Yeah, long strikes are the same way. People will take whatever bait you toss out there. If they can kill long strikes, they will throw the whole game away to do it.
Or they'll flank you with 10 Hopgrots, and they'll roll really hot, and they'll kill all your long strikes in one go.
Why didn't you redeploy? You could have redeployed. They're only 8-inch range.
Yeah, I should have. I was like, no, 10 Hopgrots, they're going to do like 1 damage, right? Nope, I was wrong. I ate that so hard.
All right, let's talk about Dracolines. Evocators on Dracolines. So they're the same cost as Fulminators. Man, we've talked about these guys a lot on this channel. Like, we have a whole video dedicated to how great these guys are. And the fact that you can bring them in a squad of 6 is great. I personally don't do it very often. Sometimes you want to build a list that has that, and that's fun. Like, it's really good, especially for newer players, right? Just to teach them the concepts of just doing tremendous amounts of damage with a single hammer unit. Like, it's good. Personally, I think MSU is even better. I wouldn't even bring more than 1 unit. So, like, MSU of 1. Like, a limit of 1 is usually what I get to in lists, because there's just other things I want to bring too. But if I could bring multiple Evocators on Dracolines, I would. They're great. They reroll charges. They do full damage without charging, so you can set them up behind screens. Your opponent charges in, they kill the screen. You counterattack and do great damage. This wins games all the time. Being able to riposte with a high damage unit that's also very fast and is a wizard and is 15 wounds, it's great. Dracolines are great. I can't gush about them enough, so I'm going to stop myself here. if you're playing Stormcast right now competitively, you should definitely pick up at least one squad of these guys. Vanguard Paladors, 190, inefficient. The teleport has weird limitations, like you have to be away from terrain and objectives and other models. It can actually be really hard just to do this, and that's really annoying. If you just want to score battle tactics, use Vanguard Hunters instead. There might be a situation where you're playing Astral Templars, and instead of bringing 3 squads of Vanguard Hunters, you're like, I got 90 points. Okay, I'll upgrade one of them to Paladors. I promise you, it's not really an upgrade. It just feels bad to use Paladors all the time. It's not good. I'd rather have Vanguard Hunters and the Everblaze Comet. That's what I would rather have in a list. And then let's talk about Stormdrake Guard. So we are dropping them from S tier down to B tier. Now, it was a tentative S last summer. We thought that with the resurgence of magic, the 4-up spell ignore would be a lot more relevant. And it is, honestly. This is one of the few units you can't just blizzard off the table when you bring a reinforced Stormdrake Guard squad. But 340 points is, oh man, that's really inefficient. Once you add in the fact that, so you reinforce this unit, that's 680. You bring a Lord Castellan, that's 160. You need to cast Mystic Shield on them as well. You either want to go Hallowed Knights, in which case you're bringing 300 points of battle line, or you're going Astral Templars. Again, 300 points of battle line. It's all so inefficient, right? Even though Draconith is a very good keyword because it can score 2 battle tactics, Stormdrake Guard, as we predicted back when the book came out, they're just inefficient compared to our other choices, and efficiency does matter. And I think this season has shown it more than anything else. So having to dedicate so many points into one area of the map leaves you tactically limited, and it just loses you on battle tactics eventually. So I think there's still hope for this unit. Like, it's not hopeless. I don't want to give people the idea it's a C or D tier unit. It is still worth playing and worth building around. Like, I'm going to be trying an Astral Templars list with Ionis and 4 Stormdrake Guard. The idea there is, aside from Blizzard, which you have a 4-up spell ignore on, what can really kill this unit if you give it, +1 save with a Castellan and Mystic Shield and sit it in the middle of the board? That's, 36 wounds on a 1+ save that can't be roared. How much stuff can actually shift that unit? So that's the theory, and we'll see how it plays out.
Nothing can shift it. I played it for a long time, but battle tactics, as long as you can get those, you'll be good.
Yeah, and if you go Astral Templars, you've got the Hunters there, and if you bring Ionis as a general, then you're shaving 100 points off, and then suddenly this unit feels a little bit better, right?
For sure, Ionis helps for sure.
The problem, of course, is that you give up Spellcasting Savant, which is the only good grand strategy this season. So that's one of the hurdles I'm going to have to overcome with this list, is figuring out what grand strategy I want to score.
I'll just put a gyrocopter in the corner, dude.
And you can't take the Nullstone, so you need to bring, I guess you'll put on the Incanter or something. Oh, no, you're not going to. Interesting. Well, yeah.
Just take a command core or something, and have it live. It's not the hardest thing.
You need two units, not just one. Yeah, it sucks.
But yeah, Stormdrake, it's like, when you're fully building into Stormdrake, it kind of feels bad because, like we said, they're a super inefficient unit. And so just kind of splashing into them as a band-aid problem, because I used to run Stormdrake a lot as kind of this is a monster I can get, this is a Draconith for the battle tactics, the spell ignore is relevant, and I find Ionis kind of fills that spot for me nowadays. I still think Ionis is maybe a little too expensive, but I mean, so are Stormdrake Guard, so you kind of inefficiency both ways. But Ionis can, is a monster, is fast, can do the battle tactics and stuff. So, if you were liking the kind of single unit splash, Ionis kind of does that now, which I think makes the unit overall worse.
Yeah. There's the game's changed. Putting so many points in one spot might not be the best strategy anymore. General inefficiencies. The 4-up spell ignore is nice, though. People, they'll try and roll the Blizzard because they don't really have any better thing to do. And the first time you deny it with the Incanter, and the second time, hopefully you ignore it. And 4-up's not good enough, though. there's still times you get hit by a Blizzard, and it's not good.
Blizzard is just, it's wild how many units Blizzard is invalidating, and people don't like it. Like I honestly thought people were fine with Blizzard, but no, a lot of people apparently wanted changes to it. They wanted to change it to 4D3. They wanted to change it to 2D6. Um, yeah, apparently Blizzard causes a lot of feel bad moments, especially when you realize there's some factions that can do it way easily than others. Like there's a lot of like +1 to cast stacks out there that really like Lumineth can just casually do it. Virkos with like a couple of corpse cards can very easily do it. And they're already tar pitting you to where they get you right in position for that Blizzard when they need to.
Yeah, I think another issue, I think talking to some of the local guys by me, was Blizzard sometimes feels like a cop out, like reverse on your opponent. So like if you're playing someone and they're kind of beating you, you're kind of fighting at an uphill battle, and you just get like that lucky Blizzard off. It just like reverses the whole game, and like I think that feel bad moment it creates like really has, I guess, annoyed the competitive community, because I think the spell was meant to be something that's like a last ditch effort where like you're really trying to get that 12 like on 2 or 3 dice. I don't think the design was for it like people to like literally build armies around it, because before the movement nerf, like it was what, like skitter leaping Grey Seers across the board for like 100 points to throw a blizzard at you. Like I think that's the issue. I think it's like it's so powerful and it could swing so hard in one direction that like it's changed list building from one spell.
I think that's intentional, though. You said they didn't intend for it, but I think they did, right? Because they put things like Acolytes and Primal Dice in the game to make it as reliable as possible. The thing is, when you make it that reliable, the power is just too much. Like, it's too powerful for how reliable it is. If you could cast a Blizzard once a game, that's still really, really good. Like, that's all you need is that one Blizzard. So maybe it's just an issue of... Because I like it, right? And if I really like Blizzard... I like what it's doing to the game overall. Like, it's cool to have powerful spells. It's a good direction for the game to go in. But the specific amount of damage that it's doing is probably too high. Like, if it was, 2d6 plus 6 or something, sorry, 2d3 plus 6 or something like that instead.
Like,
right, that would
I think of it
be
as like Purple Sun, right? Purple Sun is what, d6 plus 6? If it hits bigger models?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it did d6 plus 6, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I like thematically what it's doing to the game, right? It's making spells matter. It's making the spell casting a bit of a mini game between players instead of like, I'm Lumineth and I'm going to cast 10 spells. Don't even bother rolling Unbinding. Like, who cares, right? It's doing good things for the game overall, but the specific meta we're playing in is definitely being choked by it. It feels like the Bounty Hunters Battalion. Blizzard is the new Bounty Hunters Battalion. All right, and since nobody's disagreeing, let's move on. Stormstrike Chariots, they're still just fine for 150 points, right? Like, they're not exceptional. They do charge mortal wounds. Sometimes you can bring a bunch of chariots and you can just charge stuff to death, and that's pretty fun. Not the best strategy, but it's fun. The only problem I have with chariots right now is that questers kind of just do it better, right? Like, 60 points more is a lot. But in terms of impact, questers are so much more impactful. 18 wounds instead of 12. They can just teleport instead of having to move. They can issue commands to themselves. Stormstrike Chariots looked a lot better before questers rolled around, and now that questers are 210, the comparison's looking worse and worse for these guys. I very rarely find myself putting them into competitive lists these days.
Yeah, I used to run 2 of them, but honestly, unless I am playing some major Tetris with my Stormcast list and I need a 150 point unit, that's when I'll slot Chariot in. But otherwise, questers win every time, yeah. The fact that they're not battle line or can issue commands to themselves is like really annoying.
Yeah. I think the objective secure that questers have is so important compared to the Chariot. Because, like, you think about the Chariot and, like, it goes into, like, some of these more expensive 150 point battle line chaff units, like, I don't know, like, let's say they go into like skeletons or zombies or some random unit, right? They go in there and then they just get tar pitted and do nothing because they only count as 2 on the objective. Like, because they can't kill the unit, they don't have enough damage for that, and they also can't take the point from the unit, but they're also not going to die to the unit. So it's just like, I don't know, like, you want them to be like I throw it on that objective that the opponent lightly contested and they will win out. which they kind of do, but you don't get the objective. So it's like whatever.
They should make chariots count as 10 models the turn they charge.
That would be interesting. 10 the turn they charge, and I still think most war machines should count as 5 too, and then make them a war machine if they're not. I don't even know if they are.
All of them except steam tanks, right? Steam tanks don't need to be
Steam tanks
better.
are a whole different problem, right? But like realistically, a steam tank should be 5 on objective.
I agree.
Heck.
I agree.
Yeah. The Stormstrike. Yeah, I think like this is one of those things where they need. Maybe this is the thing they'll do in fourth, but units need like a OT count, like we can't just have it be 1, 2, and 5. Like 1 for like a like a infantry unit, 2 for a hero, 5 for like a monster. I think there needs to be like, oh, this unit is elite. It's like more than a hero, but it's like less than a monster. We need that value. So I think OC count should be like a thing on the Warscrolls. I think Stormstrike Chariot, if it could count as 3 on objectives, even I think I would consider it 3 or 5. Yeah.
Given how much more grinding there is in AOS than 40k, that would actually make a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I would only add that as long as units that retreat can't contest objectives that turn. I would add both of those things at the same time, because I would hate to have a game where people just are retreating from each other to steal objectives.
That's actually a resulting factor from Age of Sigmar objectives just being so damn large. That, like, I'm serious. I'm very serious about this. Like, the 40k objectives are like 3 inches, right? So like it's like a 6-inch circle. So you can't really retreat all that far before you are not alone, no longer on the objective. AOS, you can't. It's like a half the board sometimes looks like it's an objective space. So it's like you can always retreat onto the objective again and again.
And I guess objective control as a stat matters more when you can fit fewer models in range of it.
Correct. Yes.
All right, let's talk about the heroes. First up, we have the Knights. The Knight Arcanum is the cheapest Stormcast wizard that doesn't require an Arcane Tome. So that is a niche. It's not a good niche because, oh boy, do you hate cutting 20 points off a Knight Incantor to make a list work. That is a terrible feeling. The Knight Incantor is so good that you really don't ever want to bring the Knight Arcanum. And 20 points is not enough of a difference to cover that. I don't think 30 points even would be. Honestly, if she was 90, I'd still rather bring a Knight Incantor. But sometimes it's what you need to make a list work. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Knight Azuros. I think I haven't used him enough yet this season. I've been so enamored with things like the Lord Arcanum on Gryph-Charger and the Knight Zephyros, who you'd normally give an Arcane Tome to. He's also a 12-inch move flying champion. And champion's not really a keyword that exists anymore, but he goes into Acolytes, unlike the Lord Arcanum on Gryph-Charger. His +1 hit thing is kind of neat. Like, if you're playing defensively, your opponents are charging into you, you just get +1 hit. It can't be roared, which is good. Or you can have +1 hit and all-out defense at the same time. So I think there's some play here for the Knight Azuros. 120 points seems like a lot. I'm not excited about it. His big base is probably a liability. But doesn't seem terrible. Seems a lot more useful than a lot of these D-tier heroes that we're going to talk about.
So I think my problem is I used him a lot last season because of all the Galician champion tactics and the bonuses you get for like Stubborn as a Rhinox and all that. So it's like when I'm not getting those bonuses, I'm like, I'd rather just use something else. I'd rather just use a second Incantor.
Yeah, fairly similar to what I was going to say, is that I used him a lot last season, and like, I don't think he does enough to justify like using the Arcane Tome, and like if you want a spellcasting savant with him, I think he's too easy to kill too, because he doesn't teleport. He's just fast, which like will keep him alive in a lot of games, but it won't keep him alive in like every game, like a mirror shielded Gryph-Charger will.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't score spellcasting savant with him. I would just have him as an acolyte. That's all.
Yeah, and at that point, like, I don't know, I think Incantor is probably still better. Just being able to auto unbind is just so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Knight Draconis. So he lives and dies with the Stormdrakes. You wouldn't use him on his own. He's only as good as a block of 4 Stormdrake is, and for that price point of 680 points plus 300 points of the Draconis, that is half your list at that point. I don't, as great as it is to breathe in the hero phase with 4 Stormdrakes and then breathe again, it can spike crazy high, and the power of that combined with long strikes is great because they can double tap with Thunderbolt Volley. All of this is good. The problem is it's 1,000 points. Like, he's so inefficient. And you really don't want to run him as your general this season because we want to score Spellcasting Savant. It's the only good grand strategy that we have access to. And yeah, he is an aggressive hero, which is great for other tactics. Led into the Maelstrom, for example. He does good stuff, but he's so expensive, it's really hard to justify him. And he's only 11 wounds. Like, he dies so quick these days. It's crazy. He doesn't even have this. Does he have the 4 spell ignore, like the Storm Drakes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so he's got that going for him. But even then, it's not likely to survive with only 11 wounds.
Yeah, I don't like him at all. I think, I don't like him at all, to be honest. I don't think there's hardly any point where I would want to run him, because the breath double tap is so restrictive on ranges. Like, at that point, you're, like, in there.
Yeah. Agreed.
I think it was a mistake to design him with double breath, because it's like, now I have to take Stormdrake Guard to make full use of that. I get use of it once per game, and then the breath itself is so swingy that I might not actually do anything despite using it. So it's like, why not just give him a Stormdrake Guard around him, get a +1 to wound? I don't know. Like, that would have made it much more usable, because he would be natively wounding on 2s on all attacks then.
If he had synergy with something besides Storm Drakes, he'd be a lot better. Like, if he made Tempesters or Fulminators breathe twice. Just the breaths, though, not the riders, right?
No, see, I don't like that, because the thing is, like, that's a very variable thing. The minute you introduce, like, doing something twice into, like, a variable thing like that, you always have to assume it'll spike high. And that's why, like, Stormdrake Guard can't come down, because you have to assume a unit of Stormdrake Guard can output, like, 12 or 10 mortal wounds or something. And so over the course of 2 shootings, 20 mortal wounds. And so, like, if you just make it standard, then, but still fun, then you can, like, point him accordingly, and then we don't have to, like, keep worrying about all of our, like, breath units suddenly costing way too high.
I'd be on board with changing it to a +1 to wound aura, or something more interesting, frankly, but I totally agree. The double tap power is so high, and it's such a hard thing to balance. Like, we're seeing that in Daughters of Cain, where the whole faction is being ruined by Marathi double tapping bow snakes. Like, the internal balance is completely out of whack there. Knight Heraldor, we are raising him from F to D. And we very rarely do this, but it's because we actually found a very specific niche for him. In the Cometfall lists, they are our best option right now. I think. That's certainly up for debate. But I think Cometfall lists are the best option for Stormcast competitively. And the Knight Heraldor is like a Knight Vexillor, except he can do it every single turn. But instead of just picking a point, it has to be a terrain feature wholly within 18. So it's a lot more restricted. And it can fail on a 2+. And sometimes people just don't play with enough terrain. Like, this is a thing you see all the time when you look at pictures of tables, especially at big events. It's like, where's all the terrain, guys? Like, why don't you have a certain amount covering the table? But if you play with a regular amount of terrain, the Knight Heraldor can be a substitute for a Knight Vexillor. Maybe like 1 or 2 in a list. 2 is too much. Maybe 1 in a list, right? Just as a threat of mortal wounds you can push out every single turn. It's not ideal because it can fail. He is also cheaper, and sometimes that 100 points makes a difference. So in a very specific scenario where you're playing a Cometfall list and you want to squeeze one of the Vexillors down to a Heraldor, or like bring a 4th Heraldor instead of a 4th Vexillor, you know what I mean? Like, it's very, very niche. It's enough to get him out of F tier. It's not good, but it's enough.
Yeah, he kind of Cometfall is all about the deployment minigame, right? And he just makes your opponent play more games in the deployment minigame. Like, I don't think what he does is actually as relevant as messing up your opponent, making your opponent have a more restrictive deployment if you're playing Cometfall.
Oh, the funniest thing is when people deploy, like, perfectly, right? They get out of all your threat ranges, and they stay away from all this terrain, and they have this really janky deployment. And then as soon as their turn, like, you don't drop any of your meters or anything, in their turn, they just move up as if they were deployed normally. Like, they just forget everything.
So funny.
It's weird. But the Knight Heraldor, what's interesting is he does it in the shooting phase, which means you can drop him out of Scions and then do it. Unfortunately, the bigger the terrain feature, the less likely it is you're going to be outside of 9 of enemies and wholly within 18 of that terrain feature. Like, it can actually be tough to get this to work. But if there's some central terrain, this can just splash around and do mortal wounds every turn, and it's not the worst thing in the book. Knight Incantor, S. Every list has one. Yeah. He unbinds a spell every turn, and he's a wizard, and he's usually a general now these days. I didn't realize it, but he always had the makings of a great general. We just didn't realize it until this season. What more is there to say? Everybody knows the Knight Incantor at this point, right? Yeah. Fantastic. Everybody should use one. The Knight Judicator. We are going to raise him from C to B. I always felt like he was better than most of the C tier models, the D tier stuff especially. We didn't really find the use for him until recently. We started peppering him into lists every now and then. The 2 Gryph-hounds are great for battle tactics. They're great to just deny a bunch of zone or a bunch of space on the board where your opponent can't put teleports and reserves and things like that. They're just a useful tactical unit. I'm not saying the Knight Judicator is great, and you shouldn't go out and play a list that has 5 of them or anything like that. Like, I tried that. It's not great this season because he can't shoot heroes. But he also can't be shot back himself. So he's just a source of 3 or 6 damage every single turn that your opponent is going to take, while also having these little Gryph-hounds. And, sometimes he takes the Meteor, the Everblaze Comet, and he casts it from out of unbinding range. Then he moves up into shooting range. Like, he's not bad, honestly. 180 points is not great, but it's enough to get him into B tier. I think he just does enough of stuff. He's a shooting unit that can't be shot back, which is good.
Knight Judicator's cool. Yeah, like you said, he's just kind of fills weird niches that nothing else really does.
The Gaze of Sigmar is not reliable. Yeah. Don't be thinking you can replace your Knight Vexillors with this guy. Not only do you have to roll the D3 properly to get enough damage, you also have to roll a 4-up first. So, yeah, it's not reliable enough to replace your Vexillors with this guy. Knight Quester, F. 100 points. Just use the Zephyros instead. 100%. There's no reason to ever use the Quester. Mm-hmm. Knight Relictor is the cheapest Stormcast Priest at only 90 points. All he does is chant 1 prayer, and that prayer is almost always Translocation. Sometimes the 4-up prayer ignore, that can actually matter if you're playing against Khorne or Fire Slayers, and I think Fire Slayers are going to be a bit on the rise lately, so that could come in handy, but it's mostly 4-up prayer ignore against Khorne, which is good. In most matchups, all he does is Translocate on a 3-up, and to me, that's worth 90 points and a leader slot. Like, that's fine. I can play without the super reliable High Priest 2+ Translocates. I've gotten used to it again. Sometimes you fail it. That sucks. None of my plans are ever like, I have to translocate in order to get this off, because I have units like Vanguard Hunters or Knight Zephyros or Lord Arcanum on Gryph Charger. I have other units that can guaranteed teleport. The translocate from the Knight Relictor is a bonus teleport. That's why I bring it. And he dispels the Comet for free, basically.
Yeah, I really like the Knight Relictor right now as an in-addition piece. Like, if you run 2 priests, and take like double prayer lore, so they both take translocate, and then you can use some of our other prayers, which are actually really good too. Who knew? Because nobody ever takes them. And he's the 90-point hero that at some point outlives his usefulness in the game. So you can toss him away to let into the Maelstrom. You can throw him in a corner for secure the battlefield. You can, I don't know. He's just good, and he's good against like City's Pontifex too, because they can ignore her lightning blast thing.
Knight Venator.
Wait, hold on a second.
What's up?
Hold on a second. Knight Relictor ignores Pontifex Zenestra?
Yeah, it's a prayer.
I'm fairly certain. Yeah, it's
the Wheel of Time? Oh, shit. I didn't even know that. Well, great. I think I misplayed that then. I didn't roll for it at all. Never mind.
Knight Venator. He is like the Knight Judicator. Same max damage, actually. 6 max damage, but he's way less accurate. He doesn't have N3. He doesn't have wounding on 2s. Once per game, he does get to do D3 mortal wounds or D6 to a hero or monster on a 3+, and this does ignore Lookout Sir, which is kind of cool. But why wouldn't you just bring a Knight Vexillor instead to do the same thing once per game to everything in range, not just one unit on a 3-up? So yeah, he's not good, unfortunately. Knight Vexillor. We did kind of see this coming. Ever since the book came out, we've always said there's been this Comet Fall playstyle where you just try to bombard things with mortal wounds, and it works in some matchups, it works great, and in other matchups, it's just terrible and it's not worth doing, and you're not left with enough stuff on the board to play a 5-round game. This season in particular, since we're not able to shoot heroes normally with our long strikes, we have started teching into Knight Vexillor. So we take a standard Stormcast list, we splash in 3 Knight Vexillors or a Comet, and you're off to the races. You can snipe out heroes once per game, and then these guys turn into battle tactic scoring machines. Unlike most abilities in the game that deal this reliable source of mortal wounds from so far away, this does not require line of sight, and it's not a spell. It's just an ability. So all of these spell ignores or things that ignore spells, they don't work, can't be unbound. There's no stopping it. There's no counterplay except not being in range of it or trying to snipe them out. But they're heroes, so they also get protected by Lookout Sirs, so sniping them is not a reliable strategy. Then they have the little bonus of also just letting you reroll charges around, which is nice. Like, it's not a reason to bring the unit, but it's nice to have. Saves you a command point here or there. And since they're a totem, they can issue commands from so far away. This has just proven to be a very, very effective tactic. I've had great success using 3 Knight Vexillors and a Comet in a standard Stormcast list. Margonk, you've also had some success, I think. I think maybe you went to a tournament once with this and you had a good time.
Yeah, it's a good unit now. I was very skeptical when I first saw the Comet Fall list, but we've gone to the point where our shooting doesn't do much and Comets do, so.
I wasn't expecting this to become our best option, but the more I play with it, the more I think it is the best thing that Stormcast can do right now. So Knight Vexillor certainly earns his S tier. Better than we expected, and I think better than anyone expected, really. If you called this back in last summer, let us know. You really saw something we didn't at the time.
I think people always saw the spam option for this, but never as a, what if we consider this as like a once per game use artillery that is taking the place of shooting. Because if you consider us using, let's say we have 2 units of Raptors, 1 unit is dedicated just to shooting screens, the other is dedicated to shooting something like a support hero. The 3 Knight Vexillors are sort of taking up that job now.
Yeah, I do view it as like replacing 360 points worth of hammers, usually shooting hammers. And in that role, they do really well. Once per game is fine. Just think of it like Thunderbolt Volley. Knight Vexillor with the Apotheosis banner is terrible. Way too expensive. It heals and revives 3d3 wounds once per game, which you'd think would be good on something like Karazai, but then you roll like 4 wounds and you're like, cool, that's a once per game effect for 140 points. Why didn't I bring Praetors for 130 points instead? The unit also has to be wholly within 12, which is really restrictive because it has to be done in the hero phase, which means you can't scions into range with it. And he's just bad. Like, he's actually one of the few units that is just another failed Warscroll, like the Annihilators and Vigilors. It's really a shame. He didn't even get cheap enough to see play this edition. He's just finishing this whole thing off in F tier.
Last form also dropped down 10, so just use that.
What dropped down 10? Sorry.
Life Swarm.
Oh, yeah. 50 points for Life Swarm.
Just use that.
Lord Relictor with a healing prayer is 120 every turn for D3.
Yeah, this is one of those units they realized that they just screwed up the design on. It was never going to work. Like, it's too restrictive, it's too low, it's too unpredictable, it has bad timing. So, like, it's just like the worst rules designed. Like, this thing never went through like a double checker phase, basically. Like, this was straight to production. For those of you who work in like software.
If only we could have warned everyone what 3rd edition would turn into in terms of recursion. This was a warning sign. This guy with this little recursion ability. Oh, we were so naive. We had no idea. Knight Zephyros turned out to be better than we thought. We knew that teleporting around would be good for battle tactics. We didn't realize just how good it would be. And we thought, well, with the Vanguard Hunters, do we really need the Knight Zephyros? And it turns out, yeah, Knight Zephyros is great because you want to bring 3 heroes in every list so that you can bring a Warlord Battalion or a Battle Regiment and Acolytes. Sometimes you want to bring 5 heroes so you can bring Warlord and Acolytes. And Knight Zephyros is a great hero to bring with an Arcane Tome. She can teleport into unbinding ranges while staying out of line of sight. She can teleport around to score battle tactics. Unfortunately, that's all she does, right? Like, nothing else even on her Warscroll, I don't think. So, but that's enough to get an A tier right now. Like, scoring tactics reliably, being one of 2 units that you want to bring that can guarantee teleport to score 3 different tactics. It's a very useful thing. It's a shame she doesn't contribute in terms of damage output or screening or defense or zoning or really anything. Just the battle tactics, which Yeah, it doesn't feel great now that I'm saying it out loud, but when it wins you a game, and you'll feel good about it. Lord Aquilor, F. He still has no unique enhancements or synergy with the army. He can't even issue a free command to Vanguard Raptors. He's supposed to be the leader of the Vanguard Chamber. Yeah, terrible. Needs a rework, needs a redesign. There's no point value I would consider playing this guy. Lloyd Arcanum on foot. So, last season, we were very excited about adding 6 inches to Maelstrom and Pendulum. I think this season 3.5, we're calling it, I think we can add 6 inches to Quicksilver Swords. And that could be an interesting option, right? Because one of the problems with the swords is they only have a short threat range of, I think, about less than 14 inches, right? They set up within 8 and then they move 6 and you have to pass over something. So maybe Quicksilver Swords becomes our new spell that we bring with this guy. It's an expensive combo.
Why not just what? Why not Pendulum?
Because Quicksilver Swords are good for sniping out specific heroes, and when you roll 12 dice, sometimes that can spike and just do 6 mortals. Like you've seen that happen,
so
right?
Can Pendulum. Like,
well, the problem.
I don't know.
I think I still like Pendulum more, but I see why Quicksilver Swords is getting like.
Oh, because of the no wards thing.
Correct.
Yeah, because of the no bodyguards.
Yeah. Oh, because of no bodyguards too. Yeah, you're right. You could snipe a Nighthaunt hero out if they can't do Spirit Host to it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if you add that on top of a couple Vexillor banners, that's very, very threatening for a lot of heroes in the game.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
It's not great. It's C tier, but
I still think you just take another Vexillor.
Like... I'm inclined to agree, but for repeated value, like if we try to pivot the Cometfall list into some kind of like D3 mortal wound every turn thing with like Celestant Prime, Lord Arcanum, and a few other things, it's not a good version of that list, but that's probably still better than a lot of other lists we could come up with right now. Lord Arcanum on Dracoline. Despite Dracolines being amazing, and this guy does bring a +1 attack buff for the mounts on Dracolines, that's all he does for 180 points. That's not good. He's still a +0 cast wizard, 1 spell for 180 points. He can't go into the Acolytes Battalion, which is really where you want to put this guy because he is a wizard hero that you're spending a lot of points on. I'd love it if this guy could be run as like a viable general for Spellcasting Savant because he is fast, he is punchy, so he can do multiple tactics. Like, it's just a shame that he's just so expensive, right? Like, I can never find room for this guy in my lists.
Yeah, I've run the Arcanum Dracoline, and the damage increase he gives to evocators is a lot, is meaningful, and him being a caster is good. But after playing with the Griff Charger instead of him, the Griff Charger just like makes your game plan so much easier. Because the Griff Charger automatically teleports, the Griff Charger has a better Warscroll spell, Griff Charger like can fly, like it's so close to being good, like if you run a lot of cats, but the Griff Charger still just wins.
Yeah, Griff Charger, and we can just talk about him right now. He is again better than we expected. The Vanguard Hunters, the Zephyros, and the Arcanum on Griff Charger, all of them we thought would be good, but they ended up being better than we thought. And he's one of 2 things that you bring. Like you'd bring, usually every list will have 2 teleporting units, right? Arcanum on Griff Charger is one of those 2, and he's also one of our best targets for Spellcasting Savant. Make him your general, give him Shaman of the Chilled Lands. He can pretty reliably survive most snipe attempts in the game, having 7 wounds, 7 or 8 wounds. I think he's 7 wounds.
8.
He's 8? Great. Mm-hmm. Even better. So he very reliably survives, like, even, 3d3 snipe attempts don't have a good time killing him. It's very unlikely. And his healing spell actually does come in handy. Being able to, teleport him forward and threaten a blizzard is really useful. He's just overall very useful. The only downside is his cost, 170, as opposed to running a Knight in Cantor for 120. And the fact that he can't go into the Acolytes Battalion. So he's usually filling a Warlord Battalion, and at that point, like, you're probably not bringing Acolytes, because it's pretty rare to have Warlord and Acolytes. And the problem with bringing 5 heroes with him is, like, you're already spending 170 on this hero. All the other heroes got to be really cheap. And if you're bringing cheap heroes, it's stuff like the Zephyros, who's only 100 points, who also teleport. So it's like, there's only a certain amount of teleporting you need. Anyway, that's like really minute problems. Like, he is good. You're going to feel good about using him. Lord Arcanum on Toralon is a fast-flying monster that has a +1 hit pulse effect. It's not an aura. We've confirmed that finally. Now, I think there's... I keep standing the Toralon, and I'm going to do it one last time for the sake of this, just closing out the edition. There's a lot of abilities in the game that deny commands now, right? Command Core is very prevalent, but other people are starting to pivot into those. Nighthaunt's going to get more popular, and Olander is coming out with that 12-inch command deny. Having a +1 hit pulse that lasts for Unleash Hell, that lasts for combat phase, that lasts for every turn of every phase of every turn, it's really good, especially since it can't be denied. It doesn't cost command points. Now, 250 points for a one-spell wizard on top of that, it's a bit much, right? Not the best value proposition. But if you're running an MSU style, which I think defensively makes the most sense right now because of how powerful Blizzard is, if you're only losing, 2 Tempesters instead of 4 to a Blizzard, that's a lot better. So I think there is a viable playstyle with the Toralon in this season that is worth exploring. So I'm going to push for him to be in C tier. Have you guys had any experience with the Toralon before? Do you think I'm crazy for keeping him in C tier this long?
I've seen some games with him. I personally haven't played him, but I've seen some people play him. And, he can do things, right? When he's good, you're like, wow, he seems amazing for 250 points. He's a big monster. He's a wizard. He gives the +1 to hit thing. And then you see games where either he gets tagged in combat, so his ability no longer works, or he just dies, because he's only 12 wounds. I don't know. When he works, he's great, but I think he's a little too shaky to be consistent.
Having Roar is very, very nice, though, I will say.
Yeah, but you don't get Roar and your +1 to hit ability.
In the same turn you do.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
You set it up and then set up the Roar.
And then you find a Stour him and hope he survives. Lord Castellan. +1 save is a very strong effect, right? So if you have things like Reinforced Stormdrakes or Vindictors or Protectors or Dracoths or even the big dragons, that's very useful. I was just saying, though, that reinforcing units is not the best play right now because Blizzard is so good. It is very risky to bring a reinforced unit. That said, I still think there's a case to be made for the Lord Castellan, because if you bring a double reinforced unit, like if you bring 36 wounds of Tempesters in a single squad, buffing them with +1 save is very good. So even though we have been talking about how good Blizzard is because you don't want to reinforce stuff, I think the Castellan is just powerful enough that, and because we have Encanters to stop at least one Blizzard, right? I think there's still a case to be made for him being very good. Is he A tier or is he B tier now? What do you guys think?
He's B because we don't want to invest too much in hammers, and if you're not investing too much in hammers, then there's no point to bringing him. Something like Karazai could demand Castellan still. David likes to run Karazai, I know that. But Blizzard is just such a big threat that I could even see unless David also runs Praetors, so that should tell you how the typical Castellan targets feel in this season. But this is never a bad unit. This is a unit you will use after the season rotates. Merciless Blizzard will go away one day.
I think he's still list defining, right? You wouldn't run Karazai if you didn't have a Lord Castellan. You wouldn't run 4 Stormdrake Guard. You wouldn't run the 6 Tempester list. None of these things would exist without the Lord Castellan giving him +1 save and then taking the Arcane Tome and being a Locus as well. All of that feels not efficient, but impactful. 160 is a lot. So I think he's still A, but on the lower side, maybe it's a situational A kind of thing.
Yeah,
I
think
maybe.
He's just a little too expensive, and by and large, what he does is just a little too bad this season. Castellan's one of my favorite heroes, and I have a hard time justifying him right now.
Hey, maybe we'll get a new Warscroll for him with the Dawnbringers. There's a new Lord Castellan coming, right?
Ooh.
Lord Celestin on foot. No. Bad. 130 points for a hero that only fights and issues all-out attack. Nope. Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Celestin on Dracoth. All he does is fight, but no pass. We can consider him because he scores a lot of battle tactics. Because he has Dracoth, he has Hero, he comes out of reserve with a Luckstone and does significant damage. He has the option to take a mount trait, which could be Retreat and Charge, or it could be a 6-inch pile-in. He does enough damage that you can use him as a Fire and Forget missile to score battle tactics. multiple battle tactics, hopefully, if you do it right. If you manage to get him in cover and then Finest Hour, you're on a 1+ save, he can be tough to take down. So, enough for a C tier, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Lord Exorcist. You would think a hero that denies recursion abilities would be good. Especially a wizard hero. A Locust wizard hero that could take Blizzard. You'd think all of this would be good enough. But at 150 points, and all he does is stop recursion, no, that's not good enough. Because he has to be within 9 inches to stop the recursion, which means he can't teleport or scions into range. He has to move into range. And it's very easy to just play around that. It's not good enough, unfortunately. And it stays in the D tier, I think. Just bring a Knight Incantor. It's so much better to deny a spell than it is to deny recursion. It's crazy to even think about that comparison.
I think that's his biggest issue is just his point cost. I mean, I was trying to make the Lord Exorcist work, especially with the Feck and all that coming into play, but like that 150 point tag, every time you look at 120 point Incantor, like really eats at you. And not only that, like you said, his recursion is always his only 9 inches. So, like, you want to put him on a dais so he could, go as fast as he needs to go to make that recursion bubble, deny bubble so strong. And then he's a lord, so you get the lord range on all your spells. But then, even with all of that, you're like 120 point Incantor that's just going to run every turn to keep up to cast Celestial Blades or to an auto unbind one spell a game. Like, it's just so good for 120 points.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of matchups with no recursion. And then the Lord Exorcist is literally just a bad Incantor.
Yeah, he's not even good at what he's good at, right? Like 9 inches is so short. Like any competent player will at least like make you like really have to work for it, right? Like this isn't just like, hey, I took the anti-recursion thing and I get my anti-recursion. We're feeling great. No, it's like I took the anti-recursion thing and now I gotta throw my expensive hero into the middle of the board and try and protect him, and they can still just pull out of it.
Yeah, imagine if this guy's effect was table-wide, like the Command Core.
I would be considering him.
Even then, he's not like an auto-take, right? Like, you're still considering him. He's not...
Yeah, I don't think he's an auto-take. I think but it becomes compelling.
Lord Imperatant. We knew the Grand Hammer package was getting better in the summer, and it's definitely impressed us. I think the Scion stuff is like top 3 ways to play Stormcast right now, and it's all fueled by Lord Imperatant. So he lives and dies together with the Grand Hammers. They are efficient and impactful now, and so is the Lord Imperatant. And that's it. I don't think he actually works with like anything else. 15 Vindictors is not really viable. Reinforced Vanquishers isn't really viable. It's just the Grand Hammers you're dropping in. Like, if you're not bringing Grand Hammers, you don't need a Lord Imperatant. I've seen some discussion about, bringing 2 or 3 units of just Questers and skipping the Grand Hammers, but those only are Rend 1. They don't do the charge mortal wounds. Like, I think you just gotta bring Grand Hammers with this guy.
Yeah, like, I see the argument for dropping other stuff outside of 7, but I think the end of the day, like, you have to have at least 1 unit of Grand Hammers in the list, or he's not worth it.
Agreed. Yeah. There's no reason to run him without any.
Yeah.
He is also a pretty good spellcasting savant, right? Being 7 wounds, you give him an Arcane Tome, and you give him, I don't know, Master of Magic or whatever. He's pretty survivable in those lists if you want to skip Spell Eater or Shaman of the Chilled Lands or something. I actually quite like him as the general because then he gets the 18-inch range commands instead of the 12-inch like most heroes. And since he has the free command every turn, that's pretty handy. Lord Ordinator. He is only as useful as the war machines you can bring. Celestar Ballistas aren't good enough right now, but gun haulers maybe steam tanks. Are these things worth using in a Stormcast list with an Ordinator giving them all +1 hit? My gut says no, but I also haven't built the list out and tried it, partly because I don't own enough gun haulers and steam tanks, but I suspect it'll have trouble contesting objectives.
Because if you're Scions, you can't take more than 1 steam tank anyway. If you're gun haulers, yeah, you could take 2.
Yeah, it's got to be a Stormkeep list, right?
Yeah.
At that point, just play cities. Like, I don't know. For that, just play the army that it's actually trying to be.
Mm-hmm. I could see how much do gun haulers cost? 160?
I think
Something
180 they went up in the last Battlescroll.
Okay, so maximum 2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Lord Ordinator has any. application.
Yeah, it's also just
we
this
might
like
see him removed. We might honestly see him removed next edition.
he fits into this like static playstyle that doesn't work right now. Like castles don't work this season, unfortunately. Like you can set up a temporary castle, but you have to be able to break out and move, right? He just steam tanks are too slow, gun haulers are too slow, which is crazy to say, but when they have to stay near a Lord Ordinator, they are too slow.
Well, they're all when you're not benefiting from like a bunch of movement buffs and from orders, they're pretty slow.
Lord Relictor went down another 10 points. He's at 120. He's almost back to his original point value of 100, which is where he should have been all along. But we're getting there. A couple more battle scrolls, maybe.
God, he was 150, and then they started releasing Corn Priests at 100. Like, I swear to God, GW, I hate him so much sometimes for this. Just like some inordinate reason, some intern or some moron in there just like raises every point on Stormcast by like 30 or 40 whenever a new edition comes out. For no reason.
Yeah. Exorcist was 170, don't forget. How and why?
Are you nuts? Like, what? I swear to God.
Yeah, a one chant priest with +1 to chant, that's worth 110, 120. Because we've shown that one chant priests with a benefit are worth 100 points in Khorne. And 3-up save, okay. Since when does the 3-up save matter on that anymore? Like, on heroes specifically, right? Like, it just doesn't. Not foot heroes. But he's 120. It's a good change. I'm finding it easier and easier to make that 30-point gap from Knight Relictor to Lord Relictor these days. I'll cut out an Endless Spell. I'd rather, 30 points. I'll cut the Gravetide. Sure, I'd rather have a Lord Relictor.
You're paying 30 points to get the extra Warscroll prayers and go from a 3-up to a 2-up, which is good, but I don't know. It's more of a consideration.
Lord Veritant. He is now the most expensive priest. God, what are they doing?
I don't think they know he exists. I think they've just forgotten about him.
Yeah. I still have the models just sitting in my shelf. It's really sad.
Yeah. They haven't done anything with him since the Broken Realms box from 2nd edition. He was like part of some Anvils of the Haldane Hammer Force.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, he is a lord. And he has Unbinding.
I'd be scared. Yeah, he's getting cut if I had to make a bet.
Probably. Unfortunately, because I really like him. All the stories they put Veritans in are really cool.
The problem is they introduced him in a really weird way, right? Like, what did this guy come out with? Like,
nothing. He just came out randomly on his own at some point between releases.
I know. Was he part of like the Silver Tower or something?
No, that was the Lord Castellan. You're thinking of...
Okay, yeah. I remember him coming around the time with the Vanguard Chamber. And it doesn't fit.
He came out before Vanguard, randomly on his own as a single model release. There was no announcement, nothing to predict that he was coming. He just, hey, he's here. There you go. And they had him fight Archaon, and Archaon killed him, as a story thing. They did a battle report of a Lord Veritant fighting Archaon. It's like, oh, Archaon killed him. It's like, okay, well, why did you write this? What was the point of this?
Yeah, no, this is don't worry, this model doesn't exist, and it probably won't exist for real in 5 months.
It's a shame. He was a cornerstone of my 2nd edition list.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Drakesworn Templar, 20 points knocked off again. Is it good yet? How
many points has this thing had?
Lots.
Do you know?
Lots and lots and lots.
At least they've cut his points at least 4 times now. Like, they could have just done -100, but they never do that for some reason.
He's still... That 4-up save is really hard to get over these days because of how much Ren there is in the game. But he has a lot of utility, right? +1 cast aura, -1 cast aura, that's great stuff. He can take Monastir in the Menagerie to have -1 to wound in melee for him and any other big dragons you bring. As a general, he makes the Stormdrake's battle line. He can use the Tempest Axe to reduce pylons to 1 inch, and that's really, really good right now because people are running huge footprint units, 10, 20 Boingrot Bounders come in squads of 5, right? So people bring reinforced and double reinforced units of those. You tag them on the edge, and suddenly you're just not getting hit by most of them. Any 6 block of cavalry like Agrodons or Croxagors or Trolls, all this stuff that takes up a lot of space, reducing their pylons is really good, especially because you can give him a 6-inch pylon. So you can just tag so many different units and force them all into combat and then basically force them to retreat the next turn. So he's got a ton of utility. especially if you luckstone him into play to guarantee that charge and then have the 6-inch pile in and then do all this stuff. I just never find the right combination of things for him. But I'm not giving up. I'm still keeping him in C tier because you don't have this much utility on a model, and you can't call that D tier.
Well, I understand that, but it's like if the perfect comparison to this guy would be a Bloodthirster. Just put him at 330 then, 320 and 330.
I don't disagree at all. I think he's still overpriced.
Yeah, like he's just like clearly he does no damage. Everything about him is utility, just like a Bloodthirster, which is weird to say considering it's like literally Khorne's, the murder god's avatar, who's like a utility monster. But if that's what he's gonna be, that's what his point should be. He even has the same save, and he doesn't have like the Locust ward or anything. I seriously don't know what they do with this stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
Templar is like definition of you have to work so hard to like get his value. Like it's there, like you can, but you're working so hard when you can just be doing other things way easier.
Yeah. Lord Celestin on Star Drake, I think it's just too expensive. Like he's got less utility than the Drakesworn Templar in exchange for a 3-up save and a free command once per game, round, something. I don't know. I've never used it in this edition.
I think
It's just not.
game. I don't know. It's not good.
Yeah. He has a built-in Azurite Halo, which in theory would be useful because you could ping back a bunch of mortal wounds, but that whole setup requires so much effort, and I'd rather bring reinforced or double reinforced Tempesters and fill the same tanky kind of role. They do way more damage, and damage is utility in this game, so like doing more damage is a good thing. Yeah, Celestin on Star Drake is way too expensive at 480. He should be like 380, and Drakesworn should be like 330. Estrella Soulbright. Despite how good Draculines are, you'd think a hero that gives them +1 save, that stacks with other sources of +1 save, would be good. But the problem is that it's only for that Draculine unit that you bring, because none of the other Sacrosanct stuff is really worth bringing. It is reactive, which is cool, but it only works in the combat phase, and you have to be playing Hammers of Sigmar, and she's not a Locust, and she's not an Acolyte. So it's just tough to fit her into lists, and nothing she does is great, especially now that they've confirmed that her -1 hit thing is a pulse and not an aura. Like 6-inch range, -1 hit bubble. Who's that for? Like, when do you cast that? You know?
I love Estrella so much, and it's so hard because, like, everything she does is so good, and it's like, you get +1 save, but it's only in the combat phase. You get to be a wizard, but you're not a Locust. You get to have a -1 to hit pulse, but it's 6 inches. And it's just like, God, she's changed any of this stuff, and I think she's just like an auto take in my list currently, at least. But these are such huge downsides that it's like tragic.
Mm-hmm. It is a shame. I just use her as a Lord Arcanum on Draculine, who's also not good, but nobody knows the difference between these models, so
Can
might as well.
confirm. I did that for a GT, and not a single person questioned it.
Aventus Firestrike. So he's a Toralon, 20 points more, casts another spell, but he doesn't learn any extra spells, so he's usually your Mystic Shield bot or Endless Spells or something like that, because you're not going to take a spell enhancement in Stormcast. That's just not happening. Unfortunately, though, he can't take mount traits, unlike a Toralon. So it's like, do you want a spell that's usually Mystic Shield, or do you want a mount trait? And honestly, the mount trait usually wins for me, especially because he's locked to Hammers of Sigmar. You can play a Toralon in things like Astral Templars, which is a lot better, frankly, than... I think that style works better in Astral Templars, the MSU style. So I don't see a place for Aventus Firestrike. I'm even on the fence about the Toralon as a concept, and this is a worse version of the Toralon because it's more expensive and more limited.
Yep, completely agree.
Stormsire's Cursebreakers. We haven't talked about these guys in a while because why wouldn't you just... Like, why would you pay 90 points more for a Knight Incantor? You know, there's no reason for that. Just don't.
Yeah, so I've played Stormsire's Cursebreakers quite a lot, probably way more than I should have. And the reasoning behind it is you get the Empower for the 2 Evocators. So you get basically a 90-point Empower bot. But I don't know. There's just not good targets for it.
Yeah,
Like-
maybe it's like a backup Empower in case your Draculines fail their Empower.
Yeah, but usually Celestial Blades is that, and so this is like a backup, and it's just
No, it was like when Stormkeep, we considered Stormkeep viable for all of
Mhm.
5 seconds. Or like, okay, what if we have like 2 big Vindictor blocks or 2
yeah. I
big
mean, that's what it
Redeemer
was
blocks?
for. Was for the big Sequitur blocks.
So,
back
you
when
know-
they could fight through each other.
Yeah, so you could have a Sequitur and a Vindictor block both on Celestial Blades and Empower, and then you could have both wounding on 2s.
Mhm.
But what about Vanquishers? Double reinforced with Empower.
No.
No. They won't
Yes.
get there. Their only delivery is the Imperative, which locks them out of any buffs. So it's
You guys
not
are
cool.
so close-minded. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, if Wild Form was there, I would totally consider that, but Wild Form isn't.
I would not consider it even with Wild. They do not do enough damage.
Speaking of not doing enough damage, let's talk about Celestin Prime. You can never count him out, even at his cost of 330, which is absurd, frankly, for a Stormcast army. Deploying out of Scions, or whatever his equivalent of Scions is, and getting a guaranteed 12-inch charge is great. He does significant damage, even if it is swingy, because it's on 2s, run 3, and 2s is not reliable enough. But he can snipe out a bunch of stuff, then Finest Hour. Unfortunately, 8 wounds on a 3-up save and a 4-up ward is not durable enough anymore. The way this edition has gone, he will die even through Finest Hour, usually. Usually just gets killed by Blizzard, right? Like, 16 effective wounds will still die to Blizzard most of the time.
That's how I've actually killed. Like, I think the one time I played a Prime, that's how I killed it. Like, it killed like my Raptors, and then I killed it with Blizzard, and I was like, well, I guess I won that trade.
Yeah. The way I think Prime might see play in Stormcast is this like repeated Comet Fall kind of thing that I was talking about earlier, where you just drop a D3 meter every single turn in addition to your Heraldor and Comet and other things. You're just trying to repeat Comet Fall. Don't know if that's going to be cost effective, because you could just bring 3 Vexilors for the cost of this guy and do 3 D3 mortal wounds all at once instead of D3 every turn, you know? So don't know how useful that will be.
Yeah, he's like a condensed Vexilors, but like spread out across multiple turns, because like he only takes 1 hero slot, which is relevant because you're definitely hurting for hero slots sometimes. And like he can do it every turn, but then you're most likely dropping him turn 1, and so he just doesn't do anything in melee. And so then he's just kind of like skittering around the outskirts of the board, like dropping comets. And like you would much rather just table your opponent.
Yeah, totally. It's weird. It's like his Warscroll pulls him in 2 different directions. He wants to be this like deep strike assassin, waits until round 3 or later. Hopefully they change that rule about, you know, coming into play from reserves. But then he also wants to be on the table every single turn to drop a meteor on people. And it's like neither of these are strong enough on their own to justify that playstyle entirely. But you can't have both either. They're completely mutually exclusive, which is a shame. But hey, he's always going to be C tier. You can never count out Celestin Prime. There will be a list that goes 5-0 with him this season. It's a fair bet.
He does things. He certainly does. 12-inch guaranteed charges are real good.
I mean, he's paying for the sins of being an ally more than anything, but yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Maybe one day they'll remove his reserves from his Warscroll.
They have to do something. There's a lot of things that like are suffering in their own armies because of ally potential. Like Pontifex Zenestra comes to mind, in my opinion.
Gardas Steel Soul. So a 5-up ward aura is still very good. That shouldn't be discounted even these days when there are things that counter wards. Still very good. But the problem is that Hollow Knights is just not that good, because Hollow Knights doesn't have very good battle line options, and spending 300 points on Liberators feels really bad. Like, it actually feels really, really bad. Like, the reason Hammers of Sigmar and Astral Templars are so good is because you're spending 300 points on better things, right? You get 2 Liberators and a Tempester, or like Liberators, Fulminators, Tempesters, and then you play Astral Templars and you get like 3 teleporting units, or like 2 teleporting units and Liberators. But 3 Liberators is straight up just bad, right? Like, it's awful to fill your battle line slots with that. You don't want to fill them with crossbows. You don't want to fill, maybe like Storm Drakes if you have like an Ionis General with Gardas, but I don't know how good that list is. Like, the battle line problem is huge. So even though Gardas is still good, his Subfaction is just falling out of favor. It's also just tactically limiting to have to keep so much stuff around him. Like, you don't have to keep everything around him all the time, but the key units need to stay around him, and at that point, he becomes just a 260 point tax on whatever unit you're trying to keep around, because you have to bring that third unit of battle line. So, is he worth 260 points? I don't think so. Like, Lord Castellan is 160 and also has a really strong effect. And yeah. Well, what do you guys think about Gardas right now? Have you tried him this season?
So I think the biggest problem with Gardas is the castle problem, right? And that castles just aren't good right now. The tactics for it aren't good. It dies to Blizzard. It just kind of... It's just... Because, like, Gardas is best when the battle lines tax doesn't feel like a tax because you want to run them, like in Stormkeep or in Dragons or whatever anyways. And both those just aren't good right now because Stormkeep castles, like I said, just can't do tactics, get blown up by Blizzard. And Dragons, I don't know. I was never real hot on the Gardas Dragon list, but now it's even more like you drop into one spot and that's where you're playing the whole game. Which just isn't what you right now.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
too small, too slow.
Static castles are not ideal. Like a temporary castle setup is good for like a turn or two, but you need to be able to play the whole board at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was trying. I remember at the beginning of the season, we kept trying to argue between Gardas and Praetors for like Karazai, and like there's the Gardas argument was. You get the extra attack for Karazai, and he's a bubble, so he can block. He give you a 5+ ward to not only Karazai but other things. But then, like the more and more you play it, the more and more you realize a Karazai list that has so much points suck into support units that every other unit needs to go score battle tactics. Every other unit needs to be super efficient on its own. So like. I think that's the biggest problem with Gardas is after the third battle line and just Gardas in general that wants a castle. Like the season punishes you for castling. Like you have to be able to get those edges. You have to be able to move outside your deployment zone. You have to do all these movement tricks, and it's really hard asking 5-inch move units to do all that.
Yeah. So that's why we're knocking Gardas down a tier, even though he is still ridiculously good. 5 port aura is very good. It's just inefficient in terms of tactics and list building. So Gavriel Sherhart, F, just use a Zephyros, right? Like, what are you doing?
Just use a Vexillor.
Use literally anything, please. We beg you.
Yeah, like a free forward to victory. Yeah, this is like I saw it. I'm like, wow, this they're really nuking this model after this year.
he's the worst model in the game, right? Like
he's the
worst unit in the game.
Yeah, probably.
No, I think it's still a Night Quester.
I think Gavriel's worse because Gavriel's unique.
Oh yeah, you know what? You know what makes him worse? His command can be denied by Command Core, so you get a free one, but it gets denied.
So bad.
All right, Lord Commander Bastion Carthalos, or however you want to pronounce it. Started and ended the edition at 300 points. How did he do it? What is his secret to never get buffed, despite? Yeah, okay. He's just inefficient.
No, ally. Once again.
How is it an ally problem? Because most of his stuff is restricted to Hammers of Sigmar keyword.
Right. So think about it. He teleports himself, meaning pre-game, people can move him wherever they want. Everything else about him is self-contained. He can issue a command to himself for free, which is all you care about. And he basically just survives Tarpit hordes of infantry by himself. And like that's the only reason I can think of, because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever for him not to drop to like 260 like Andrasta has.
See, I can buy that reason for Celestant Prime. I can't buy that for Bastion. It's just, It's not good enough. What he does is not good enough as an ally to justify that.
Yeah, no, I mean, but I'm saying it is. He's just people are using him as not using him, but like people can't use him as like a cheaper Celestin Prime, an artillery piece for monsters, a self healer. He fights well. He teleports himself. He issues commands to himself for free. He is a self-contained unit. Like, what is he offering to a Stormcast Eternals army? Just the option of maybe 2 more Hammers of Sigmar units getting to redeploy?
Well, I think the redeploy trick is
very good.
By far his strongest thing in his arm and on his Warscroll for us, because like you can kind of play games of chicken with your Raptors, where you just deploy your Raptors like super aggressively in your opponent's face, and it's like if you like don't respect this and like I'm go first. Like I just Thunderbolt volley and kill something important. Like it's not as relevant now that Lookout Sir is a thing, but like that was definitely a thing you could do. Like my Raptors are in range of your entire army, and I'm going to Thunderbolt volley you and just like kill something unless you and you don't actually have to play the like downside of putting your Raptors on the front lines because if they do respect it, then you just pull them back and you're fine.
He can also
Yeah, but honestly, I don't know. Like this
He can-
is I.
he can redeploy wizards or just things that unbind in range of enemy wizards that are trying to score magical dominance turn 1, which is pretty useful.
I suppose, yeah. It's just, yeah. I don't know why they haven't dropped him.
He
Yeah,
should
he's too expensive.
he should be a replacement for a hammer, like the Storm Coven. He should be around 230, 240 right now, so that you can say, okay, I'm going to swap out this extra unit of Raptors for Bastion instead. I don't think he'd be busted, and if it's a problem with him being an ally, why the hell is the Lord Commander of the Hammers of Sigmar fighting alongside a bunch of random Idoneth? Why does that happen? Don't let that happen. That's the problem.
It's just I don't know. Like they obviously have a very big blind spot when it comes to him. I don't know who's standing for keeping him at. I haven't seen him C play anywhere. I saw him C play in the first year of Stormcast a bunch, and then nobody plays him.
Every now
Tyler
and
Emerson
then
was the last guy I know playing him last year.
Yeah.
Every now and then he'll
I
pop
like
up in a 4-1 or 5. I don't think he's been in a 5-0 list in a while, but somebody could fact check me on that in the comments. But
No,
every
I
now
don't
and then he
think so.
pops up in a 4-1 list, and it's usually like a lower table 4-1 list. Not to
Also,
demean
it's a UK
it,
event.
but
It'll be like some UK event, so they'll have closer eyes on it, and it'll be like, oh no, Bastion's.
oh yeah, that's probably what's happening. I don't know. I really think he should have been. His points should have come down a year and a half ago. Like the day they nerfed Thunderbolt Volley, they should have reduced his point cost. But maybe next edition, because I've got mine painted and I'm just waiting.
Mm.
All right, let's talk about the Black Talons. We did a whole review video on them. I don't want to rehash everything that's in that video because nothing's changed since then, really. I think all the problems this Warscroll still had are there, obviously. The teleport gimmick can fail being the biggest one. Like, you do all this setup, you do all this cool stuff, you position your Black Talons on opposite sides, and you charge Neve in, and then the teleport fails and you die. Or you die on the way to Unleash Hell. Or, like, a Glutkin stomps you and you die. Or, there's so many things that can just go wrong. And then you have to remember it's 340 points, which is not a good cost for what Neve does. Her bodyguard is basically like a dangle unit that doesn't really do anything, and the wizard is basically only casting Mystic Shield. Yeah, this is not a good unit in a Stormcast army with 340 points. Are other armies using this? I haven't really seen it.
INET does.
Yeah, Deepkin does.
Like Jake uses it, and like a bunch of INET players are warming up to it.
Is it because you have to target the nearest unit, and that includes allied units when shooting?
Yeah.
And then you can make them only hit on 6s with shooting. So it's like really hard anti-shooting tech.
Yeah,
really
it's
hard
that.
anti-shooting tech, and it also gives them some hitting power. It's like but while they're getting ready for high tide, they don't have a lot that they can commit to melee without it getting absolutely blown out. So all they're doing is playing a very skirmishy shooting game, but they can send Neve out because she will basically fight and then pull back. So it's like a way for them to get into combat for like a couple turns or a turn before they hit high tide.
And you get objective sitters. So like when Idoneth wants to go balls to the wall and throw everything in, you can keep stuff back.
Yep.
I still don't understand why the teleport can fail. Like, it's so obnoxious that it's on a 2+.
Somebody go ask the Spike Storm Hive.
I was gonna say it's
maker.
too similar to Sylvaneth. We inherited their curse.
Do they want people charging or not? Like, this edition added a rerollable charge command that everyone can use, and it's like, okay, cool, you obviously want people charging and fighting each other in combat, but then it's like, no. We're just not going to make charges more reliable for other units arbitrarily.
Yeah, she's not a main send up the center though. You gotta like harass the flanks with her and then chip stuff down. And...
Wouldn't they rather bring Dracolines for that same purpose?
No, because Dracoline's range isn't whatchamacallit. Dracolines have to commit to that position and they'll die. This is like a yo-yo. Yeah.
This is like swarming something.
This is like if you give this levitate, which I know you're not going to do, but it's like theoretically she does have a shooting attack, and so does the Shakana. I think her name is in her.
It's only
in her
18
companion.
inches, right? Can't shoot heroes even.
Sure. I'm saying
Berkeley
if you
is
even
pretty
kill 1 or 2 models in that squad, you will make a hole big enough for Neve to get through there. Which is
especially
what you
when
can't
have
do that
so
with
much other
Recklings.
shooting like Reavers.
Yeah.
Like she's basically like another 7 Reaver shots or something, and
Mm-hmm.
like plus Neve's like another like 3 or 4 or
3.
something.
She's 3 and Shakana's 6. So
Yeah, so you almost get half a unit of Reavers out of it, like, which is pretty solid.
Like 80
yeah,
points.
it's like if I remove out of like 10 Blood Reavers, if I can remove 4 of them, that creates a hole big enough for me to like snake through and hit something.
Mm-hmm. And it's all about just like incremental value with Deep.
All right. Well, that's great for Deepkin. And Stormcast, I
That
think
sucks for us.
I think she's D tier. I don't think there's any reason to ever use her in a competitive list.
Yeah.
Vandus Hammerhand went down in points for some reason. I don't. There's got to be somebody out there playing a Vandus list that is just 10 points short. He just has, or you know what it is? He doesn't have Liberators and he wants to use Vindictors, but he's at exactly 2,000 points. So he's like, all right, I'll just reduce the cost of Vandus. That'll let me use this last unit of Vindictors. Then my list is perfect.
Can you believe this guy started at 230 or something? Something ridiculous, like 220, 230. Ugh.
I actually don't believe you. That's how ridiculous it sounds.
Yeah, like, no, he's bad. He's gonna die, like legit die in the lore. So we might not even have him in like 5 months.
We'll see. Hopefully this video comes out before then.
Yeah.
I don't think he's worth using. Reinforced Redeemers aren't worth using, so he's not worth using. Andrasta, she's only as good as how much stuff you can bring in your list, namely infantry, namely Quester Soulsworn are kind of the best thing to use with her, right? The problem is Questers, when they get focused, they're not that durable. They will die before they get to revive. Against hard stuff and against soft stuff, you're not really caring about the revival that much. Not enough to bring a 260 point hero that doesn't do that much damage. She also can't issue holy commands, which is just okay.
Funny.
Why not?
But that never got changed. That her Bastion and the Prime can't.
Ionis can. Ionis can now, but
yes,
Andrasta
just
can't.
Prime and Andrasta that can't. And it's so far.
Yeah, we've been on the C tier copium with Andrasta for a while. I think I'm finally putting it to rest this season. I don't think there's any hope for her. Even though Questers are the best thing to revive, and even though there is this cool trick where you can teleport them in the hero phase into range of Andrasta and then revive one of them, and now you're, I think, like 7 inches away from an enemy for a more reliable charge. That's a neat trick, but it's not that good of a trick, and it requires your opponent to not wipe out your unit. So it's hard to do.
Yeah, Andrasta suffers from the castle issue too, because like she's not as bad as Gardas, where she just sits there, but like she is a castle piece at the end of the day.
Honestly, I don't even know why she had that stupid revive ability. Like every time I read her lore, there's nothing about that whatsoever. It's all about her like leading the hunt against something. If she had something like in the hero phase, you declare a target that is marked for the hunt. Like Sigmar has marked this target for the kill, and everyone on the board is +1 to hit against it, or like +1 to wound against it, or I don't know, something.
Yeah.
That would be so much more thematic than her randomly just turning into like Mercy from Overwatch. Is that what happened here? Some motherfucker played Overwatch too much, and he was like, "Oh, guys, he looks like Mercy. Obviously, she's a healer, right? She survives the team. Like, what's happening here?"
I actually think that's what happened. Is they didn't have the story behind this model, and they see this inspirational pose and like, oh, she's obviously a leader. She's rallying people around her. Like, she's being inspirational. Like, okay, cool. Well, we don't really have the rules fleshed out for rally yet, so we can't just make it a 4-up rally because that would actually be useful. Let's make it, you revive a model every turn. Wow, that's great. Well, we can't have it revive, cavalry. Okay, well, let's restrict it to 3 wound models. Okay.
I definitely think the Mercy thing happened. 3 years ago, Overwatch was really big. I bet you someone was like, yeah, what do we do? Oh, yeah, just give her the Mercy ability.
The weirdest part is that Celestin Prime used to be that inspirational figure, right? His first and second edition Warscroll had this thing of like, you get to add 2 to the bravery of all order units when he comes into play. Like, he actually was the guy people would rally around, and it fit the narrative of that model very well. And they just took that from him and kind of gave it to her, but it's stronger.
I don't even know why.
Yeah,
I don't even know why. I've read all the Andrasta lore there is about her stories. Nobody's inspired by her. I'll put it that way. Okay, they
Yeah,
think
she's
it's
just fucking
great that Sigmar's
terrifying,
own
right?
Huntress is fighting with them. Like that's great. That's the inspirational part. Nobody wants to be near her. She terrifies them. Okay, she has this like empty, dead look in her eye, where the only thing Sigmar has taught her to do is to do kill in Sigmar's name, kill whatever Sigmar wants dead. And she
Yeah.
routinely goes on like these YOLO missions where like they'll target the rest of the enemy force and she'll like directly go for the general's head. She's not there as like a rousing, rallying, inspiring figure for the troops. She's very much a lone huntress. She's a leader, sure, but the leader of the Knights Excelsior thinks she's a little too cold-hearted. So it's like, what is going on? Like how yeah. Yeah, in the lore, the Knights Excelsior captain, or sorry, the Lord Celestin says, "You are too cold-hearted for me, ma'am."
This is the Knights Excelsior. They kill if they just think you're corrupted by chaos. Like they're like
Yeah.
Space Marines. They're so brutal.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, for some reason, all the cities don't suffer battle shock near her. I don't know why.
If we run away, we're worse off. Like if she sees us run away, no way.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right, let's talk about the real centerpiece of that release, Karazai the Scarred. So Karazai, I was ready to call him B tier, right? I think what's going to keep him in A tier, despite the Blizzard problem, because you can bring Praetors to mitigate the Blizzard problem, which is great, actually, especially reinforced Praetors. What makes Karazai A tier is that what we predict that this meta is going to turn into is actually quite favorable for him. It's a lot of like melee armies, not a lot of heavy caster armies because all the changes to unbinding and everything that's happening with Primal Dice, and all the shooting armies have gotten weaker. So everything that would normally be a good matchup for Karazai is now looking worse, whereas Karazai just looks better. Not by much, mind you. So I think he's about the same position he was in before. He is list defining. He is powerful. Oh man, do I miss having a battle mage with him? But
literally,
he's great. He fulfills multiple battle tactics. It feels good to build a list around Karazai. And even if he dies, you still should have other stuff in the list that can carry you through the rest of the game.
Yeah. Man, I've been playing Karazai to death, as most of you know. I did find the argument for him A tier still after the whole Ancient Master War change, and it's because of all the things you said, Paul. And then now he's 20 points cheaper. I don't know why they just refuse to make him an even 500. I don't know why. But I still really feel the amount of tactics he gets, just the fact that he's a distraction card effects that's going to punch you really hard. So it's like you can't, like every time I play with him, people are always like, oh, maybe I should just kill everything else. I'm like, that strategy is kind of valid, but you also can't let him just free roam, because I will kill things with him, and I will continue to remove pieces off the board if you don't put something in front of him. So I think just the utility of the damage alone that he brings to the army is enough to just kind of still hold him at A tier.
He does a lot of damage. You can't ignore him at all. Like, you can't wall him because he flies. You can't throw chaff after chaff after chaff and try to pin him because he just murders everything in combat with him.
Exactly. So I still think he's A. I will say in fourth, I hope he has a spell ignore or a ward or something that I don't need to bring like 400 points of utility for him. That would be on my Christmas list, GW, if you're listening. But yeah, great model. Super fun time to play. If you have him sitting on your shelf, really consider playing with him, especially just to finish out the edition. We should be getting a new in like 4 to 6 months now, so good time to use Big Dragon.
Speaking of Big Dragon, there is Krondus, his wizard nerd brother, who does way less damage in melee, like especially when you're not fighting hordes, and it's very noticeable, right? That's always been the problem with Krondus is you fight something like 4 Tempesters or even just a foot hero. Sometimes you fail to kill him. It's really sad. But other times, Krondus is fighting hordes, he's killing screens, he's this durable +3 caster that's casting Thunder Shock and his spell every single turn. He's buffing up all of your shooting into certain units by reducing their save rolls. He's good at a lot of stuff. 500 points, though, you start to have a build-around model, right? Do you bring a Lord Castellan? Do you bring Praetors? What do you actually bring with Krondys? And I think leaning into the defense isn't really worthwhile because he's not like Karazai where he can just punch his way out of any combat. I think what you have to lean into is just shooting, right? Like I think you just shoot everything off the table with Krondys. Maybe you bring like one squad of Dracolines on the side just to have some kind of melee presence alongside him, but otherwise it's all shooting. He does score all the same tactics as Karazai, which is great. He's a tactic scoring machine, but 500 points still feels like a lot. Like Andrasta, he's only as good as how much stuff you can bring in the list, but he directly increases your damage output in a way that Andrasta doesn't, right? Like she just gives you models back every turn, maybe. Whereas this guy is increasing the damage of your Tempesters, which is great. So I'm going to experiment with the Krondys list this season. I think having +3 to cast is good. It's a shame it's not +3 on binding as well, but whatever. That's what it is.
Krondys, so actually right before the show I was crunching some numbers because like I wanted to see what the difference between Karazai and Krondys actually was, right? And like Karazai does, so not including tail attacks because they're the same between them. Karazai does like 5 more damage on average, and than Krondys. And if Krondys' spell goes off, it's still like 3 more damage on average, which is significant, like very significant. This is like after saves and everything. And so, like, I don't know, you need to get utility out of his Warscroll spell. And if you can't get the utility out of his Warscroll spell, then yeah, Karazai is better, which is actually kind of, people who know me knows that I'm kind of flip-flopping my take here a little bit, because I used to think Krondys was much better, but actually sitting down, doing the numbers, thinking about it more, I think Krondys really needs at least one unit that goes great with his Warscroll spell.
And that unit is usually Tempesters.
yeah, usually Tempesters.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll talk more about Krondys lists in a future video. Look forward to it. Ionis Cryptborn, still 400 points. We did a whole video reviewing him. We had some sample lists. We've had a lot of time to play him. I think he is worth the A tier that we gave him. I'm glad we didn't give him the S tier. Really glad we didn't give him the S tier because he's not actually that good. He is good, but he's not that good. And he doesn't just slot into every list. He's not that tanky. He's not that punchy. His best feature, besides... He has 2 best features. One, the guaranteed prayer, right? No dice roll, get a prayer. That's amazing. Like, translocate with no dice roll is awesome. I've been waiting a long time for that. The other thing is stopping Inspiring Presence within 12 inches of him. While also, you know, if you're within 12 inches, then you can breathe on them too, which means you also do some damage and stop healing as well. The only problem I have with that second part is you have to be within 12 inches, which means you're getting charged and you're going to die, probably, definitely. So there has to be specific turns where you send Ionis out when you're unleashing as much shooting power as possible and just making everything die to Inspiring Presence. Now, the problem with that is there's this awesome ally called the Charybdis that does the same effect of blocking Inspiring Presence within 12 inches for 160 points instead of 400. So this guy is a Charybdis plus a Lord Relictor, which is worth about 280 points, on top of a mediocre monster body. Is that mediocre monster worth an additional 120 points? I don't know. In a lot of lists, I'm going to say no. But there's nothing he does that you can call weak. Like, everything he does is impactful enough that you never feel bad spending 400 points on him, but it's also never good enough that you feel great spending 400 points on him. So I think he stays in A tier. I think he's going to finish off the season pretty strong. Not as strong as, like, you know, Belthanos, who came out in Dawnbringers, or Usharon. Like, these are going to be meta-defining models, right? Like, they completely change the way these armies play. Ionis is not quite that good. He's just fine.
Honestly, I don't know how they point these monsters at. Like, if Belthanos can be 360, so can Ionis. Like, I mean, you said it. It's a Charybdis and a Lord Relictor given slightly more wounds on a 3-up save. And no ward, no spell ignore, nothing.
So I've played with Ionis quite a lot now. He's been in almost every list I've made since he came out, actually, because I think he... solves issues. Like, I briefly talked about this earlier with the Stormdrake Guard, in that it's just kind of a unit that like can do things that we can't really do otherwise. Roar, Smash to Rubble are both very relevant. Being able to auto pray, shutting off Inspiring Presence is backbreaking against some armies. Like stopping healing is really backbreaking against specifically Soulblight Monster Mash. Like, he just kind of like he's absolutely a tech card, right? Like for people like coming from TCGs, like he is a piece that you play because you think he helps certain matchups, even though he makes your overall list worse, I think. And like I think he's currently worth that, and I think A is absolutely fair. I really like him. And even in his bad matchups, he's not doing nothing, right? But
Yeah, he's never bad. Never, ever, ever bad, which you can't say about some of the other tech pieces that we have to bring.
yeah,
Like, Krondys does a lot less into Night Haunt, let's say that, when they're ethereal. But
Yeah.
his tail gets value, right? So it's like, he's bad in some ways and good in others. But Ionis is kind of the same. He's a lot more polarizing. Like, if you're playing against something that doesn't care about Inspiring Presence being blocked, like Stormcast or Gargants, or a lot of armies actually just don't care about Inspiring Presence being blocked, he loses a lot of value. If you if you're just translocating every turn, maybe you should just take a Lord Relictor instead. Like, a 2+ is probably good enough. Like, I know it's guaranteed, but is it 280 points guaranteed? Is that worth it? You know, like,
right.
you have to try to get the full value of his kit to justify the 400 point tag. And you don't do that in every matchup. And it's not really up to you. It's kind of just matchup dependent.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any matchup where you can get full value out of everything on his Warscroll? Like, what would that army be? Maybe like Soulblight with Hunger and a bunch of hordes?
I think Soulblight is probably the number one option, because Soulblight, you turn off Hunger, and turning off Inspiring Presence actually opens up Lightning Shattered Morale, the meme battle tactic in that matchup. And he can kind of tango with some of the chaff units. And I think, realistically, I've found that he's best against Deepkin, though. Because Deepkin are paper, and so like if you can kill like 4 or 5 models from a unit, it's pretty easy to do that. And then no Inspiring Presence means you just kind of wreck the rest of the unit for the rest of the game. His Lightning Tempest is super, super good into them, because they're always castled up. They have a bunch of low wound heroes that don't have a ward. And yeah, he's just very good in that matchup, and he kind of surprises you in other matchups. Like, no Inspiring Presence is so good into Big Wa. Like, crazy good into Big Wa.
I will say about the Eineth matchup, if they're playing like the Reaver Thrall Castle style, they will take the command trait that just ignores Battle Shock. So
Yeah.
he'll get no value there.
Yeah, the Reaver Castles, or the Thrall Castle, Namarti Castle stuff, he's not super great against. But those lists are... I don't know how I feel about those lists. They're not to be underestimated. But yeah, Ionis is not the solution.
Yeah. And that's kind of the problem, right? It's like, how often are you going to come across the list, the dream list, that you feel like you got 400 points worth out of this model?
Yeah. I don't think he needs that, though, to be worth 400. I think he is a little expensive. And I think him going down would make him feel a lot better. But like in those dream list scenarios, you're like, this is the best unit on the table. And so he just feels amazing.
Yeah, like I don't think he's like too overly costed. I think he's like 380, 370, basically.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Like not much, like 10%. Like it's not something drastic like Andrasta when we said, when she was 330, we were like, nah, she should be 250.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go further. I'd say 340-ish. Now,
Ooh,
10
I think
points.
He would be crazy at 340.
It's an ally problem.
I think
again,
he
though,
can't be. I think the fact that his thing is his Inspiring Presence thing is like such a large radius, and he has a shooting attack that stops healing, which is two of our biggest enemies, really. I don't think he can be. Not in the context of our army.
Well, maybe once the Charybdis gets removed and he becomes the only thing that stops Inspiring Presence, I might change my mind.
Well, the Charybdis is also like A, it's slow. B, like Ionis isn't pretty bad at fighting, but he's not the worst at fighting. Like I could see him like taking a flank with like some unit with a bit of light shooting.
Yeah, it's
Like you throw Ionis into like a moderate chaff unit. You expect the moderate chaff unit to lose. Charybdis,
Yeah, like he does. Like correct me if I'm wrong, but Ionis does have like a -3 rend attack, right? Negative
Yep.
negative
it's
3
two
rend,
attacks,
3 damage.
Threes minus 3 for 3.
I want to say it's 3s and 2s.
No, it's
No, 3s
threes
and 3s. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. And then 5 attacks at -2, 2. Yeah, it's not.
come on,
It's
Morgana.
not the best.
He's a Stormcast hero. He can't wound on 2s.
That's correct, but that's why like Soulbreaker is basically the Night Relictor's mace on him.
Yep.
He has a named mace and it does basically nothing. But
That's so
no,
funny.
his dragon does decent damage. Like I'd be willing to take out a unit of like Liberators or like I don't know, like a unit of any chaff unit, like Dylan said.
Well, he's great. I think he's sticking around in A tier. I think he is just a few points short of being an S tier. Like if he was 340, he'd be S for me personally.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you were 340, I think.
Honestly, I would call him S at 370.
Okay,
If he went down 30 points, I would say he's S, and I would start building very serious lists.
interesting.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree with that.
I am only 10 points off of my dream Ionis list, so I might agree with you.
Yeah. It's also like you have to realize like because I'm also assuming balance is happening to all of our other units. I can't take him at 340 and also expect balance there. In my ideal scenario, if everything's getting looked at, he's at 370 and everything else is also getting looked at. I think I would play him definitely at 370.
Okay, well, I guess yeah. When I say 340, that's in a vacuum. Some list with Ionis feels 60 points too expensive. That's currently where I'm at. So this is our summary for the Stormcast tier list. In the S tier, we put the units that we think you're going to see in pretty much every list. Maybe not the same list, right? Maybe you won't see Grand Hammers and Tempesters and Evocators in the same list. I mean, you will if it's my list, but for most people, they probably won't put all of these units together. But all of these are really powerful units. You build your whole list around them, or they're just so versatile that you can put them up in pretty much any list. The A tier units like Vanguard Hunters, Questor Soulsworn, Fulminators, these units are carrying lists in like they're very efficient units. They're good at what they do, but they're just not as ubiquitous as the S tier units. They're just lacking a little bit in terms of maybe points or maybe just general usefulness or specific synergy. Specifically, I want to mention Karazai in the A tier because he does feel like a really good model, and you have to build your whole list around him. But I think those lists are just lacking a little bit. It's not like the Lord Imperatant Grandhammer package. I think that is an S tier package for Stormcast. Like it's really easy to get. Not easy. I shouldn't say easy, but you can get good results proven with the Annihilator stuff. It's harder with Karazai. He is good, but it is more difficult. You got to work for it, and you got to dodge blizzards. Like it's really important to dodge blizzards.
Mm-hmm.
The B tier units, these are more situational picks. They just seem to be a little bit less efficient. They're still good units by all means. It's just you have to consider putting them into your list a bit more. So things like Vanquishers have a very specific purpose. When you bring Shield Annihilators, you're doing it because you just want to rain mortal wounds down on people. Crossbow Adjudicators filling battle lines. Stormdrake Guard are just not very efficient, but they are very impactful, so you build your whole list around them, and so on. C tier is the cutoff. All of these units have a very specific niche. Usually they are pretty close to being in D tier. Sometimes it's a point adjustment and they could go up all the way to A tier. They're not bad, they're just not particularly useful. And then everything in D tier and F tier we think is just not worth using for competitive play. Usually D tier units are just too ineffective. Their particular niche isn't great. Sometimes you will see them in play, like for example the Farstriders. If you need a 10-point squeeze over Vanguard Hunters, you might include some Farstriders, but that's about it. Overall, this season, it looks like 57% of our Warscrolls are viable, which is, it's a passing grade. But most of the Stormcast units that are bad are heroes, and most of them are just lacking purpose. So, yeah, 57%. It's what can we say about that? What can we say about a 57?
I don't think it's as bad as like one might expect, given we have so many like Warscrolls. The fact that like I think maybe look less at the percentage and more at the 43 war scrolls are viable, right? Because like that's like way more options than any other book has. Like even if we just look at our viable stuff, so that's pretty neat. It sucks that so much stuff gets left behind, but I think that so much stuff is usable, and like we have a lot of D tier stuff, right? Which, like we said, like is close. It just needs like a little bit of adjustment. Like there's only what 6 in the F tier, yeah. So that I don't know. I don't think it's terrible, but it does feel kind of bad.
All right, let's talk about the Stormcast Endless Spells. We don't include these with the War Scrolls because it really does feel more like part of the army. It's not really a unit that you compare to other units. And the spells are kind of their own category. So there's not really any change here, really, from what we were talking about last summer. Everything we said last year is still applicable now. The Deus Arcanum found its way into a lot of lists at only 20 points, so we're bumping it up to C tier. Especially if you use Spell Eater on a Knight Incantor, you can get 2 Unbinds per turn and potentially just eat Celestial Deliverance or Comet's Call or Carrion Call from Flesh Eaters, and eating one of those spells can just win the game for you. So that feels pretty good, and we are using Knight Incantor Generals quite frequently. So Deus Arcanum gets a C tier, and the Comet, I've bumped up 2 tiers here up to B from D. I felt last season it was very expensive, but this season, because it fits well with the Comet Fall package, it is finding its way into a lot of lists. It's very expensive, and it feels bad that you just don't cast it into Khorne, or usually you also don't cast it into OBR until they change the spell ignore. So it feels bad in those situations, but in a lot of other situations, it feels good, and I think the Comet Fall stuff is probably the best that Stormcast can do right now. So I think it gets a B tier.
I think it's more the result of our shooting being nerfed that has bumps this guy a couple of tiers up.
Yeah, exactly. Like we can't shoot heroes
Like
anymore. We need splash mortal wounds, and that's the reason Comet Fall's doing so well.
Mm-hmm.
If Long Strikes could shoot heroes, I think the Comet would probably go back to D tier.
I don't know about D, but I do think it would go down significantly.
It would go down definitely, or like if we had precision on a couple of units, like
Long Strikes, yeah.
The Knight Judicator or Raptors, yeah.
All right, Section 2, Allegiance Abilities. We use the exact same ranking system that we use for units because there are strict opportunity costs. If you pick one thing, you can't pick another thing. It is really difficult to pick multiple things from any kind of enhancement type, so we use the exact same S tier through F tier formulation. For the sake of brevity, because I'm sure this video is already long enough, we're just going to talk about what's changed, and then maybe hit on a couple things as we go along. Hammers of Sigmar, I think, is still the best Stormhost overall, and it's close, honestly. I think Astral Templars is very close to being in the same tier. Battle Line Dracots are just too good. Tempestors are maybe the best unit in the book. Fulminators are both also very, very good. Both of them being Battle Line and fulfilling multiple battle tactics is great. The 6-up ward is, it happens sometimes. You never count on it, but it's there.
Cherry on top.
Yeah, exactly. Hallowed Knights, I think, looks a little bit worse this season. Although Gardas is still a good pick, and Hallowed Knights still has a specific niche, I think it's just not efficient enough, right? Having to spend 300 points on Battle Line this season, Battle Line that's not, good at anything except just taking up space, like Sequitors or Vindictors or something, it's not ideal. And what we want to be doing is bringing more hammers, more support heroes that have high impact, like Knight Vexillors or Lord Relictors, and spending 100 points on Battle Line just isn't doing it. So I'm knocking Hallowed Knights down from A to B tier.
Yeah, we talked about it when we talked about Gardas, right? Castles just aren't great right now. The Battle Line problem is real. Blizzard dunks on everything Hallowed Knights wants to do. So, yeah, I think it's a deserved drop as much as I love Hallowed Knights.
Too much ward shut off in the game now. It's way too easy to turn off wards.
Yeah, that's
more units.
It's a real feels bad moment when you roll up with Gardas and your opponent has like the Bloodthirster artifact that disables wards, and you're like, oh, cool. Or Demon Princes, yeah.
Or like a Star Priest. So you cast that ignore wards at like a 19, and you're not going to deny it.
Yeah.
I mean, Gardas is, but it's like, now you can't just have like a big mass of troops protected by Gardas now, just like very specific things like shooters or something. The number of ignore wards things with like heroic actions and stuff that you just can't do anything about is like pretty high. I feel really bad for Nurgle. I'll just put it that way.
Knights Excelsior look a little bit worse, although the Annihilator stuff is actually pretty good, like with the Lord Imperator and Grand Hammers and Questers. That list looks good. I don't think Knights Excelsior is the best way to play it. I think it actually plays better in Astral Templars and Hammers of Sigmar. Hammers of Sigmar so that you get the Battle Line Tempesters to support all that, and then Astral Templars to make you immune to Rampages and also give you access to Vanguard Hunters so you can score a bunch of tactics. So Knights Excelsior goes down a tier. I think it goes down to B tier to match Hallowed Knights. No changes to Celestial Warbringers or Tempest Lords. Their effects are just not particularly good. The units that they give you as Battle Line are not particularly good. And Astral Templars, I think, is still noticeably a little bit worse than Hammers of Sigmar, but it's not that far off. Like, I don't want to call Astral Templars S tier because there's a lot of times where you really want Battle Line Tempesters and Fulminators, right? Like, these two things are very, very important. The immunity to Roar is fantastic if you're playing a very specific type of list, like if you're playing a Karazai or Storm Drakes with a Castellan to buff them up. That's really good to be immune to Roar, to always be on a 2+. But there's also just other ways to stop commands, right? Like you can hit people with Geminids, you can hit people with Command Core. There's other ways to stop it. The Battle Line Vanguard Hunters are nice, but you're not going to bring 3 units. You're probably going to bring 2 units and then some Liberators. And if you're bringing, Liberators and Tempesters in an Astral Templars list, well, you're only 1 Battle Line slot. Like you swap one of the Hunters over to more Liberators and you're already at Hammers. So the Vanguard Hunters themselves, although they do score a bunch of tactics, they're not a particularly useful unit outside of that. Like, they don't do anything else. Whereas Liberators, at least you can revive them with Call for Aid, so they end up being a little bit better.
Yeah, I think ultimately, like, I would rather have, like, by and large, like, just generally speaking, I would rather have Dracoths be Battle Line than Vanguard Hunters be Battle Line. And I think 6-up Ward is comparable to immunity to monstrous actions, because, like, obviously immunity to monstrous actions is better in matchups that have monsters, but occasionally you will play against, like, Night Haunt, and you just, okay, I don't have an Allegiance ability now.
Yeah, or like Beastclaw Raiders, the Stonehorn still get to do their rampage on you because it doesn't pick you, so it's not a foolproof method. It's not like you just counter all monsters, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't... The thing is, it's very difficult to judge, because it's like, if I'm fighting Sylvaneth, I really prefer Astral Templars, but when I look at the top armies right now, almost all of them are like very infantry-heavy armies. We aren't seeing like a lot of monster mash currently in the game, outside of like, just like Gargants, or like a purely monster army. And in that matchup, Astral Templars feels great. But yeah, Knights Excelsior probably just a step below that. I think it's perfectly viable. I think you could still like do a lot against like Gargants or something.
Moving on to command traits. In terms of Stormcast command traits, they're all exactly the same value that we had before. None of them really stand out. They're all very difficult to use, very weak. The only one that really might tempt you to be picked is the Master of Celestial Menagerie, which is only for Star Drakes, and it gives you -1 to wound Stormcast Behemoths. Now that Ionis is a thing, you could run a list that has like Drakesworn Templar and Ionis, or Drakesworn Ionis and Krondys, or Karazai or something, like if you really want to run those lists. I don't think that's a very efficient use of points right now. You still got to fill Battle Line. You still need Hammers. 3 big units that cost you 400 points each, 500 points. Not a great strategy right now. You need to be more spread around the board. So probably not good enough to see play, but it's powerful. -1 to wound is very good.
Yeah, it really is just like the classic issue with Menagerie, right? Like, it's great if it works, but it doesn't really work. Like, it's very hard to get going.
In terms of universal command traits, I think High Priest is looking a little bit worse this season than what we thought it would end up being. We have pivoted into using Wizard Generals, so we don't have Priest Generals as often. And even when we have a Priest General, if you want the most reliable prayer possible, you can just take Ionis instead. So you want a Wizard General to score Spellcasting Savant, and there's just other ways to get guaranteed chanting. Guaranteed, not even a dice roll, right? Like, how many times did you guys fail a High Priest Translocate? Too many, right? You can.
I failed 6 in 1 GT.
Oof, that hurts.
That was brutal.
So it happens, right? And if you want to guarantee, Ionis is there. So it's High Priest is just not looking as useful as it was before. The real winner, I think, in terms of command traits is probably Shaman of the Chilled Lands. I don't think there are any S tier command traits for Stormcast. None of them feel that impactful. Shaman is probably the best one to pick because you want to pick a Wizard General, usually a Locust that you can get Spellcasting Savant. And Hoarfrost is okay. Like for Stormcast, we're usually on 3s, Rend 1 or 2 anyway, so like Hoarfrost doesn't... It has high rolls, but they're not that high rolls. Like they don't really buff what we're doing that drastically. What it's really good for is getting Blizzard on that hero, and then also just having a Rupture in your pocket in case you face the one player that's still using a Kronspine, and then you also get to pick a spell from your spell lore, which is usually, you know, Celestial Blades or Lightning Blast or something like that. So a Pocket Blizzard is a good thing to have if you're running a Wizard General for a Grand Strategy anyway.
I will say, Hoarfrost is very, very good with Evocators, because you give the Stabs Rend. But otherwise, yeah, agree.
Yeah, you mean Foot Evocators or Dracolines?
Both, because they both have Grand Staves, and neither one have Rend.
Yeah, the
Dracolines, it's actually better to do it on the mounts than it is on the staves.
Is that true?
Yeah, mathematically, yes.
Yeah, because
Okay.
you'll have
I did not know that.
You'll have 9 mount attacks versus 7 staff attacks, something like that. And assuming you roll well in the D3s, then yeah.
Yeah, assuming you get, let's say, -3 Rend on Hoarfrost, it's always better to do it on the Dracoline mount attacks.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think I also just like from playing this weekend, like Shaman, like it's proven not only in Stormcast but in other armies that Pocket Blizzards can sometimes just flip you a game, and it's like why would I not take it? And I feel like Stormcast, because our command traits aren't that good to begin with, we're just in a situation where it's like, well, what else am I going to take? It's just the best of what we got.
Well, the one reason not to take it is because a 5-wound hero can not rarely kill themselves with Blizzard. That happens way too often.
A small price to pay for 24 more wounds.
Well, if you're rolling 2 1s, you're not doing 24. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong, but yeah.
The only other command trait really worth considering, I think, is Eater of Magic. And this one surprised us how useful it became. We just noticed how often we were using a Knight Incantor General, and how much of the game is relying on spells going off, like key spells, not endless spells, not Mystic Shield, but specific spells from specific units at specific times. And a 5-up to ignore that spell can just win the game for you. Like, what does a Seraphon player do if you make Croak forget Celestial Deliverance? It just does nothing. They've run out of spells. So it's pretty big, and there's enough matchups that it does feel very useful. Especially if you bring a Deus Arcanum, and then the Incantor can be like 2 unbinds, and then if you are Locust focused for that turn, you can have 3 unbinds. One of them can be a guaranteed once per game, saving your primal dice for this. It's a huge threat, and people are very leery to cast their key spells because sometimes they just lose the game by casting.
DS going down 20 really does make that a huge difference.
Yeah, it's really just this combination of things, like wanting a Knight Incantor General, having 20 points left over for a Deus Arcanum, and then it's like, well, I don't want them near the front line to Blizzard things because I don't want them to die, and then I'll fail my own grand strategy that way. I want them in the back, and the best command trait to have while they're in the back is Eater of Magic. I think. Maybe that, or Master of Magic, perhaps?
I was gonna say, I use Master of Magic reasonably often, but it's literally just so I don't fail Magical Dominance and I get the reroll on it. I think Eater of Magic is your better option overall, but Master of Magic is like, I really want to get Magical Dominance off.
All right, looking at the Stormcast artifacts, unfortunately none of them have changed. They're all exactly as good as they were before, which is to say not very. Drake Scale Armor maybe might see play. I keep saying that every season, that the Drakesworn Templar with this unicorn build where he just has all his utility and somehow his 4-up save doesn't matter anymore, but it really does matter. Like, there's so much rend in the game, 4-up saves are not great anymore, especially for a big monster like this. Mirror Shield, maybe, sometimes I would consider bringing it. Like, if you're not bringing anything that could use an Arcane Tome, for example, if you have 2 Wizard Heroes and a Priest, you might consider using a Mirror Shield on your General to ensure Spellcasting Savant can't like teleport and then snipe you, things like that. Again, no changes to things like Luckstone, still exactly as useful as it was before. Arcane Tome is by far our best artifact. You should try to find a reason to put it in every single list. You should bring a Knight Zephyros, you should bring a Knight Azuros, you should bring one of these heroes that can equip the Arcane Tome, because it is just that good. It's so much value. It's like getting a 100-point wizard added to your list. In terms of spells, our best spells are still Celestial Blades. Lightning Blast is looking a lot better this season, I think, because it fits into this Comet Fall style, where you just want to stay far away from your opponent, rain mortal wounds on them, and because it has no range requirement, it just hits the nearest visible thing. You can do it from infinity inches away. You can do it from out of unbinding range and score magical dominance while also pushing D3 mortal wounds. And every little bit of damage helps. It's also a very easy cast, which makes it good for things like magical dominance, making sure you can not fail your cast. We're just talking about taking Master of Magic to reroll. Mm-hmm. Easy spells go a long way.
Another thing about Lightning Blast is, like, if you're running like the Griff Charger and you are just kind of like bouncing over to a corner and just like staying literally as far away from everything as you can, like Lightning Blast is like guaranteed value, right? Like there will be times where you're like, I don't have like a good Celestial Blades target. I'm out of range for like Hoarfrost or Blizzard or like everything else. And so it's just like, okay, I'm just going to Lightning Blast and bop, do D3.
Yeah, D3 is better than 0.
Mm-hmm.
Chain Lightning is still underwhelming. Thundershock, I might, like, most of the time I use Thundershock, it's with Krondys, right? Sometimes Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger, but usually it's Krondys casting Thundershock. Not many other characters want to take it. It used to be something I would take on like a Lord Castellant with an Arcane Tome, back when Arcane Tome let you do that. But ever since that change, I'm usually not finding any room for it aside from Krondys lists. I really wish it didn't have to roll a 3+ after rolling to cast.
Oh, it would be great if we didn't have to roll the 3+. It would feel so much better. But yeah, as is, it's like having to roll the 3+. Just, it's like, okay, my spell doesn't do anything. Good job.
Yep. The Lore of Primal Frost. This is where a lot of the action is happening right now in spellcasting. You can learn all of these by taking Shaman of the Chilled Lands, so that's primarily the way you're going to learn these spells. So these rankings are reflecting when you actually pick these spells for you to cast. Like if you take a Knight Incantor, not as your general, he's not taking Shaman of the Chilled Lands. Do you teach him Hoarfrost? The answer is probably no, right? It is an incredibly situational spell. It is very good on units like Evocators, Foot Evocators. You give them from Rend 0 to Rend D3. Suddenly they start to punch real good. Questors are pretty good for this as a 6 model unit. The problem is there's no really reinforced unit that we can bring to put this on. So it's okay. It's a powerful spell, but there's no real units that we can take advantage of it with. So I think I'm bumping it down to C tier from B. Rupture, thankfully, is not necessary anymore. You're actually making your list worse by taking this spell. Incarnates are almost extinct. Thankfully, they never released that rumored second Spider Incarnate that people talked about for a while. The Kronspine is almost gone from the meta, so taking the spell makes no sense. Merciless Blizzard, on the other hand, I would actually just straight up take this sometimes. Just pick it as a spell on a wizard. Like, bring a 100-point wizard, you get Merciless Blizzard. It's awesome. It's incredibly strong. It's warping the meta. Other armies take advantage of it better, though, because they have, like, 80-point heroes that are wizards that can learn this, whereas we're spending 120 for an Incantor usually, and when they die to the wounds that they take back, it's a big hit for us. We can't really afford to just have disposable heroes like some armies can.
Mm-hmm. Our heroes are also slower than a lot of armies too, and so it's just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, unfortunately. But it's a really powerful spell. It swings games, and it's totally worth picking up in your list, as long as you're not worried about dying. Looking at prayers with Ionis in the mix, we've had these exact rankings for these prayers for a very long time. Translocation is by far our best prayer. Mobility is king in Age of Sigmar. You win the game through moving your models around. The only reason to do damage to enemies is to make room for your models to move, or to stop them from hitting you so that you can move your models. So Translocation is very, very good. Easily the best prayer. Divine Light is very good, and if Ionis knew all the prayers, that would be great, but unfortunately you have to take a prayer enhancement for him to get this, because usually you want to translocate on him as their first prayer. But Divine Light is very powerful. It's one of the very few ways in the game to reroll hit 1. and that is very good. That level of accuracy is quite useful, especially because you can do it before you do Thunderbolt Volley. So you can, for example, translocate a priest up, that priest chants Divine Light, and then you issue Thunderbolt Volley with your long strikes, and then they get to reroll ones. You could potentially even get Aether Wings in range, so you could be on 2s and 2s, rerolling hit rolls of 1. That's the most reliable Thunderbolt Volley you can get, and that's pretty good. Divine Light is pretty good. The fact that it works on all attacks and all phases against one enemy unit is very useful.
I really like Divine Light. I think it is, if you're running like a double priest list, I think taking a Prayer Lord to get Divine Light and Bless Weapons, which I also think is pretty solid, is definitely a consideration. Like, I think Divine Light is underrated because of how good Translocation is. Like, Translocation is like, you need this prayer, and the other ones are like, hey, these are pretty good too, though.
Helps out your hammers too, like especially like depending on your meta. So I have a lot of like OBR in my meta, so a lot of four. Pretty much everybody's running like a 4 Morghast brick, or sometimes aggro lists with do 2x4. But they show off your commands, so like having a hammer unit have to hit on 3s, potentially even worse depending on how they debuff you, is really bad. So having the reroll 1s to kind of help supplement the fact that you can't get all attacks sometimes is really useful.
Yeah, and I think the double priest list has some gas now because Lord Relictors are 120 points, and that is cheap enough where you can actually bring multiple Lord Relictors rather than having to bring Knight Relictors. And this feels really bad on a 3+, but on a 2+, it's a lot more reasonable.
Uh-huh.
Bless Weapons is good. What units do we want to put it on right now is kind of the question. Castigators reinforced, maybe? Reinforced Dracolines, reinforced Fulminators, yeah.
I was gonna say, I think Dracolines are the big one. It's not terrible on Tempesters because it still works on their melee attacks, assuming that you're planning on sending them into melee that turn. Otherwise, yeah, Dracolines and Fulminators. Quester, maybe, but Quester are usually kind of off doing their own thing. So
yeah, they have a high amount of damage, but it's only 18 attacks, so they'll get maybe 3 extra attacks out of this. And if you're wounding on 3s, 2 of those go through, and if you have rend 1, maybe 1 of those goes through. So maybe it'll do 1 extra or 2 extra damage. It's
it's not like crazy, but it's it's decent value.
Yeah, I maintain that if Questers could be reinforced, they would be one of the best units in our book.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if we could reinforce.
For Universal Prayers, Curse is really the only one worth considering, and not in Stormcast. All of our teleports have to be more than 9 inches away. It is really difficult to get stuff in range of Curse. It's much easier to bless your own guys than it is to debuff an enemy with Curse. For mount traits, we're not really using that many mounted heroes these days. I think the ones that really see the table are things like Lord Arcanum on Gryph-Charger. So for that reason, we're ranking Scintillating Trail as S tier. Was last time as well, continues to be S tier. None of the other ones are particularly great. Like, they're good effects, right? Like, Retreat and Charge is good in a vacuum. Like, depending on the hero, it can be good. But we don't really have anything that can really take advantage of it. Maybe like a Lord Celestin on Dracoth, but how is he even surviving a turn in order to get that off, 6-inch Pylon is a very useful thing. The problem is all 3 of the heroes, or 4 of the heroes that can use these, are not particularly fighty, and it's not like it helps you avoid Unleash Hell or anything, because you still need to charge in with your other units. None of the mount traits are very exciting. Scintillating Trail usually ends up being the best one. It's like a pseudo +1 cast, because enemies have -1 to unbind, and yeah, it's pretty useful, I think.
Yeah, I really like Scintillating Trail. It's helpful. But yeah, the other ones I think are all way too neat to really use. Even Celestial Instincts, like, it sounds good, but like, you don't really want to retreat and charge with anything, because like, most of your heroes that can take these mount traits, you don't want in combat at all, so you just retreat them.
Yeah, there's a problem with the Stormcast design where our heroes aren't as good in combat as they ought to be, probably, given the story and the models and all the stuff that is encouraging you to put them into the front line, but they're just actually not that good when they get there. In terms of holy commands, Call for Aid is S tier. I think it was last time as well. Thunderbolt Volley is S tier. I think competitive lists want both of these. I think you want to bring at least 5 Liberators so you could use Call for Aid with them, and I think you want to bring 3 Long Strikes so you could use Thunderbolt Volley with them, and you want to bring a Warlord Battalion so you can bring both of these. I think that is the way to play Stormcast right now. You'll see a lot of that in our upcoming list building video. Steadfast March looks worse because we lost the Battle Mage, so no more +2 run, +2 charge. So that is a lot more situational. And Unleash Thy Hatred only works for Paladins, and none of the Paladins except for Grandhammer Annihilators are worth using, and they don't want to use this because they can just use all-out attack instead. So it's not worth giving up any of the other holy commands. Honestly, even Steadfast March I would rather play before Unleash Thy Hatred. It's quite sad how far Unleash Thy Hatred has fallen in our book, because Paladins just keep falling out of favor.
I think Unleash Thy Hatred is good exactly with like 10 protectors that get charged, and then you get double attacks on the Star Soul Maces, and I think that is bad right now. So therefore, Unleash Hatred is bad.
Agreed. There's times to use it, like it's not objectively bad, but especially given how many things shut off commands specifically in the combat phase, that is the phase that has the least amount of commands that you can use. It's pretty rough. All right, on to Section 3, Match Play. We use same kind of nomenclature for our rankings here, but there is a different kind of system we use because there are no opportunity costs for battle tactics. So grand strategies as well, you do pick one, there are opportunity costs, but we rank these more on a system of how reliably you'll score it and kind of a mix of like how often you are to include it in your lists. Like how good is this really for you? So S tier is like, you're going to score this every game pretty reliably. Like it might fail one in... I don't know. I don't want to give a strict number here, but some low number of games you'll fail it. A tier is you'll probably score it most of the time. Maybe it's not as common as an S tier one. Maybe there's a reliable dice roll involved. Maybe it requires putting your units out of position. Maybe there's some scenarios where you just won't be able to do it because like you're maybe magical dominance and you're playing against Seraphon. You know, like they can just stop you from doing that at all times of the game. That scales down in terms of reliability to the F tier, which is it's just too niche. You're not going to score it. You don't even have to think about it. Let's start off with the battle tactics. So first up is Pioneers of the Realm. You have to contest all objectives wholly within enemy territory with Cities of Sigmar units. Now, that is tough to do because Cities units are typically very slow. We don't bring many of them, either as allies or as coalition. We're not really bringing that many Cities units these days. And some battle plans just don't have objectives that are wholly within their territory. In fact, a lot of battle plans this season don't have that at all. Usually they're on the border or in between territories. So it could just be impossible. There are situations where, maybe you have one objective in enemy territory, and this doesn't say you have to control. It just says contest. So if there's one objective and you put one model on it, you score the battle tactic. And that's... usually that will require either teleporting the unit, which is difficult with Cities units, or running them very fast and then hoping your opponent doesn't, kill them when you charge in and they unleash hell or stomp or whatever. It's really tough to do, not just because of list construction reasons, but also battle plan reasons and also tactical reasons. It is a very, very, very poor tactic. I don't think you need to worry about this one.
Mm-hmm.
Are we the only book that has a battle tactic that requires an allied unit?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. This is really rough because, like, even if we're taking Cities units, like we've taken Battle Mage in the past, lots of people are taking Command Core right now. Like, they're not gonna get there. Like, you're not gonna be able to do Pioneers of the Realms. Like, it's pretty much exclusively gyrocopters that you can do this with, and gyrocopters you're taking for the Grand Strat. And if you go for this battle tactic, there's a good chance your gyrocopters are in danger. So then you don't get the Grand Strat either.
Yeah, maybe like a Sudoku Charybdis, just running into enemy territory, shutting off Inspiring Presence, and then dying. If you got a straight shot, and if you can run 6 onto the objective, like, okay, sure.
And the Charybdis has to not die.
Yep. It's a tall order, but it doesn't have a brain, so it's fine. Next up is No Challenge Too Great, which requires slaying any hero unit with a Redeemer melee attacks. You don't have to pick which hero, which is cool. You don't have to pick the Redeemer. You just have to slay a hero. So if there's a Littlefoot hero sitting nearby, or if you're stuck in combat with like a Maw Crusher that has only a couple wounds left, and you happen to have a Redeemer unit that's nearby and can fight them, okay, maybe even Wizard Finders to give them bonus attacks to make this more reliable. The problem is that Redeemers aren't very good at fighting anything, and they're especially not good at fighting heroes, especially when heroes have bodyguards and a lot of 3-up saves and 7 wounds. It's really tough to kill heroes with a Redeemer unit. Maybe like Wizard Finder Sequitors could sometimes do this, but it's very niche. Like, it'll happen more often than Pioneers of the Realms because you can do it in every game. Like, every enemy list has a hero, and you should have a Redeemer in every one of your lists. But man, is it a bad tactic. You're not going to do this.
Yeah, no challenge too great. I actually score probably more than almost any of our other tactics, which is kind of wild to think about. But it basically only happens if you have an enemy foot hero that has taken damage from something else. Like, he took damage from like a comet or a lightning blast or something like that. He's got like 2 wounds left, and he's already in combat, so he's not heroic recovering, which is difficult. It does not happen often, but when it does happen, it's like, oh hey, don't forget about no challenge too great.
I'll say the last time I tried to score this, there was an enemy hero with a few wounds. I think it was like 4 or 5 wounds remaining, and I was like, okay, I've got my 5 liberators. They're in charge range. He doesn't have command points to redeploy. I can do this, right? Like, I can actually do this. And I was like, but they're not going to reliably kill that hero. I can't, and you can't score it with their Ladle the Tyrant, right? Because it has to be with attacks. It can't be with an ability. So I was like, okay, I have to soften this hero up. He's not the nearest target, so I can't lightning blast him. I had to cast the Comet, and the Comet spiked and did 6 mortal wounds. And he opted not to roll his wards because you don't have to roll wards. And the hero died, and I failed my battle tactic. Yep.
Yeah.
To give you all listening an idea, we usually tell people, please post if you complete this tactic in our Discord, because we want to see how it happened. I love reading about how it happens.
Yep. It's wild. Next up is Hammerstrick Assault. It is quite a bit better, especially these days with more Demon Princes running around. You have to pick an enemy hero with 10 or more wounds and no wounds allocated to it, which means you can't have heard it before with like a Lightning Blast or a Comet or anything, and then destroy that hero. Now, this can be done in any combination of damage. So spells, melee, shooting, Thunderbolt Volley, Lightning Blast, Comets. It doesn't matter as long as that hero is destroyed. And there are tons of 10 wound heroes in the game right now. Even though people aren't really playing Monster Mash, there are a lot of armies in the game that have 10 wound heroes. Arcan is still very, very proliferant. We've got a lot of big Flesh Eater Court monsters in the game right now that are also heroes. There's stuff to kill. Now, the problem is it has to be completely unwounded, right? And they might, if they're like 300 IQ players, they might, ping themselves with damn terrain and to make sure that they're wounded so you can't declare this tactic on them. Usually they'll respond with Finest Hour in response. But because these are all 10 wound heroes, they don't benefit from Lookout Sir or Sylvaneth Wildwoods blocking line of sight. So yeah, you can just kill this hero. If you see a Demon Prince across the table from you, if you're playing against Nurgle or Slaves or something, or just at some point know you want to score this tactic against them.
Yeah, Hammerstrike Assault is great when you can do it. You definitely have to plan for it a little bit, because assuming it's a 10 wound hero, 3-up save isn't unlikely, and then if they Finest Hour, 2-up save, and then if they have any kind of ward or anything, it can be quite a bit to chunk through, because you have to do it all that turn. And so, keep your Thunderbolt Volley for it, try and get a good charge into them, stuff like that.
Yeah, try to not target things that have Mystic Shield on them. Don't make it harder for yourself. Try to disable commands if you can in some way. Thunderbolt Volley is very good for this because your opponent cannot use all-out defense in the hero phase.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Lightning Shattered Morale, which was a meme tactic for a very long time.
Yes.
Because you have to pick an enemy unit in their starting army with Bravery 10, and you have to make models flee in the Battle Shock phase. So what this requires doing is, first of all, you have to be playing against Death or Demons. Nothing else in the game has Bravery 10. Very few things have Bravery 10. So you have to be playing against these particular armies. You also have to have the capacity to turn off Inspiring Presence, because that's what your opponent will do, always. For 1 command point, they deny your entire battle tactic. So you bring something like Ionis or the Charybdis or Geminids and hope that you make the cast and you make the 2+. Now, it also has to be in the starting army, which means it can't be a unit of ghouls that was resurrected or zombies that came back to life. It can't be a summoned unit of demons. It has to be in the starting army. So even when you play against these particular armies, they might not have anything that you can do this on. So it's a hard tactic to do. But those armies are popular right now. Death is popular, demons are popular, and Ionis and Charybdis are usable, right? Definitely at least usable. So just keep this one in mind. Sometimes if you're playing an Ionis list, if you're playing a Charybdis, this is one of the reasons you want to do it, because you want to make stuff run away. Now you also have to be careful you don't overkill the unit and make sure there's something left alive so that it can run away. You don't want to accidentally kill the whole unit and then fail your own battle tactic.
Yeah, Lightning Shattered Morale is such a meme, and I love it so much for the meme. But oh god, it's an insane number of hoops to jump through. Like, not only do you have to have a list building requirement, you have to play against a specific army, and then you also have to worry about actually doing the tactic in the first place. Like, you have to do 6 to 10 damage usually, without killing the unit outright. And so it's such a balancing act, but it's fun that
so
it's
wild.
possible.
It's so wild they thought of this tactic at a time when Geminids did not shut off commands in the
Yeah.
bravery phase, and Ionis didn't exist. Like, what? How are they hoping people do this? Like,
Right.
There is a mount trait that you can take
gonna say,
only
it's
on
the
the
mount
Knight
trait.
Draconis.
oh right, oh my god,
And it requires giving up your rampage and then rolling a 3+.
Oh, I love this tactic for how bad it is. But it's actually semi-doable now, so keep it in mind.
Yep. Draconith
Guys-
Destruction. Oh, go ahead, David.
Guys, I figured it out. That's how we're going to balance the game. We're just going to give all the other armies Stormcast level of battle tactics. Everyone struggles. Everyone has
Honestly,
to fight
that's what I thought was gonna happen, and then they printed things like "get off a boat" and score 2 points. I was like, okay.
They're like, we like dock tactics, not Stormcast tactics. And we're like, oh.
Oh, God. Do you remember when Daughters of Cain Tactics gave them extra victory points?
Yep.
So crazy.
I saw that. I was like, oh, you just throw away 200 points and you get an extra victory points? Wow.
Very
Wow.
cool, GW. Very cool.
Draconith Destruction. This is a very good tactic, a very staple in my list of 5 that I try to score in every game. You have to pick an enemy unit with 10 or more models and destroy it using a Draconith, Dracoth, or Stardrake. So this does have to also be starting army, so you can't do this on a unit of guys that was revived. But you should probably have at least one of these keywords in your list, either Draconith or Dracoth or Stardrake. Dracoth in particular, Tempesters are great for this. They are very good at dropping into play, shooting off 10 wounds of Skinks or 10 wounds of some Chaos Cultist or something like that. Now, it's not S tier because obviously not every army has units with 10 or more models. So in some situations, you're just not going to be able to do this. Some armies are running very elite. They're running monsters and like 2 to 4 units of like elite heavy cavalry and things like that. So you're not going to score this all the time. And even when you can score this against certain armies, it might not be the right time to do that. Like, it's not always the right time to commit your Tempesters just to score this tactic, because you might just be throwing them away after doing that. And trading 420 points of Tempesters for 2 victory points and then nothing is not good enough for Stormcast. You have to play better than that.
Yeah, I think Draconith Destruction is solidly our best book tactic. It's doable in the games that it's able to be done. It's fairly easy, and that feels great for us. We really only need 1 or 2 tactics outside of the current stuff, because we're actually not bad at scoring the GHB tactic.
Yeah, we are surprisingly one of the better armies for that.
Vanguard Hunters.
Yeah, boy.
And the last Stormcast battle tactic in the book is a Matter of Honor. You have to pick a monster and destroy it with attacks made by a Draconith or Stardrake. Now, hero monsters can respond with Finest Hour, so suddenly you're at lacking 1 rend, and if they have Mystic Shield, you're at no rend. But this is a very good reason to use Draconith, so something like Karazai or Stormdrakes, very good for this sort of thing. Wouldn't use Stardrakes. Personally, I wouldn't use Stardrakes with this. Now, you can't score this if you destroy the unit with prayers or spells. So if you have Ionis and his lightning spell finishes off the unit, that does not count towards it. It specifically has to be with attacks. So Karazai, Krondys, Ionis, and Stormdrakes. That's what we recommend using for this. It's not, I wouldn't build my list to have these units because of this tactic, because not every enemy army has monsters. A lot more armies have 10 model units than they have monsters. So Draconith Destruction is definitely easier right now. But if you have one of these big new dragons, it's a good reason to bring them, because you get to score this tactic.
And it's easy to think oh, I have to one-shot it with the attacks of my dragon. But really you just kind of like soften them up with your hero phase stuff, get them down to like 5 wounds or so, and then your dragon can finish them off pretty reliably. So it's like you gotta have like some chip, like just like sending an Ionis into a monster and hoping he one-shots it is probably gonna go poorly. But if you can chip them down a little bit and then get it, it's nice and reliable.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. Like I played Gargants and this weekend, game 4, and he on the phone the Gargants had like 3 wounds left. I was like, okay, well, I know what my next turn battle tactic's gonna be.
And I'm just realizing I did not include Secure the Battlefield on this list.
Oh, yeah, obviously our best tactic.
Yeah,
S tier.
it's not technically in our book, but what it requires doing is having 1 unit in each of the quarters of the battlefield more than 6 inches away from all enemies. And this is very easy to do, and this is why we recommend bringing units like Vanguard Hunters, bringing units like Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger, because they are just guaranteed teleports. You can also just drop units from play, or from reserve into play to score this battle tactic, and then set those units up for future turns to score, surround and destroy, intimidate the invaders, and other things like that. So I think Secure the Battlefield is S tier. What do you guys think?
Yeah, definitely S tier.
Yeah, I don't even think I think it is so good. Like, it literally, before we had Secure the Battlefield, playing Stormcast felt awful. And I was like, what are we even doing with this army? And then it's like, they added Secure the Battlefield, and I'm like, yo, I love this army again. Like, it's such a game changer.
It feels so ugly, but yeah, it's necessary, and it ties well into surround and destroy. So
Yeah. It was our cruel boy. It was like our cruel boy tactic, It was like, here's your 2 points. Like, we know you're struggling. Like, that's
Right,
what it
here
was.
you go, kid.
Yeah, like here, you don't have to think for 3 turns.
I kind of wish they
I mean,
never...
now we have... Yeah, it's like, battle tactics so gotten so bad, they're releasing regiments that let you change battle tactics. Like, what's going on?
Imagine our win rate if we never got this battle tactic. Think of all the buffs we would have gotten instead. This is hurting us.
I would rather have the battle tactic.
Short
I like
term.
Secure a lot.
Short term, I'd rather have the battle tactic. I think long term, if like imagine them reducing Comet or Wizards to 80 points, 90 points, like Knight Arcanum 80 points. Like, I think that opens up quite a lot.
100-point Praetors.
I don't know. I'm on the Secure train. I like this battle tactic way too much.
It is fun.
It's interesting that they chose to go for the give them a new battle tactic as opposed to... It shows you how much they didn't want to reduce points on any of the Draconid, the Stormdrake Guard and Knight Draconis, to a lot of tactics. Like 3 tactics are tied to these guys, and they didn't want to reduce points on any of them. They were just literally write them a new tactic.
Yeah, I was like, please just don't let dragons be meta again. Let's just give them this instead.
All right, let's take a look at the universal tactics. Starting off with Intimidate the Invaders. I think this is A tier. I think you score it almost every single game. You have to have more units wholly outside your territory than within your territory. Now, those units don't have to be on the battlefield when you declare it, which means you can drop units in from reserve. But of course, some battle plans, it's really, really hard. Every step is forward is really tough to score this one, right? Some are lending themselves to a lot easier. Fountains of Frost, very easy. What are some other easy ones? Limited Resources, probably on the harder side, I'd say. What are some really easy battle plans for this?
Yeah, I think there's, even on the hard battle plans for Intimidate the Invaders, I still think this is a guarantee. Because we have teleports, and so even if this is your turn 4, turn 5 tactic, I think the battle plan matters for the first 3 turns in what other tactics you can do. Because obviously Intimidate is a good turn 2 battle tactic for us usually, and so our game gets harder if it's not. But I think Intimidate itself, I don't think I have played a game where I haven't scored it this whole season.
Yeah.
I'm more likely to fail scoring it than I am to score it. Right? There's occasions where, a really bad Unleash Hell happens, or a really bad Stomp, or you mismeasure, you measure wrong, or you don't make the charge or something, you can fail this one with 1 key movement failing. Or they've redeployed you in your way or something in a way you didn't expect it. But you pretty much score this every game.
Yeah, something has to go wrong for you to fail this.
Right. Reprisal. We gave it a B tier last year. It seemed a lot more promising because we were willing to throw away our High Priest generals and then score this tactic in exchange. But now that we're all running Spellcasting Savant, Reprisal is very, very bad. Like, you don't want to have to score it. It requires destroying the enemy unit that destroyed your general. Now, not only is this not something you want to do because it means you failed your grand strategy, probably, it's also really bad because sometimes the unit that destroyed your general also destroyed itself. Like, if they cast Blizzard to kill your general and they destroyed themselves, then they're not on the table anymore. So you can't do that. Or like if an Endless Spell killed your general, you can't score this because the Endless Spell can't be killed. It's not a unit that you can destroy. Yeah, but if you have, for example, like an Ionis general, or you're running Karazai as your general so that you can score, you can have Battle Line Stormdrakes. If they die, you still have this. Like, it's not like you've lost out on this potential. This is a fairly easy battle tactic to do in those scenarios, right? Like, Stormcast have high damage, long threat ranges. When our general dies, we can kill the thing that killed it. But the thing, we just don't want to do that right now. We don't want to risk our generals.
Yeah, I really think Spellcasting Savant and the importance of our general is what keeps this so low. And because, like, we can't just, like, throw away our general, like, turn 1, turn 2, and then kill it, and then, like, set up the reprisal. I don't know, it's just awkward timing. Because, like, usually when your general dies, it's later in the game, and you have less to strike back against the stuff that killed your general. And I find a lot of the times that the general killer trades with the general, and so then it's just like you don't ever have an opportunity to pick it. The timing's just weird on Reprisal, and Spellcasting Savant is so good for us.
The number. Go ahead.
So to give you a scenario of like how I scored Reprisal actually in my game 1. So I was playing Starborn, and they just like nuked my heroes off the board. So he had to move. I think it was like a Star Priest. He just like did some spell and just killed my hero. But he had to move the Star Priest to an objective on like turn like 5, I think it was, or 4, and he had like 1 wound left, and it ended up I was like, okay, I'm gonna go Reprisal, and he's like, oh, I was like, yeah, it's just like it's such a battle tactic that's just like it pops in your head, like it's just like, oh, it's like an afterthought. It's like, well, it's like my Hail Mary play, so I could actually win this game. Like it's not something you're going for.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Endless Expropriation is another one of those tactics. You have to destroy an enemy that's bonded to an Endless Spell or an Incarnate, or make its Incarnate go wild. Now, Incarnates are extinct now, thankfully, but people are bringing Endless Spells, right? There's a lot of cheap Endless Spells people are bringing, either the Chalice and Flesh Eaters, or just a 30-point Gravetide, or all kinds of Endless Spells. And you can pick this Endless Spell and then kill the hero immediately, or just dispel it yourself. The thing is, most of the heroes that are casting Endless Spells are protected by Lookout, Sir. You know, so it can be tough to reliably do this unless you're bringing something like Night Vexillors to rain meteors down upon them.
I actually got this twice, I'll be honest.
It's very doable, right? It's just like, it is a lot more situational than a lot of other tactics.
The problem is the minute you declare this, they will unbound their they'll try to unbind their Endless Spell.
It doesn't matter, because you just have to destroy the enemy.
Mm-hmm. Because you already picked the enemy.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you have priority, and at the time you would declare it, they would still be bonded to the Endless Spell. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So it's neat.
Yeah, but I actually did this, I want to say, against my Big Wah opponent, and then, so he cast an Endless Spell like Geminids or something, and I was like, cool, I'll just Meteor Bomb your Wizard for this turn and win the game.
Like the army you want to use this against is like Starborn, but like you'll like never get to the heroes unless you like double them and they just deployed bad.
Yeah, you might get this against Sylvanet actually.
Yeah,
Sylvanet tries to
quite a few too.
Because if a Sylvanet player isn't wise enough, they'll cast their Spitestorm Hive with like a 5-wound Brain Switch or something, and then that's when you go, oh, okay then. Because there's not a lot of good tactics against Sylvanet turn 1 necessarily, other than like Magic Dome, and this is like a really good one you can get out of the way.
Yeah, another problem with this one is a lot of the stuff that would cast in the spells that we can shoot would be monsters, and we have other tactics for dealing with monsters like Hammerstrike Assault, and you have to also face something that has endless spells. Not every army does, and they have to want to cast them, and you didn't dispel them or unbind them. You know what I mean? Like it has to. A lot of things have to line up in order to get this to happen. But when it does, it's like Reprisal. It's just an easy 2 victory points.
Yeah, something to keep in mind, but not to like plan to get.
Yeah, and I also want to caution against overextending to do this, because killing a foot hero like 100 points, if you're dropping in, Tempesters to do it, that's not a good use of your resource there, right? Like that 100-point hero, unless maybe it's an Arch Regent, and maybe that's worth it because it'll deny reviving a unit. But in general, you want to trade up with Stormcast. You don't want to go 420 points of Tempesters into a 100-point foot hero to score a tactic.
Mm-hmm.
You want to kill the things that are going to kill your Tempesters, not the heroes that are supporting those things. Unless they have Blizzard, in which case that's a great use, great use of your points.
Which
Blizzard,
die.
Yeah. Magical Dominance. So you have to cast at least one spell and have none of your spells unbound. So what this means practically is you cast a spell out of range of enemy casters, and then you stop casting. Or you cast as many spells that are out of unbinding as you can, and you don't cast any that are within unbinding range, because you don't want to risk a random unbinding roll, especially with primal dice in the game, to just screw up your whole tactic. So Stormcast in particular are very good at this, because we can translocate our wizards or deploy them out of unbinding range and still have useful spells to cast. Lightning Blast is really good. Everblaze Comet is really good. Mystic Shield is really good. So we have no problem deploying our wizards very far away or just teleporting them out of range. And most opponents will just make Stormcast go first, because they know just how devastating a Stormcast double turn is, and making us go first means there's no chance of it happening in round 2. And when you are predicting that you're going to be told to go first, okay, you just deploy your wizards, 30.1 inches away. Then they're forced to move up to unbind you and take the first turn in order to do Deny Tactic. Not a great move. So people will just give you first, and you score Magical Dominance, and it feels great.
Yeah, especially because we have such bad turn 1 tactics outside of Magical Dominance. It's like, assuming you're on a battle plan where you can't do Intimidate turn 1, it's either Magical Dominance or Secure. And so, like, it's really important to deploy in a way that you can get Magical Dominance, and they'll usually give you first turn, and if they don't, then sweet, you get to line up for the double, they get to get closer, and maybe you can do some of our other tactics.
It's also a good round, like 4 or 5 tactic, if you've killed every single thing that could unbind, and that includes heroes that can use a heroic action to use heroic willpower in order to gain an unbind. But if you've killed every single hero, then you can just score this anytime. Usually. There's some units that unbind too, but not many.
Mm-hmm.
So I would put this in the category of probably going to score this in every game, but there's still some situations where you won't be able to, because it's not the right time or not the right position.
Yeah, I think you should... This is one to plan to get every game, and have a wizard that has something useful to cast outside of unbind range.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been scoring this a lot turn 5 more than 1. I'm not sure if anybody else has been feeling the same way. Like
what
usually,
else do you score turn 1 then?
Usually either secure the battlefield or surround destroy. But I have hunters on my list, so it's like,
yeah, fair.
Like it's easier for me to get something else.
Magical Mayhem is you pick an enemy unit and you destroy with spells or endless spells. And this one's really for, if you take some endless spells like Pendulum or a Maelstrom and you can soften them up and then delete them with like a Lightning Blast or something. Or sometimes I've actually gotten this in my games by having like something that's low on wounds because I hit it with a couple of comets. And then I just go, okay, I'm just going to get Magical Mayhem. They think I'm going to Blizzard, so they heal like their biggest thing, but I actually just, Translocate and Lightning Blast like a hero left on 2 wounds or something. And yeah, the favorite units for these are, you typically want a Maelstrom or a Pendulum, Arcane Bolt, Knight Incanter, Vexillers to soften targets up, or Long Strikes to soften targets up. It's pretty good.
It's not a great tactic, because Stormcast
It's very situational.
Yeah, we don't deal good direct
niche.
damage with spells.
I think
it's also like sometimes they have like a model alive, so it's something that they can't heal. Like they'll have like 2 skeletons alive on an objective or something. I'll just go, okay, yeah, Magical Mayhem.
Yeah. I think you need 2 sources of damage to get this, I think. If you just have Lightning Blast or just have Arcane Bolt, I think it's way too difficult. But like let's say like your Lightning Blast wizard's like in combat or something, or can get to combat. Like being able to Lightning Blast and then Arcane Bolt can actually do some damage, and so it's
Correct.
another one to kind of keep in mind, but not to plan for.
Yeah, a lot of other armies are scoring this these days. It's not really a big one for Stormcast right now. Bait and trap. You have to retreat with 2 or more units and charge with 2 or more units. And these have to be different units, which means you need at least 4 units total to score this. This I thought would be a lot worse than it actually ended up being in practice. I find myself scoring this in, I would say, like 2/3 of my games, because there's often times where I'll have like a Liberator unit and some other hero or something stuck in combat, and then I'll have units ready to charge. Either some throwaway hero that I can put in and a hammer. It's rare the case that like I'm not going to try to risk 9-inch charges with this. Obviously, it has to be like fairly reliable charges, and it has to be units that are guaranteed to be able to retreat. It took me a little bit of time getting used to this because I would declare this tactic, and then I would just kill the units that I was in combat with in the hero phase, and I'd be like, oh, now I can't retreat. Dang. Oh well, screwed my own tactic. But once you get used to it, it is actually pretty good, right? Stormcast tend to stick around through light damage. Like if people aren't putting heavy hitters into your screen tends to survive long enough for you to retreat. Even if it's just one model, being able to Inspiring Presence the previous turn to keep that unit of 1 Vanguard Hunter left, keep him alive, he can retreat that turn and then score Bait and Trap. Awesome. And then on the following turn, he can teleport and surround and destroy, and then teleport and secure the battlefield. Like there's going to be situations where you score this. It's I would say you're more likely to score this than you would Reprisal or some of the other C tier ones.
Yeah, I think I agree with that by and large. I've been playing really low unit list, and this is a lot harder with those. But if you're like playing in a unit or in a list that has like, I don't know, 10 units maybe, 8 to 10, like this becomes a very real option.
Yeah, you don't have to survive the combat. You don't have to. You just have to make a charge. It doesn't even matter what phase you make it in. So some armies could out of phase charge you with this, and stop you. So that's a problem. Like playing against Nurgle, when they countercharge you, that really sucks because it prevents you from charging, especially because it's after your moves and everything are done. So you have to be careful with it. It takes some finesse, but it is a pretty good tactic. Not great, but good. Moving led into the Maelstrom, you have to have a hero and battle line, or multiples of these charged, and at least one of them is still in combat at the end of the turn. So this I find to be, I just hate the gameplay this encourages, where you have to keep an enemy unit alive specifically long enough so that you can score a battle tactic. There are situations where you want to pin things, right? You want to stop a hero from using heroic recovery, or you want to force a unit to retreat, or things like that. Having it tied to a battle tactic feels really bad. So that I get that complaint out of the way. In terms of battle tactics, this is one of the better ones, and this is one of the reasons you want Tempesters as battle line and not Vanguard Hunters, because Tempesters are far more likely to survive a combat that they want to charge into. Vanguard Hunters are also not particularly fast. They're usually teleporting every turn, and getting a 9-inch charge is really tough. So it does matter what your battle line options are because of this battle tactic. So this is why I rank Hammers of Sigmar higher.
Yeah, I think Tempesters being battle line is huge for this. I find the hero actually to be the more difficult part of this, assuming you're running Tempesters, because we don't have hardly any heroes that we like to charge in except for the big dragons.
Well, this is another reason Night Vexillors are so good right now. It's because they're a hero, and they can reroll charges for them and anything around them.
Right, after their meteor's done, it's like, I don't want to play with you anymore. Go charge in.
Yeah, it's just a screen at that point. It's a one-model screen. But this is good. This is one of the better tactics. Again, it's up there with Bait and Trap, I think. Better than Reprisal, but, not great.
I kind of agree with you too, Paul. So, even me who plays a Karazai list, I rarely actually score this because I don't want my hunters in combat risking dying. I need them to score, surround, destroy, secure the battlefield, everything else, other battle tactics I want to score.
Yeah, and there's always the risk that you just kill everything you're in combat with, right? Stormcast do a lot of damage, and if we're charging in Karazai or if we're charging in Tempesters, there's a good chance we're just going to kill what we hit, and having to hold back and do weird pile-ins with your Tempesters doesn't feel good.
And realistically, like, it sucks to pick battle tactics that are reliant on dice rolls. And, like, yeah, most of the time these are going to be, like, 3-4 inch charges. But, like, you get to, like, 2 6-inch charges, and, like, it's likely that it'll happen, but not guaranteed. And I've definitely led into the Maelstrom off failing a rerollable 6 before, and it feels really bad.
Surround and Destroy has no dice rolls involved, so this is the best one ever, right?
It's pretty good.
So you have to pick 3 units that are on the battlefield, obviously, and they have to be wholly within 6 inches of different battlefield edges, and at least 2 of those units have to be wholly outside your territory. So basically, you bring 2 units that can teleport, and you put a unit on your back edge, and you got this, right? So this is why we're suggesting Vanguard Hunters, Knight Zephyros, Lord Arcanum on Griftcharger, Ionis, things like this. Teleports that don't require a dice roll. That's what you want to score this tactic, and you want to score this tactic every single game. This is like if you had to pick 3 tactics to score every game, I think it would be like Secure the Battlefield, Surround and Destroy, and Magical Dominance. Like, those are my top 3 every game. Every game I score those. Despite that, I still don't think it's an S tier tactic, because it's not always the right call to teleport your screen away. It's not the right call to teleport your Zephyros away. At that exact moment, because these units have to be on the battlefield, you can't like pick a unit of Liberators that are in reserve. You know, it's not always the right time to score this, and sometimes you might be overextending, or your opponent might even know that you're trying to score this and just, you know, shoot those units out of the way immediately because they know you're trying to score this tactic at some point. So it's not always the right play. It might put you behind in terms of board position, but it is a very easy tactic for Stormcast to score, and a lot of other armies are struggling to score it.
Mm-hmm. I think Surround and Destroy is another reason to pick shooting units like long strikes. Not that we needed reasons to take long strikes, right? But long strikes are really, really good at getting Surround and Destroy and providing value. Because like it can definitely have times where it's like, oh, I need to get Surround and Destroy, but I have 3 melee units that I'm just gonna like run to the edge of the battlefield and do nothing with them, and that sucks.
Yeah, you want cheap stuff and ranged stuff. That's what you want for this. Yeah, like, well, I have questers listed here. It's not ideal to spend your once per game hero phase teleport in order to get your questers on a table edge, right? That's not the best use of it, but it is good. Like, it's better than not doing it. But there are more efficient ways. Like, if that's all you're using your quest stores for, you should just use Vanguard Hunters instead.
Yeah.
Another reason to use long strikes right now is because you can deny an enemy Surround and Destroy. A lot of armies deploy in a way that's very obvious which tactic they're going to score on turn 1 and which units they're going to use for it, and you can just snipe them off. It is actually even worth using Thunderbolt Volley in those scenarios, I found. For example, if you're playing against Khorne, they really struggle with turn 1 tactics, and if you can deny Surround and Destroy, you might just be ahead 2 VP the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a good chunk of armies that, like, require a turn 1 Surround and Destroy on certain battle plans. And it's like, yeah, if we deny that, then we're like just up right from the get-go.
And finally, we have the new battle tactic added in this Battlescroll, Drain Their Power. You have to take control of an objective your opponent controlled using a hero with a Nullstone Adornment. So I gave this A tier, but realistically, I'm never going to score this. Like, I'm not ever going to score this playing Stormcast, because every single one of my Stormcast lists has wizards. Not just Knight and Cantor, but also Dracolines, and also a hero with an Arcane Tome. Like, I'm running multiple wizards in every list. So this ranking is for when you don't have those things. And when you don't have those wizards in your list, yeah, it's like almost a freebie, right? There's going to be times where it's not the right moment to put your hero onto the objective at that turn. There's going to be times where, you know, instead of taking a Nullstone Adornment on my Knight Draconis, maybe I want a Luckstone to get a guaranteed charge out of reserve, right? So even when you run Nullstone, you might not actually have a Nullstone Adornment, right? So it's tough. It's a really, really easy tactic, but I think the list building restrictions are just too much to make it viable.
I think this tactic allows the possibility of no wizard Stormcast armies. Because, like, before this tactic, I'd be like, we need magical dominance. Like, I don't think you can afford to give that up for, like, essentially nothing, right? But now that there's a replacement tactic, it at least opens the opportunity. I still don't know if it's the right play. I don't think it is. It's nice to have the option.
If there was a Nullstone equivalent to Spellcasting Savant, I'd be on this train. You know, I would I would say goodbye to the Knight Cantor, at least try it, right? Like, I would enjoy that. All right, let's talk grand strategies. And Oh boy, we get to start with some real good ones here. The Stormcast grand strategies are maybe the worst in the game. I don't remember seeing any other army that has 3 completely terrible grand strategies. And despite that, I've raised a few of them out of F tier because of some recent changes to the game. So the first one is Draconith Defiance. The only heroes left on the battlefield are friendly Draconith, Stardrake, and Dracoths, which means you have to kill all the enemy heroes and keep at least one of yours alive. And you probably shouldn't bring anything that's not one of these heroes because you don't really have a way to kill off your own stuff. So maybe if you're running some kind of like Ionis Stormdrake list where you don't bring any other heroes, I don't know. I don't love it. I really don't like it. But let's say the only heroes in your list are Ionis and Krondys or Karazai or something. Then yeah, maybe, right? You still have to snipe every hero.
For the big 4 dragon list or whatever, where you run Master of Celestial Menagerie and everything. And I'm not even sure it's the right play in those lists, right?
I don't think that list is even legal.
Yeah, you run Stardrake, and I think it's Krondys, Karazai, Ionis, and then I think you fit 3 Liberators.
No, you'd only have 200 points left.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is the list. That is everything.
You don't have enough battle line. But even then, how are you going to snipe every enemy hero with those units? It's so hard.
It's not great.
Yeah, very bad grand strategy. I kind of regret taking it out of F tier, but it's like the Nullstone stuff. It's not that far off, right? It's not F tier. Mm-hmm. It's not a Knight Quester tier. Pillars of Victory. The only battle line units left on the battlefield are friendly Redeemer units, which means you have to kill all enemy battle line units and keep at least one of yours alive, and you have to destroy all summoned battle line units because this is not starting army. You also can't bring any other battle line, so if you have Tempesters and they survive, you just screwed up your tactic. So this is strictly worse than Overshadow, which is a universal one.
Yep.
And Overshadow's not good enough right now.
Yeah.
Yep. Honestly, this is F. I would say if we're not taking Overshadow over this is F. You should not play this.
It's maybe some kind of Gardas Redeemer spam thing. It's probably F.
No, because
it's probably F.
If you take Redeemers, you are actively hamstringing your ability to kill the opponent's battle line. Because Redeemers suck at killing stuff.
Okay, so the argument for keeping this, and it's the same argument as Overshadow, is you just hide a Liberator in the corner.
Yep.
So it's not impossible.
I'd rather be using that Liberator, I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I'd
me
rather
too.
take Overshadow.
Well, on that topic, here we have Sacred Charge. You have to bring 2 cities units and have them survive. So maybe hide 2 Gyrocopters in the corner of the battlefield?
Yeah. I had to hide a Gyrocopter in the battlefield. Take Doralia. Not even Doralia. What's the name of that other hero?
The 2 Witch Hunters.
Like a Battle Mage. Yeah. Take those 2 Witch Hunters. They have 5 up wards. They're fairly tough.
They have Lookout Sir.
They have Lookout Sir. Stick them in a corner objective somewhere. Or take a Battle Mage if you want to. Stick them in a corner.
It's not good, but it's probably about as good as keeping a Redeemer unit alive and killing all the other battle line.
It's usable in the sense that, okay, so we often talk about this. We take Spellcasting Savant, we put it on our Knight Incanter, okay? But we also want a Blizzard with a Knight Incanter. We want to have that in our pocket. So think of it as this way. If you have a Battle Mage and something else that you can keep alive, now you don't have to take Spellcasting Savant, so you can more freely Blizzard with your Knight Incanter. That's the only use case I've thought of.
Yeah, but it has to be 2 cities units. If it was just 1, it would be a lot easier. But it's 2 and both have to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And when I bring cities units like Charybdis, I don't care if it survives.
Is there any argument to take this with double command core?
Maybe
double command core. No, I don't see double command core being useful for us. Is the problem?
Yeah.
Maybe Callus and Toll when they come out. You can Callus and Toll and something else.
Yeah,
but we'll have to wait for points. Yeah, we'll have to wait for points.
It's going to be 600 points. I'm telling you, it's going to be wild.
Yeah.
All right, Universal Grand Strategies. They're pretty much all terrible. There's just different flavors of terrible. Even the best one, Spellcasting Savant, is terrible. I actually hate this grand strategy. You have to keep your Locust General alive. And that's actually not the hard part of it. The hard part is constraining your list building in order to have a Locust General, because I'd much rather have so many other different generals than a Knight Incanter. But he is the most efficient choice, right? I don't have the 50 points to bring a Lord Arcanum on Griff Charger very often, or maybe, but I have an Incantor in every list, right? I hate them all. This is like the worst season of grand strategies in the history of 3rd edition. We thought Overshadow was going to be the best because we weren't really seeing the Spellcasting Savant line being so important, and we thought, well, Overshadow, okay, we can kill Battle Line. We're Stormcast, we kill stuff, right? And it has to be starting army, so if they're reviving stuff, like if zombies come back to life, they don't count towards it. We can probably just hide 5 Liberators in the corner while we kill everything. But yeah, the game is so tight. People are running 5 out of 5 battle tactics every game. Grand strategies can win you the game if you're behind on VP. Like, it can swing the game for you. Like, it matters. And the best one is Spellcasting Savant. So, yeah, the rest, is there anything worth talking about here?
I think just that, like, since grand strategies are so bad, like, we're not the only army suffering from this problem, right? Like, there are plenty of times where, like, just having Spellcasting Savant and having, like, Overshadow with big Tempestors that are difficult to just, like, lift, we can often deny the opponent's grand strat and then get ours, and then it's a very big swing in points.
Well, that's why you want to keep them alive so much, right? It's because, that's exactly
that's
right.
why it's so important. Yeah, that's why I think Spellcasting Savant is worth considering, like, and building lists around.
Yeah, especially the Comet Fall stuff. You can just nuke the enemy heroes. They'll know how important Spellcasting Savant is to themselves. Most armies can't kill them, and so they'll just score it freely. But then they'll face a Comet Fall type list, or 7-inch Scions or something, and then they'll just nuke their heroes, and that'll be it.
Mm-hmm.
If you couldn't pick Savant, which one would you pick and why?
Overshadow, surely. I think Baron Icecape I've actually tried, and it's not awful in lists without a good battle line. Like, imagine a list like with Tempestors and Cats or something that doesn't have Vanguard Hunters for some whatever reason, and the Tempestors aren't battle line. Like some weird list like that. Baron Icecape actually becomes semi-okay because you can control the middle of the table and you can snipe out the artifacts with long strikes and stuff. But I just don't think that list exists or is good. So I think Overshadow is just kind of the better version of Baron Icecape.
Yeah, I don't love it. It seems like this season every army is either Spellcasting Savant or some overpowered faction battle tactic like Tzeentch, right?
Yep.
Or you're Khorne and you're playing Slaughter of Sorcery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's something to be said for taking Slaughter of Sorcery with like the Nullstone stuff. Like you said, if there was a Spellcasting Savant version of the Nullstone, but we have to actually kill the enemy wizards, which, like we were talking about with Spellcasting Savant, is much easier said than done most of the time.
Maybe there's a version of Cometfall that just brings a bunch of Exilors and kills every wizard.
Yeah, I could see a Slaughter of Sorcery Cometfall version working.
Honestly, I can't see how Khorne takes Slaughter of Sorcery, but then I realize it's because they have their own Cometfall.
I was gonna say they have Brasskull Meteor, so there's like
yeah, so it's like I'm like, how is Khorne taking this? How are they scoring them? I'm like, oh wait, they're just farming Blood Tide and doing Brasskull Meteor for the last.
It doesn't usually roll that hot, Murgonk. So it's not a good grand strat.
Like 3 times in a row. And
yeah, for Dylan, Dylan knows, but yeah, they rolled like 6 5s, like 6 6s against me. I'm like, oh great. Oh,
Guess I lose.
All right. I'm like, all right. I guess you win, man. GG.
Yeah, grand strats are really a failure right now, I think, in terms of design. I don't think there's any good ones. And it's odd because I dislike battle tactics as a game system more, but the implementation of the grand strategies this season has been much worse.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, and that will wrap up our updated tier list video. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Coming up next on the podcast, we've got some Season 3.5 list building videos. I know David's going to be excited to talk about his Karazai list that he just took 4-1. I'm going to be putting together an updated Cometfall list, and we're going to try all kinds of other weird stuff in between. If you think we missed anything or our analysis is lacking, please leave a comment down below the video. If you want to talk about AOS, join us in the Stormkeep Discord server. You can find a link in the video description. We have a battle reports forum. We can post our models. We have a lot of excellent painters that contribute to our community contests. I believe if you're watching this video at the time of release, we have a painting Vanguard Hunters contest going on right now. And we do list building, not just for Stormcast, but for every army. So feel free to jump in and join the conversation. You can also consider supporting the gang by becoming a member on YouTube or joining us on patreon.com/thestormkeep. For $5 a month, you get early access to all our videos, special access to a private list workshop, and more. And that'll do it for us today. Thanks, guys, and we'll see you in the next one.
Take care, y'all. Thanks for joining.
Hey, guys.
Thanks, guys.